In the sun-scorched dust of the 1870s, American West, a forgotten town harbors a spectral secret that sings of love and betrayal. This gripping Western mystery weaves haunting melodies, buried truths, and a perilous quest for redemption under a relentless sky. Perfect for listeners craving suspense, otherworldly echoes, and the untamed heart of the frontier. Chapter 1. The Saloon at the Edge of Nowhere. The dust settled slow in Red Hollow, like it couldn't be bothered to hurry under the relentless scald of the sun. It coated everything: the warped planks of the boardwalk, the drooping heads of the few sorry-looking horses hitched outside the general store, the brim of Eli Kane's hat. It settled in the creases around his eyes, fine as sifted flour, gritty against his teeth. He tasted it with every breath, the taste of endings and long, empty miles. His horse, a raw-boned Appaloosa named Cinder, blew out a weary sigh, stirring a small cloud around its muzzle. Eli reached out, running a hand down the animal's sweat-damp neck, feeling the tremor of exhaustion that mirrored his own. Red Hollow wasn't a town you aimed for. It was a place you washed up in, like driftwood on a shore nobody cared to claim. A handful of sun-bleached buildings, huddled together as if for scant protection against the vast, indifferent expanse of rock and scrub stretching in every direction. The paint had long surrendered, leaving raw wood scarred by wind and time. There was a general store with windows so grimy they looked opaque, a livery stable that smelled faintly of decay, and a squat windowless building marked sheriff, though Eli hadn't seen hide nor hair of any lawman. Silence pressed down, thick and heavy, broken only by the whine of the wind snaking through the gaps in the buildings and the creak of a sign somewhere down the barely there street, swinging on rusty hinges like a bone rattling in a grave. Eli had been riding for days, chasing nothing but the horizon, running from ghosts that rode faster than any horse. His canteen was near empty, his belly tight with hunger, and the ache in his bones had settled deep, a constant, grinding companion. He'd learned long ago that towns like Red Hollow rarely offered more than bad whiskey and suspicious eyes, but right now even that sounded like sanctuary. He needed a drink, a meal that wasn't jerky and stale bread, and maybe an hour where he didn't have to think about the past catching up or the future stretching out like the desolate land around him. He swung down from Cinder, his boots landing with a soft thud in the ankle-deep dust. Every movement was stiff, protesting the long hours in the saddle. He looped the reins loosely around the hitching rail, not that Cinder looked like she had the energy to wander far, and took a moment to scan the street again. Nothing moved except the heat shimmering off the ground and that damned creaking sign. It felt less like a town and more like a stage set abandoned after the play was done, the actors long gone, leaving only the empty shell behind. He pushed his hat back, wiping a trickle of sweat from his temple with a dusty sleeve. Mid-afternoon, and the heat was a physical weight. He needed shade, and more importantly, he needed whiskey. There had to be a saloon somewhere, even in a place as God-forsaken as this. Townsfolk needed somewhere to drown their sorrows or their boredom, didn't they? His eyes tracked the line of buildings, searching for the telltale swing doors, the sound of a tinny piano, or even just a slightly less dilapidated facade. Nothing. He frowned, pulling a crumpled sweat-stained map from his saddlebag. He smoothed it out against Cinder's flank. Red Hollow was marked, barely a speck near the jagged lines indicating the Devil's Spine Mountains to the west. The map showed the general store, the livery, the sheriff's office. No saloon. He traced the crude lines with a dirty finger. He'd picked up the map weeks ago from a trader who'd warned him away from this territory, muttering about bad water and worse luck. Eli hadn't listened. He never did. Maybe the map was wrong. Maybe the saloon was tucked away somewhere less obvious. He started walking, his spurs leaving faint trails in the dust. The silence was unnerving. Even the smallest frontier towns usually had some buzz of dog barking, voices from inside a house, the clang of a blacksmith's hammer. Red Hollow just was, still, waiting. He rounded the corner past the general store, squinting against the glare. The street seemed to peter out here, dissolving into the scrubby plain. And then he saw it. It stood slightly apart from the other buildings, set back a little, half hidden by a pair of skeletal, sun-scorched cottonwoods that looked as weary as he felt. It wasn't marked on his map, and it didn't look like it belonged. While the other structures were low and sprawling, this one seemed taller somehow, though the wood was just as weathered, silvered gray by sun and sand. It had no sign, no name painted above the door, just a set of plain dark wood swing doors that looked heavier, older than any others he'd seen. There were no windows facing the street, only dark, unreadable timber. It had an air of permanence, of having stood there long before Red Hollow scraped itself into existence, and of intending to stand there long after the dusk claimed the rest. A faint thread of music drifted from within. Not the usual raucous piano banging out a popular tune, but something slower, melancholic. A melody played on strings, maybe a fiddle or a cello, weaving a tune that snagged at something deep inside Eli, something that he couldn't name. It wasn't welcoming exactly, but it was compelling. He hesitated, every instinct honed by years of drifting through hard places, screamed caution. Unmarked buildings in towns like this usually meant trouble a den for outlaws, a trap for unwary travelers. But the thirst was a fire in his throat, the weariness, a lead weight in his limbs, and that music. It pulled at him like a current. He glanced back the way he came. Red Hollow offered nothing else. This strange, silent building was the only sign of life, however spectral. He pushed through the swing doors. The transition was jarring. Outside, the world was bleached white and gold by the sun, loud with silence and heat. Inside, it was all cool shadows and deep, velvety quiet. The music he'd heard outside was clearer now, but still soft. A lament played on a lone cello that seemed to soak into the dark wood grain of the walls and floor. The air was blessedly cool, carrying the scent of old wood, beeswax, spilled whiskey, and something else. Something like damp earth after a rain, or maybe crushed herbs, faint and elusive. The saloon was larger than it looked from the outside, long and narrow. A heavy dark wood bar stretched along one wall, polished to a dull gleam despite the low light. Behind it, rows of unlabeled bottles stood like silent sentinels, catching faint glints from the few oil lamps burning with low, steady flames, casting pools of amber light on the counter and the floorboards. A few small round tables were scattered across the room, their surfaces scarred with the rings of countless glasses, but all were empty. The floorboards creaked softly under his boots, the only sound besides the mournful cello music, which seemed to emanate from the very air itself, without a visible source. And then he saw her. She stood behind the far end of the bar, wiping down the already spotless counter with a slow, deliberate rhythm. She hadn't looked up when he entered, didn't seem startled by the creak of the doors or his footsteps. It was as if she'd been expecting him, or perhaps as if the arrival of a stranger was an event too commonplace to warrant notice in this place that felt anything but common. He walked toward her the length of the bar, feeling strangely elongated, like walking down a tunnel. As he got closer, the details sharpened in the dim light. She wasn't young, but age seemed an irrelevant measure for her. Her face held the quiet composure of someone who had seen too much to be easily surprised, yet there was a smoothness to her skin, a darkness to her hair pulled back severely from her face that defied easy categorization. She wore a simple dark dress, practical and unadorned, fitting the somber mood of the saloon. But it was her eyes that held him. When she finally lifted her head, her gaze meeting his across the polished wood, he felt a jolt, sharp and unexpected. They were dark, incredibly dark, like pools of polished obsidian reflecting the lamplight. Yet they weren't cold. There was a depth in them, a stillness that seemed to absorb the light, holding secrets like a deep well holds water. It was a gaze that saw more than just a dusty drifter looking for a drink. It felt like she saw the miles he had traveled, the ghosts he carried, the weariness etched into his soul. He stopped at the bar, resting one hand on the cool wood. The cello music swelled slightly, a long, resonant note that shivered in the air, then faded back into its quiet sorrow. "Whiskey," he said, his voice rough from disuse and dust. She didn't reach for a bottle immediately. Her dark eyes stayed on his, unwavering. There was no curiosity in them, no suspicion, just a profound, unsettling stillness. Then a faint smile touched her lips, a fleeting, almost imperceptible curve that didn't quite reach her eyes but softened the severity of her expression for a heartbeat. "Eli Kane," she murmured. Her voice was low, melodic, like the cello music given words. It wasn't a question. A cold prickle ran down Eli's spine. He hadn't said his name. He hadn't seen this woman before in his life. He was sure of it. A face like that, eyes like that. You didn't forget. Red Hollow wasn't on his usual path. He'd never set foot here before today. Yet she spoke his name as if greeting an old friend, or perhaps an old debt. He stiffened, his hand instinctively moving closer to the Colt Peacemaker holstered at his hip. Years on the trail had taught him that surprises were rarely pleasant. "How do you know my name?" Her smile didn't widen, nor did it fade. It simply lingered, an enigma. "Some names travel on the wind," she replied softly. "Others are written in the dust. Yours carries weight." She turned then, her movements fluid and economical, and selected a bottle from the back shelf. It was plain dark glass. No label he could see. She took a sturdy, clean glass from beneath the counter and poured a generous measure of amber liquid. The scent that rose from it was sharper than typical whiskey, laced with something smoky, almost like burnt sugar, and another note he couldn't place, something wild and herbal. She slid the glass across the polished wood toward him. It stopped precisely before his hand. Her gaze met his again. "This one tastes of forgotten promises," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, yet carrying clearly in the quiet room. "Perhaps you'll recognize some of them." Eli stared at the glass, then back at her. The air crackled with unspoken questions. Who was she? What was this place? Was he walking into a trap, or had he stumbled onto something stranger, something that defied the harsh logic of the frontier? The whiskey gleamed in the lamplight, inviting and ominous all at once. His throat was parched, his nerves frayed. Caution warred with a desperate need for oblivion, even a temporary one, and a powerful, inexplicable curiosity about the woman with eyes like night. He picked up the glass. The glass itself felt cool, solid in his hand, anchoring him momentarily. He brought it to his lips, the smoky, unusual scent filling his nostrils. He took a sip. It wasn't like any whiskey he'd ever tasted. It burned, yes, a clean, sharp fire that traced a path down his throat, chasing away the dust and weariness. But beneath the burn, there was a complex tapestry of flavors, the expected grain and oak, but also that hint of smoke, a touch of dark honey, and then something deeper, older. A flavor like memory. Not a specific memory, but the feeling of remembrance.
poignant and bittersweet. He tasted long roads, campfire smoke under starry skies, the sting of regret, the fleeting warmth of a shared glance, forgotten promises. Her words echoed in his mind. It was unnervingly accurate. He lowered the glass, studying the amber liquid, then looked back at her. She was watching him, her expression unreadable but intent, as if waiting for a reaction, a sign of recognition. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice steadier now, sharpened by the whiskey and the deepening mystery. "I'm the one who pours the drinks," she answered simply, turning back to wiping the counter, though it already shone. "Here, at the edge of nowhere." The cello music sighed around them, a melody of loss and longing. Eli took another sip of the whiskey. It seemed to loosen something tight in his chest, a knot of tension he hadn't realized he was carrying. He felt the miles he'd ridden, the years he'd drifted, settle around him, not as a burden, but as a story she already knew. He looked around the saloon again, still empty, save for them. The light seemed to be fading outside, the amber glow of the lamps deepening within, creating an isolated pocket of time, sealed off from the dying day in Red Hollow. He shouldn't stay. He should drink up, pay whatever price she asked, though he had a feeling coin wasn't the only currency accepted here, and get back on his horse, find the livery, get a room, try to forget the unsettling encounter. But the whiskey felt good. The cool dimness was a relief, and the woman held him captive, more surely than any locked door. There was something ancient in her stillness, something magnetic in her quiet gaze. He felt drawn to her, not by desire in the usual sense, but by a sense of shared solitude, a recognition of something familiar in her profound otherness. He leaned his elbows on the bar, the old wood smooth beneath his forearms. "This place, it ain't on any map I've seen." "Maps only show the places people want to find," she replied without looking up, "or the places they can't avoid. This saloon, it finds those who need finding." Her hand stilled on the counter. She looked up, her obsidian eyes seeming to pierce the shadows between them. "Or perhaps those who are lost." Was he lost? Eli pushed the thought away. He was a drifter, not lost. Drifting was a choice, wasn't it? He'd chosen this life, the anonymity, the constant motion, better than staying put, letting the past fester. But standing here in this quiet, impossible saloon, under the gaze of this woman who knew his name and served him whiskey that tasted like his own soul, he wasn't so sure anymore. He felt found, and it was deeply unsettling. He finished the whiskey. The warmth spread through him, a deceptive comfort. He pushed the empty glass forward slightly. She refilled it without a word, her movements economical and precise. The second drink tasted different. The initial sharpness was still there, but now it carried a different undertone, not just memory, but anticipation, a sense of something about to happen, a door about to open or close forever. The cello music shifted subtly, the melody becoming less mournful, gaining a thread of intensity, a rising tension that resonated in the stillness. Eli found himself listening intently, letting the notes wash over him. It was beautiful in a heartbreaking sort of way, like listening to the sound of rain on a grave. "Who plays the music?" he asked, gesturing vaguely towards the air where the sound seemed to originate. "It plays itself," she said. "It's the heart of this place. Sometimes it remembers joy. Mostly it remembers sorrow." She looked down at her hands, resting flat on the bar top. Long, capable fingers, unadorned by rings. "And sometimes," she added softly, her gaze flicking back to his, "it sings for who walks through the door." Was it singing for him now? The melody did seem to twist around his thoughts, pulling at threads of memory he'd long tried to bury. Images flickered at the edge of his consciousness. A woman's face, laughing in the sunlight. The bitter taste of betrayal. The sharp crack of a gunshot, echoing in a canyon. He pushed them back down, gripping the edge of the bar. The whiskey wasn't just loosening tension. It was prying open doors he'd nailed shut years ago. He needed to leave, now, before the music and the whiskey and the woman's knowing eyes pulled something vital out of him, something he couldn't afford to lose. He reached into his pocket for coin, the familiar weight of worn silver a small comfort. "How much do I owe you?" She looked at the coins he placed on the counter, then back at his face. She didn't touch the money. The first drink is always free, Eli Kane. A welcome of sorts. Her lips curved in that same ghost of a smile. The second, well, the price for that is finding your way back here tomorrow. He stared at her. Not money, just return. It felt like a dare or a command, or maybe an invitation into the heart of the mystery she represented. He felt a strange mix of reluctance and undeniable compulsion. He didn't want to come back. This place felt dangerous, not in the way a den of thieves was dangerous, but in a deeper, more fundamental way, a danger to the careful solitude he'd built around himself. Yet the thought of riding away from Red Hollow, leaving this saloon and this woman behind, felt impossible. Like leaving a book unfinished when the next page promised to reveal everything. "And if I don't?" he challenged, though the words felt hollow even as he spoke them. Her smile finally faded, leaving her expression somber, her eyes holding a depth that seemed to swallow the lamplight. "Everyone finds their way back here eventually," she said softly, "one way or another. The roads leading away from Red Hollow have a habit of circling back." She picked up his empty glass, her fingers brushing his almost imperceptibly as she took it. A jolt, like static electricity, shot up his arm. Her skin felt cool, impossibly smooth, especially for those who leave something behind. He pulled his hand back as if burned. Had he left something behind? He carried everything he owned on his horse or in his pockets. His past was a weight he couldn't shed, but it wasn't here. Was it? He stood up, the movement feeling abrupt in the quiet room. The cello music seemed to pause, holding a note of suspense in the air. He needed the sun, the dust, the harsh reality of Red Hollow to clear his head. "Good day," he muttered, turning towards the doors. "The sun is setting, Eli." Her voice followed him, calm and low. "Night falls quickly here. Be watchful." He didn't look back. He pushed through the heavy swing doors and stepped out into the twilight. The fierce heat of the day was already bleeding away, replaced by the cool breath of the coming desert night. The sky was awash in bruised purples and fiery oranges, the colors stark and dramatic against the jagged silhouette of the distant mountains. Red Hollow seemed even more deserted now, the shadows stretching long and distorted, turning familiar shapes into watchful figures. He stood there for a moment, breathing in the dry, dusty air, trying to shake off the saloon's strange enchantment. The memory of the whiskey lingered on his tongue, the echo of the cello music in his ears, the image of the bartender's obsidian eyes imprinted on his mind. He looked back at the saloon. It seemed darker now, blending into the deepening shadows, the windows still blank, revealing nothing. Did he imagine a flicker of light behind them, like a quickly doused candle? Or was it just a trick of the fading light? He walked slowly back towards Cinder, his boots crunching softly in the dust. The horse nickered low in her throat, nudging his shoulder as if sensing his unease. He ran a hand down her neck again, finding comfort in the solid living presence. He should mount up, ride out, put Red Hollow and its impossible saloon behind him, find another town, another bottle of ordinary whiskey, another night under the stars where the only ghosts were his own. But her words echoed. The roads leading away from Red Hollow have a habit of circling back. The price, finding his way back tomorrow. He looked down the empty street towards the vast, darkening plains. He could ride all night, but somehow he knew she was right. He wouldn't get far. Something had shifted the moment he pushed through those doors. A hook had been set, deep and unseen. He felt it pulling him, a silent, insistent summons from the heart of the shadows, gathering in the saloon at the edge of nowhere. He was caught. Tomorrow, he knew with a certainty that chilled him more than the night air, he would be back. The price would be paid. The question was, what else would it cost him? Chapter 2, The Bartender's Ballad. Night pressed down on Red Hollow like a velvet shroud, heavy and star-pricked. The moon was a sliver, offering little light, leaving the town swallowed by shadows, deeper than seemed natural. The wind had died down, and the silence that settled was profound, broken only by the occasional creak of old wood settling or the distant lonely cry of a coyote hunting on the plains. It wasn't a peaceful silence. It felt watchful, expectant. Eli found meager lodging in the livery stable, not wanting to test the hospitality of the unseen townsfolk further, nor spend coin he might need later. The owner, a taciturn old man with eyes faded like worn denim and hands permanently stained with grime, had grunted acknowledgement when Eli paid for Cinder's keep and a space in the hayloft. He hadn't asked questions, hadn't offered conversation, just took the coins and retreated back into the gloom of his small office, leaving Eli utterly alone. He lay on a pile of dry, scratchy hay, his saddlebag for a pillow, the familiar scent of horse, leather, and dust filling his nostrils. Usually these smells were a comfort, the constants in his drifting life. Tonight they felt thin, inadequate defenses against the strangeness that had seeped into his bones since walking into that saloon. He stared up at the rough-hewn rafters, barely visible in the darkness filtering through the cracks in the walls. Sleep wouldn't come. His mind kept replaying the encounter, the cool dimness of the saloon, the mournful cello music, the unnerving accuracy of the whiskey's taste, forgotten promises, and her, the woman with eyes like polished obsidian, who knew his name without asking, whose quiet presence filled the room more completely than any crowd could. Some names travel on the wind. Others are written in the dust. Yours carries weight. What did she mean? He'd spent years trying to lighten that weight, to become anonymous, a ghost drifting through the territories. Had he failed so completely that his name echoed even here, at the supposed edge of nowhere? And the price for the second drink, simply returning. It felt less like a transaction and more like sealing a pact he didn't understand. He should have ridden out, thrown damnation to the cost, and spurred Cinder into the night until Red Hollow was just another bad memory. He'd faced down outlaws, survived ambushes, crossed deserts that would bake a man's soul dry. Why did this quiet woman in her quiet saloon feel more dangerous than any of it? Because the danger wasn't to his life, he suspected. It was to the carefully constructed walls around his past, around the grief and guilt he carried like a second shadow, the whiskey, the music. Her eyes, they chipped away at those walls, threatening to expose the raw wounds beneath. He remembered the flicker of images, sunlight on laughing hair, the sharp report of a gun, the sickening finality of betrayal, memories he fought daily to keep buried. Last night, they had risen unbidden, coaxed out by the atmosphere of that place. He rolled onto his side, the hay rustling loudly in the stillness. He could still taste the whiskey, smoky and complex. He could still hear the cello's lament. He could still feel the unsettling weight of her gaze. Everyone finds their way back here eventually. Was it a threat, a prophecy, or just a statement of fact about the nature of her establishment? Dawn eventually broke, painting the sky in pale, watery shades of gray and pink. The stark light revealed Red Hollow in all its weary decay. Dust devils danced lazily down the main street. Nothing had changed. The general store remained shuttered, the sheriff's office silent. The town felt suspended, caught in a breath that never released. Eli rose stiffly, brushing hay from his clothes. The gnawing hunger had returned, along with the familiar ache of weariness. But stronger than both was the pull, the undeniable need to return to the saloon. It wasn't rational. It wasn't safe. But it felt inevitable, as if his steps had been leading him here all along, across countless miles, towards this dusty town and the woman waiting in the shadows. He tended to Cinder first, checking her hooves, giving her fresh water and a measure of oats he'd bought from the livery owner, who emerged only briefly, his silence as thick as the morning dust. The horse seemed rested, her earlier exhaustion lessened. She nudged his hand, her large dark eyes seeming to hold a question. "Don't worry, girl," Eli murmured, stroking her muzzle. "Just got some business to settle." Whose business? He wasn't sure. He spent the day aimlessly. He walked the perimeter of the town, confirming its smallness, its isolation. He saw no one else, save for a fleeting glimpse of a curtain twitching in an upper window of the general store building, suggesting unseen watchers. The sun climbed high, baking the land, the heat pressing down with familiar intensity. He found a patch of shade near the skeletal cottonwoods outside the saloon, rationing the last of his water, chewing on a piece of dry jerky that tasted like sawdust. He watched the saloon doors, dark and impassive. No sound came from within. No one went in or out. It might have been deserted, a hollow shell, but he knew better. She was in there, waiting. As the sun began its slow descent, painting the western sky with streaks of blood orange and deep violet, the compulsion grew unbearable. The air cooled rapidly, the desert night breathing its chill onto the land. The faint strains of the cello music began to drift from the saloon again, soft and melancholic, a siren song pulling him towards the shore. He couldn't fight it anymore. Maybe he didn't want to. Maybe some part of him, buried deep beneath the drifter's caution, craved the answers promised by those obsidian eyes, even if the price was steep. He pushed himself to his feet, dusting off his pants, and walked towards the dark wood doors. He paused outside, listening to the cello's mournful tune. It sounded different tonight, sadder, perhaps, laden with a deeper sense of foreboding. Taking a steadying breath, he pushed through. The interior was the same. Cool shadows, the scent of old wood and beeswax, and that faint herbal undertone. Low lamps cast their amber glow. The long, polished bar gleamed, and she stood behind it, exactly as before, wiping a glass that already shone. She looked up as he entered, her expression unreadable, but her eyes held a flicker of something, not surprise. Expectation, perhaps, or maybe just acknowledgement. He walked the length of the bar again, the floorboards groaning softly under his weight. The cello music seemed to curl around him, a familiar embrace that was both comforting and deeply unsettling. He stopped before her. "Came back," he stated, his voice rough. It wasn't a question. "The price is paid," she replied, her voice the same low melody. She set the glass down and reached for the same unlabeled bottle as yesterday. She poured him a measure, the amber liquid catching the light. "This one tastes of choices made," she murmured, sliding the glass toward him, "and paths not taken." He hesitated only a moment before picking it up. He met her gaze over the rim. Her dark eyes held his, steady and deep. He took a sip. The fire was there, familiar now, but the undertones had shifted again. He tasted crossroads, the sharp tang of regret, the ghostly echo of laughter down a path he hadn't followed, the lonely chill of a decision made in haste or desperation. It was uncanny, unsettlingly intimate. It tasted like his life. He drank half the glass in one go, needing the burn, the false courage it offered. "You never told me your name," he said, setting the glass down with more force than intended. She tilted her head slightly, considering him. The lamplight caught the sharp line of her jaw, the smooth column of her throat. "Names have power, Eli Kane. Some are best kept close." She picked up the cloth again, resuming her slow wiping of the counter. "For now, you can call me Lyra." Lyra. It suited her somehow. Melodious, slightly mysterious, like the music that filled her saloon. "Lyra," he repeated softly. It felt strange on his tongue. They stood in silence for a long moment, the only sound the persistent, sorrowful notes of the cello. The quiet wasn't empty. It felt charged, thick with unspoken words, unanswered questions. Eli finished his whiskey, the taste of missed chances lingering on his palate. "The music," he said, gesturing vaguely again. "It's different tonight." Lyra nodded, her eyes distant for a moment, looking past him toward the shadowed corners of the room. "The heart of this place beats with the sorrows of those who pass through. Tonight, it feels a deeper wound." Her gaze returned to his, sharp and focused. "Perhaps yours." Before he could respond, the cello music slowly faded, drawing out its last note until it dissolved into the profound silence. The quiet that followed felt absolute, heavy as a held breath. Lyra set down her cloth, her movements deliberate. She turned and walked towards the far end of the bar, disappearing for a moment into the deeper shadows near the back wall. Eli watched, tense, unsure what to expect. She returned carrying not a cello, but a simple old guitar. Its wood was dark, worn smooth in places from handling, bearing the marks of time and use. It looked unassuming, yet in her hands it seemed to possess a quiet dignity. She didn't sit, but leaned back against the bar, cradling the instrument. Her fingers, long and sure, moved over the strings, tuning them with minute adjustments, the soft plinks echoing in the stillness. Then she began to play. It wasn't a lament like the cellos. The melody she coaxed from the old guitar was simpler, starker, like a folk ballad stripped bare to its emotional core. It spoke of wind across lonely plains, of dust settling on forgotten dreams, of waiting and watching under a vast, indifferent sky. Her fingers danced over the fretboard, pulling notes from the strings that seemed to hang in the air like dust motes in a sunbeam, fragile yet resonant. And then she began to sing. Her voice wasn't powerful, not in the way of a saloon singer belting out tunes for drunken cowboys. It was low, almost conversational, yet possessed a haunting clarity that cut straight through the silence, straight through Eli's carefully constructed defenses. It was a voice that didn't demand attention, but commanded it utterly, drawing him in, weaving a spell with words and melody. The dust remembers faces gone, beneath the sun, beneath the stone. A promise whispered on the breeze, lost among the cottonwood trees. Eli froze, his hand halfway to the empty whiskey glass. The words, simple yet evocative, snagged on something sharp within him. Faces gone. A promise whispered. He rides away. The hoofbeats fade. A choice was made. A price was paid. She watches from a window high and beneath a bruised and empty sky. Images flooded his mind, stark and unwanted. Anna, her face, not laughing in the sunlight this time, but pale, framed by the window of their small cabin, her eyes wide, with a fear he hadn't understood until it was too late. The weight of the gun in his own hand, the desperate chase, the blinding flash of betrayal under a sky just like the one Lyra sang of. He gripped the bar, his knuckles turning white. The air felt thick, hard to draw into his lungs. The echo lingers in the pass, a shadow stretched on broken glass. Some wounds bleed longer than the night, and darkness swallows up the light. The gunshot, not the one he'd fired, but the other one, the one that shattered everything. The sound echoed in his memory, sharp and final. Broken glass. Had there been broken glass? He couldn't remember clearly, the memory shrouded in smoke and panic and the overwhelming stench of gunpowder and regret. But the song, it felt like it knew, like it had been there. Lyra's eyes were closed as she sang, her head tilted slightly as if listening to the story unfold within the music. Her voice didn't tremble, held no overt judgment, yet it carried the full weight of the tragedy, the sorrow, the irreversible finality of it all. It wasn't just a song, it was his past laid bare, sung back to him by a stranger in a saloon that shouldn't exist. So pour the drink and let it burn. Some lessons only ghosts can learn. The dust remembers, holds it deep, while lonely men their vigils keep. The song ended. The last chord hung in the air, vibrating with unspoken grief, then faded into the profound silence once more. The saloon felt colder now, the shadows deeper. Eli stood rigid, breathing hard, the images still swirling behind his eyes. Anna's face, the glint of steel, the accusing stare of the man he had thought his friend, the vast emptiness afterwards. Lyra opened her eyes. Her dark gaze met his, and for the first time, he saw something beyond the enigmatic stillness. He saw a flicker of shared sorrow, a profound understanding that transcended words. It wasn't pity. It was recognition. How, he managed, his voice a strangled whisper. How do you know that song? How do you know? He couldn't finish the sentence. How did she know his life? She rested the guitar gently against the bar, her fingers lingering on the worn wood. Some stories are etched so deeply into the heart of this land, they seep into the foundations of places like this, she said softly. The walls here, the dust remembers. The music, it just gives them voice. It wasn't an answer, not really. It was more deflection, more mystery. But the way she looked at him, the shared sorrow in her eyes, it hinted at something more personal. That wasn't just a story, Eli insisted, his voice regaining some strength, fueled by a rising tide of anger and confusion. That was specific. Perhaps, she conceded, her gaze unwavering. Great sorrows often share the same shape, Eli. Betrayal, loss, regret, they leave similar scars. She paused, her eyes searching his face. Did the song speak true for you? Did it speak true? It ripped him open, spilled his secrets onto the polished bar top. Too true, he ground out. He felt raw, exposed, vulnerable in a way he hadn't been in years. He wanted to lash out, to demand answers, to break through the calm, enigmatic facade she presented. But underneath the anger, a colder fear bloomed. If she knew this, what else did she know? What other ghost could she summon with a song? He looked around the saloon, truly seeing it this time. The deep shadows, the low lamps casting pools of light that never quite reached the corners, the utter absence of anyone else. It felt less like a place of business and more like a confessional, or perhaps a waiting room between worlds. And Lyra, was she merely the keeper or something more? He noticed something then on the wall behind her. half hidden in the shadows beyond the rows of bottles. A small oval frame, dark wood like everything else. Inside, behind dusty glass, was a faded photograph, a sepia portrait. He squinted, trying to make it out in the dim light. It looked like a woman, younger than Lyra perhaps, with dark hair swept up, wearing a dress from maybe 20, 30 years ago. Her face was turned slightly away from the camera, her expression indistinct in the fading image and poor light, yet there was something familiar about the line of her jaw, the set of her shoulders. "Who is that?" he asked, nodding towards the portrait. Lyra glanced back, her expression unreadable. "Just a memory," she said quietly. "Someone the dust hasn't quite forgotten yet." She turned back to him, deliberately drawing his attention away from the photograph. "You look like a man carrying a heavy burden, Eli Kane. Sometimes sharing the weight makes the road ahead seem less long." Was that an offer? An invitation to unload the guilt and grief he'd carried silently for so long? The thought was tempting, terrifyingly so. To speak of Anna, of Ben, of what happened in that canyon. He hadn't uttered those names aloud in years. But to speak of it here, to this woman who seemed to know more than she should, felt like stepping off a cliff into an unknown abyss. He shook his head, pushing away from the bar. "I need air." Lyra didn't try to stop him. She simply watched him, her obsidian eyes holding that unnerving blend of sorrow and stillness. "The night is deep," she warned softly, echoing her words from the previous evening. "And the desert holds more than just coyotes." He didn't reply, just turned and strode towards the doors, the echo of her ballad clinging to him like dust. He pushed through into the night, expecting the cool air to shock him back to reality. But the reality of Red Hollow felt just as strange, just as charged as the saloon he had just left. The sliver of moon cast long, distorted shadows. The silence pressed in, immense and watchful. He leaned against the rough wooden wall outside, taking deep breaths. The song reverberated in his soul. Some wounds bleed longer than the night. His certainly had. He'd thought drifting, running, burying himself in anonymity would cauterize the wound, but here, in this forgotten town, in that impossible saloon, it had been torn open again, raw and bleeding. He looked back at the saloon doors. He should leave. Ride out now, under the cover of darkness, and never look back. Put miles, states, territories between himself and Red Hollow, between himself and Lyra and her haunting ballad. But as he looked at the dark, impassive building, he knew he couldn't. The song hadn't just stirred memories. It had forged a connection, a chain binding him to this place, to her. He needed to understand. How did she know? Who was she really? And who was the woman in the faded photograph? He had paid the price for the second drink by returning, but he had a chilling certainty that the true cost of walking into Lyra's saloon was only beginning to be tallied. The ballad was just the first installment. He straightened up, the cool night air doing little to quell the turmoil inside him. He wasn't leaving Red Hollow yet. He couldn't. He had to go back. He had to know. Chapter 3. Whispers in Red Hollow. The hayloft offered little comfort against the chill that had settled deep in Eli's bones, a chill that had nothing to do with the pre-dawn air. Lyra's ballad echoed in the hollow spaces of his mind, each note, each word, a fresh prick against a wound he'd long pretended was scarred over. Some wounds bleed longer than the night. He hadn't slept, merely drifted in a restless state between exhaustion and the sharp, painful clarity of memory, resurrected by her song. Sunlight, thin and pale, began to seep through the cracks in the livery walls, chasing away the deepest shadows, but offering no warmth. He sat up, the hay scratching against his worn shirt, the scent of dust and horse suddenly cloying. He felt exposed, stripped bare by a song sung by a stranger. Anger warred with a chilling fear and an undeniable consuming curiosity. How could she know? The specific imagery, the window, the bruised sky, the shadow on broken glass, it wasn't mere coincidence. Wasn't just the shared shape of sorrow she'd spoken of. It felt like testimony. He couldn't get answers from Lyra, not yet. She dealt in riddles, in whiskey that tasted of secrets, in songs that flayed a man's soul. He needed another angle. Red Hollow itself. The town huddled under the weight of its silence, watchful and wary. He'd felt it yesterday, the unseen eyes, the held breath. The saloon, unmarked, unacknowledged on his map, stood apart. Yet it had to be connected to the town, to its history, its people. The fear he'd sensed clinging to the edges of the town, was it connected to her, to that place? The townsfolk, whoever they were, hiding behind their grimy windows and closed doors, they must know something. He needed to tread carefully. A stranger asking pointed questions in a place like Red Hollow was likely to be met with suspicion, hostility, or worse. He had to be just another drifter, passing through, maybe looking for work, making casual inquiries. He needed to listen more than talk. Watch for the flicker in an eye, the tightening of a jaw, the hesitation that betrayed hidden knowledge. After tending to Cinder, sharing a silent transactional exchange with the grim livery owner for another day's keep, Eli stepped out into the main street. The sun was climbing, already beginning to bake the dust. The air was still, the silence broken only by the distant rhythmic creak of that same unseen sign and the buzzing of flies somewhere nearby. He pulled his hat lower, shielding his eyes, and began to walk, slowly, deliberately, aimlessly. He forced himself to observe the details he'd overlooked in his weariness the day before. The boardwalk planks were warped and uneven, treacherous in places. Nails worked loose by heat and time stuck up like rusty fangs. The buildings sagged, their timbers bleached and split. Faded paint peeled back like sunburnt skin, revealing the gray, aged wood beneath. Weeds pushed up stubbornly through cracks in the hard-baked earth along the edges of the street, yet there were subtle signs of recent habitation, a neatly swept patch of porch on one otherwise derelict-looking house, a faint trail of smoke curling from a crooked stovepipe chimney near the back of the general store. Someone lived here. They just didn't want to be seen. He felt eyes on him. He didn't turn his head quickly, didn't give any sign he noticed, but the feeling was palpable, a prickling on the back of his neck, the sense of being scrutinized from behind drawn curtains or shadowed doorways. Red Hollow wasn't just empty, it was hiding. His steps led him inevitably towards the general store. It seemed the most logical place to start. Even hermit towns needed supplies. The windows were thick with grime, reflecting the dusty street like clouded eyes. A hand-painted sign, barely legible, hung crookedly. Red Hollow Mercantile Provisions. Necessities. The door was closed tight. He climbed the 2 sagging steps onto the porch, the wood groaning under his weight. He hesitated, then knocked, the sound echoing unnaturally loud in the stillness. Silence answered him. He waited, straining to hear any movement inside. Nothing. He knocked again, harder this time. After a long moment, filled only by the whine of the wind picking up slightly, he heard the faint scrape of a bolt being drawn back. The door opened a mere crack, revealing a sliver of darkness within and a single suspicious eye peering out. It was an old woman's eye, watery blue, netted in fine wrinkles, darting nervously from his face to his boots and back again. "What you want?" Her voice was thin, reedy, laced with suspicion. Eli kept his voice low, non-threatening. "Morning, ma'am. Just looking to buy a few supplies. Coffee, maybe some jerky." He touched the brim of his hat politely. The eyes scrutinized him for another long moment. He could feel her, weighing him, judging the dust on his clothes, the lines of weariness on his face, the gun at his hip. Finally, the door opened a little wider, just enough for him to slip inside. She bolted it again immediately behind him, the sound echoing loudly in the sudden gloom. The inside of the store was cramped and cluttered, smelling faintly of dust, dried goods, kerosene, and mice. Shelves lined the walls, laden with tinned goods, sacks of flour and beans, bolts of cloth, tools, and a random assortment of necessities. The air was thick, close, the only light filtering through the grimy front windows and a single smoky kerosene lamp burning on the counter, even though it was broad daylight outside. The woman stood behind the counter, small and frail-looking in a faded calico dress, her gray hair pulled back in a tight, severe bun. Her face was a road map of wrinkles, her lips pressed into a thin, disapproving line. She didn't invite him to look around, just stood waiting, her hands clasped tightly before her. "Coffee," Eli said, keeping his tone mild, "and jerky if you have it." She turned, her movement stiff, and retrieved a small sack of coffee beans and a few strips of dark, leathery jerky from under the counter. She placed them before him without a word, her eyes avoiding his. Eli took out some coins, placing them deliberately on the counter. As she counted them slowly, her fingers trembling slightly, he tried a casual approach. "Quiet town you got here." Her fingers stilled on the coins. She didn't look up. "Quiet's how we like it." Her voice was flat, discouraging conversation. "Just passing through," Eli continued, trying to sound harmless. "Looking maybe for a place to get a hot meal or a decent drink. Didn't see much sign posted." She finally looked up, her watery eyes sharp with distrust. "Ain't no place for meals here. Folks keep to themselves." She pushed his meager purchases towards him. "Best you keep passing through, mister." The dismissal was clear, but Eli couldn't leave it there. He had to ask. He leaned slightly closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially, as if sharing a curiosity rather than conducting an interrogation. "Saw a place down the way yesterday," he began carefully, gesturing vaguely with his head. "Set back from the road, near them two dead cottonwoods. Looked like a saloon, but no sign. Tall building, dark wood doors." The reaction was instantaneous and stark. The woman flinched as if struck. The color drained from her already pale face, leaving it chalky white. Her eyes widened in genuine fear, darting towards the door as if expecting something monstrous to burst through. She made a small, fluttering gesture with her hand, almost like she was warding off evil, maybe sketching a hasty sign of the cross. "Don't," she hissed, her voice dropping to a terrified whisper, suddenly fierce. "Don't you talk about that place. Don't you go near that place." Her hand shot out, gripping his arm with surprising strength, her bony fingers digging into his flesh. It ain't right. It ain't natural." Eli stood perfectly still, surprised by the intensity of her reaction, the raw terror in her eyes. This was more than just dislike or disapproval. This was deep-seated dread. "What do you mean, ma'am?" he asked softly. "What's wrong with it?" Her grip tightened for a second, then she snatched her hand back as if his touch burned her. She backed away from the counter, bumping into a sack of beans. "Nothing," she stammered, her eyes wide and unfocused. "Nothing for you to worry about if you just ride on. It don't concern travelers." She wrung her hands, her gaze skittering around the dim store as if seeing things Eli couldn't. That woman, she... She keeps to herself, and we keep away from her. That's the way it is, the way it has to be. The woman? Lyra? Eli let the name slip out, watching her reaction. Hearing the name spoken aloud seemed to shatter the last of the woman's composure. A small, choked gasp escaped her lips. "Get out," she whispered, her voice trembling violently. "Get out now. Take your things and go. And don't you come back." She pointed a shaking finger towards the door, her face contorted with fear and a sudden desperate anger. Eli saw there was no point pushing further. He'd struck a nerve, a deep vein of terror that ran through the heart of Red Hollow. He gathered his coffee and jerky, the coin still lying untouched on the counter. "Keep the change, ma'am," he said quietly. She didn't seem to hear him. She fumbled with the bolt on the door, her hands shaking so badly she could barely manage it. She threw the door open, exposing them both to the harsh sunlight and the dusty street. "Go," she repeated, practically shoving him out onto the porch. The door slammed shut behind him, and he heard the bolt scrape firmly back into place. Eli stood on the porch for a moment, blinking in the sudden brightness, the woman's palpable fear clinging to him like the dust. It ain't right. It ain't natural. That woman, she keeps to herself, and we keep away from her. It wasn't just a strange saloon. It was taboo, a source of terror for the locals, and Lyra was at the center of it. He walked back down the street, the silence feeling even heavier now, charged with the undercurrent of fear he'd just witnessed. He glanced towards the livery stable. Would the old man be any more forthcoming? Doubtful. Silence seemed to be the common currency in Red Hollow, fear the only shared emotion. He decided against trying the livery owner again for now. His gaze fell on the squat building marked Sheriff. It looked even more derelict than the others. The door sagged on its hinges, slightly ajar. No horse was hitched outside, no sign of life. Driven by a need to understand the vacuum of authority that allowed such fear to fester unchecked, Eli pushed the door open wider. A wave of stale, dusty air hit him. The inside was small, just a single room. An overturned wooden chair lay on the floor amidst scattered papers, yellowed and brittle with age. A simple wooden desk stood against one wall, its surface thick with dust, scarred with old ink stains. A rusted tin star lay half buried in the grime. Cobwebs draped the corners like funeral shrouds. On the wall, a single wanted poster, faded and torn, depicted a man with cruel eyes and a drooping mustache, a face from a bygone conflict, irrelevant now. The place hadn't been used in years. Red Hollow had no law, no protection beyond whatever uneasy truce the inhabitants had made with the silence, the dust, and the fear emanating from the saloon at the edge of town. Eli stepped back out, pulling the door shut. The lack of law wasn't surprising in these remote territories, but here it felt different. It felt like an abandonment, leaving the town exposed, vulnerable to whatever held sway in the shadows. He needed to think. He retreated to the meager shade of the two skeletal cottonwoods near Lyra's saloon, sinking down onto the dusty ground, his back against the rough bark of the larger tree. He uncorked his canteen, taking a small sip of the lukewarm water. The mercantile woman's terror, the sheriff's abandoned office, the oppressive silence had all pointed to something deeply wrong in Red Hollow. And Lyra? That woman. The way the old woman spat the words, laced with fear and something else. Resentment? Awe? Whatever power Lyra held, the townsfolk respected it enough to keep their distance, to warn strangers away with frantic intensity. What had she done? Or what were they afraid she could do? He chewed slowly on a piece of the tough jerky, his eyes fixed on the impassive dark wood doors of the saloon. It stood there, silent and waiting, holding its secrets close. The cello music wasn't playing now. The place seemed dormant under the midday sun. But he knew, as surely as he knew his own name, that the quiet was deceptive. Inside Lara waited, the keeper of the saloon, the singer of soul-bearing ballads, the heart of Red Hollow's fear. The sun beat down, relentless. The heat shimmered above the dust. Time seemed to stretch, thin and brittle. Lost in thought, Eli almost missed the movement at the edge of his vision. A flicker of color down near the base of the other cottonwood. He squinted. A single wildflower, a deep, impossible blue. Like a fragment of twilight sky was blooming defiantly in the parched, cracked earth at the base of the tree. It looked impossibly vibrant, out of place in the desiccated landscape, like a drop of wet paint on a faded canvas. He didn't remember seeing it earlier. Drawn by its unlikely beauty, he pushed himself up and walked over to it. He crouched down, examining the bloom. The petals were delicate, velvety, the color so deep it seemed to absorb the harsh sunlight. It smelled faintly sweet, a clean, fresh scent amidst the pervasive dust. It reminded him, achingly, of the wildflowers Anna used to gather near their cabin, the ones she'd pressed between the pages of her favorite book. A pang of grief, sharp and sudden, pierced through his confusion. As he reached out, hesitant to touch its fragile perfection, his fingers brushed against something small and hard hidden beneath the bloom, nestled against the dry roots. He carefully pushed the flower aside. It was a locket, small, silver, tarnished with age, lying half buried in the dust as if it had lain there for a very long time. Yet it hadn't been there this morning. He was sure of it. His heart gave a sudden, heavy thud. He picked it up. It felt cool in his palm, heavier than it looked. The silver was intricately etched with swirling patterns, worn smooth in places. There was no chain attached. He turned it over. On the back, almost obscured by tarnish and time, was a faint inscription. He rubbed at it with his thumb, trying to make out the letters. It took him a moment, angling it in the sunlight. 2 words: always found. Always found. The phrase echoed with a chilling resonance. Everyone finds their way back here eventually, Lyra had said. Maps only show the places people want to find. This saloon, it finds those who need finding. Coincidence? Or another piece of the puzzle, deliberately left for him? He looked from the locket in his hand to the impossible blue flower, then up towards the silent, watchful saloon. The air felt suddenly colder despite the baking sun. The whispers of Red Hollow, the fear in the old woman's eyes, the abandoned sheriff's office, the haunting ballad, the whiskey tasting of his own past, and now this, the locket, appearing like a conjured object beneath a flower that shouldn't exist here. It wasn't just a strange town or a mysterious woman anymore. It was a web, intricate and sticky, and he was caught fast in its threads. The locket felt heavy in his hand, heavy with implication, with secrets yet unearthed. He knew with a certainty that settled deep in his gut that opening it might reveal something he wasn't prepared for. But not opening it, that felt like turning his back on the only path forward, however dangerous it might be. The whispers of Red Hollow had warned him away, painting Lyra and her saloon as something to be feared, avoided at all costs. But fear was a familiar companion, and the need for answers, the pull towards the truth behind the ballad and the woman with obsidian eyes, was now stronger than any warning the frightened townsfolk could offer. He closed his hand around the cool silver of the locket. He had to go back. He had to face her again. And he had to find out what secrets this small, tarnished piece of metal held. The sun was beginning its descent again, casting long shadows across the dusty ground. Night was coming, and with it, another visit to the saloon at the edge of nowhere. Chapter 4. Music from a Shadowed Soul. The transition from the bruised twilight of Red Hollow back into the shadowed embrace of the saloon was no less jarring the third time. If anything, the contrast felt sharper, the demarcation between the dying, dusty world outside and the timeless, lamplit stillness within more absolute. The air was cool, carrying the familiar scents of old wood, beeswax, and that faint, elusive herbal fragrance, like crushed sage after a desert rain. Tonight, though, beneath those scents, Eli thought he detected something else, something metallic and sharp, like the tang of ozone before a lightning strike, or perhaps the coppery trace of old blood long soaked into the floorboards. The cello music was back, a low, resonant thrum that seemed to rise from the very grain of the wood. It wasn't the lament of the first night, nor the stark ballad Lyra had sung. This melody felt older, deeper, more contemplative, like the slow turning of ancient gears deep beneath the earth. It filled the room not with sorrow, but with a profound sense of waiting, of secrets held in suspension. Lyra stood behind the bar, just as he'd known she would be. She wasn't wiping the counter this time, nor polishing glasses. She stood perfectly still, her hands resting flat on the dark wood, her gaze directed towards the far, shadowed end of the room, as if watching something only she could see. The low lamplight caught the obsidian depths of her eyes, making them gleam softly. She didn't turn as the swing doors creaked shut behind him, didn't acknowledge his presence immediately. It felt less like neglect and more like she was caught in a moment, listening to the music, perhaps, or to whispers only she could hear. Eli walked toward her, the weight of the tarnished silver locket heavy in his trouser pocket, pressing against his thigh like a brand. His boots made soft thuds on the worn floorboards, sounds absorbed almost instantly by the heavy quiet and the deep thrum of the cello. He stopped at the bar opposite her, the polished wood cool beneath his fingertips. She turned her head slowly, her gaze shifting from the shadows to meet his. There was no surprise in her eyes, only that same unnerving stillness, that profound depth that seemed to soak up the light in his own hesitant resolve. Tonight, though, he thought he saw something else, flicker beneath the surface, a weariness, perhaps, a faint shadow that hadn't been there before, or maybe he was just projecting his own turmoil onto her enigmatic facade. Eli Kane, she greeted him, her voice the familiar low melody, smooth as river stones worn by centuries of water. The roads led you back. They seemed to, he replied, his own voice rougher than he intended. He kept his hand away from his pocket, not ready to reveal the locket just yet. He needed to gauge her mood, to test the waters stirred by the fear he'd seen in the town. Your whiskey, the one for choices made. A faint smile touched her lips, fleeting and melancholic. Ah, yes, the taste of paths not taken. She turned, her movements fluid and unhurried, selecting the same unlabeled bottle. As she poured the amber liquid into a clean glass, the cello music seemed to swell slightly, a deeper chord resonating through the room before settling back into its contemplative rhythm. The scent of the whiskey rose smoke, honey, and that indefinable hint of regret. She slid the glass towards him. He picked it up, the familiar weight grounding him momentarily. He met her eyes over the rim before taking a sip. The burn was clean, sharp, followed by the complex layers of flavor. Choices made, paths not taken. He tasted the phantom warmth of a fireplace in a cabin he'd abandoned, the sharp sting of betrayal under a wide sky, the bitter loneliness of the drifter's road. It was all there, concentrated in the amber depths of the glass. He set the glass down, the liquid barely touched. The folks in town, he began, keeping his tone casual, probing. They seem spooked. especially about this place, about you." Lyra didn't react immediately. She picked up a cloth, her movements slow and deliberate as she began to wipe down a section of the already immaculate bar. "Fear takes many forms, Eli," she said softly, not looking at him. "Some fear the unknown. Some fear what they do know or what they suspect. Red Hollow. It holds its share of both. They warned me away." Eli pressed gently. "Said this place wasn't natural. Said you." He let the sentence hang, watching her closely. Her hands stilled on the counter. She looked up then, her dark eyes meeting his directly. The weariness he'd glimpsed earlier seemed more pronounced now, a subtle shading in the depths of her gaze. "And what do you think, Eli Kane? After drinking my whiskey? After hearing the music? Do I seem unnatural to you?" The question hung in the air, heavy with implication. Did she? She felt other, separate from the harsh realities of the world he knew, tied to this strange, timeless saloon, serving drinks that tasted like memory, singing songs that echoed his deepest secrets. Unnatural? Maybe. Dangerous? Undoubtedly. But also compelling, intensely, inexplicably compelling. "I think," he said slowly, choosing his words carefully, "that there's more to you and to this place than meets the eye, and I think the people in town are terrified of it." She held his gaze for a long moment, then gave a small, almost imperceptible nod, as if conceding a point long settled. "Fear is a powerful current," she murmured. "It can keep people safe in familiar shallows, or it can drown them if they venture too deep." She turned her attention back to the counter, her movements resuming their slow, rhythmic pace. "They choose the shallows. It's understandable." Her calm acceptance, her lack of defensiveness, only deepened the mystery. She wasn't denying the town's fear. She was validating it, contextualizing it as a choice. He felt a surge of frustration, the need to break through her composure, to force a direct answer. Now was the time. He reached into his pocket, his fingers closing around the cool, worn silver of the locket. He pulled it out, placing it deliberately on the polished bar top between them. It lay there, tarnished and unassuming, yet radiating a silent weight in the amber lamplight. Always found. The reaction was subtle, but undeniable. Lyra froze. Her hand stopped mid-wipe, hovering over the dark wood, her gaze fixed on the locket, her eyes widening almost imperceptibly. The blood seemed to drain from her face, leaving her skin with a translucent pallor beneath the lamplight. The deep stillness she usually projected cracked, revealing a flicker of raw, unguarded emotion, shock, recognition, and something akin to pain. It was there and gone in a heartbeat, replaced by a carefully reconstructed mask of composure. But Eli had seen it. The cello music faltered. The deep, resonant notes stuttered, dissolving into a dissonant scrape, like a bow suddenly dragged across strings with too much force. Then, silence. A profound, ringing silence that pressed down on the room, amplifying the frantic beat of Eli's own heart. Lyra slowly lowered her hand, her fingers brushing the wood near the locket, but not touching it. Her eyes, when she finally lifted them to meet his, were darker than ever, pools of shadow reflecting the tiny flame of the lamp. "Where?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, yet carrying an intensity that made the air crackle. "Did you get that?" "Found it," Eli replied, watching her intently. "Outside, near the base of that cottonwood, the one with the blue flower." Her eyes flickered, a brief acknowledgement. "The lasura bloom," she murmured, almost to herself. "They only grow where profound sorrow has seeped into the earth." Her gaze returned to the locket, drawn like a moth to a flame. She still didn't touch it. "It shouldn't be out there. It belongs..." Within. Within what? Eli pressed. Within this saloon? What is it, Lyra? Who did it belong to? She looked away from the locket, her gaze sweeping around the shadowed room, lingering on the empty tables, the silent corners, the portrait half hidden behind the bar. Her expression was distant, lost in memory or sorrow. It belonged to a heart that was broken here, she said softly, her voice laden with an old, deep sadness, to a promise that shattered like glass, to a soul the dust hasn't forgotten. Eli remembered the faded photograph behind the bar, the woman with the averted gaze. The woman in the picture? Lyra nodded slowly, her eyes still distant. Her name was Elena, she whispered, the name barely audible. She came here seeking refuge, carrying a hope like a fragile flame in a storm. She found something else. The name hung in the air. Elena. It felt significant, heavy with unspoken tragedy. What happened to her? Eli asked, leaning forward slightly, drawn into the story despite himself. Lyra's gaze drifted back to the locket, then to Eli's face. A shadow crossed her features, a deep pain momentarily surfacing before being submerged again beneath her usual calm. Some stories are too sharp to be told plainly, she said, her voice regaining some of its enigmatic quality, though the undertone of sorrow remained. They cut the teller as much as the listener. Her story, it's woven into the fabric of this place, into the music. As if on cue, a new sound emerged from the silence. Not the cello this time, but the faint, clear notes of a piano, played softly, tentatively, from somewhere in the deepest shadows at the back of the room. Eli hadn't noticed a piano before, but the sound was unmistakable, delicate, melancholic, each note falling like a teardrop into a deep well. The melody was unfamiliar, yet it resonated with the same profound sadness as the cello, laced with a thread of desperate hope that made it almost unbearable. Lyra closed her eyes briefly, listening. Elena played, she murmured. She poured her heart into the keys when words failed her. The piano remembers. The music swelled slightly, growing in confidence, painting a picture in sound, a lonely room, flickering candlelight, a soul wrestling with love and fear. It was achingly beautiful, heartbreakingly intimate. Eli felt like an intruder listening to the private confessions of a ghost. He looked back at the locket lying on the bar. Always found. What does the inscription mean? Lyra opened her eyes, her gaze focusing on him again, sharp and intense. It was a promise, she said, her voice low. A vow made under a lover's moon, that no matter where she went, no matter what happened, he would find her, that their connection transcended distance even. She hesitated, her gaze dropping back to the locket. Even death. A chill traced its way down Eli's spine. Transcended death. The whispers from the original premise echoed in his mind, a truth that could shatter the veil between life and death. Was this saloon a place where such veils were thin? Was Lyra something other than human, bound to this place and its memories? Was Elena's story one of haunting, of a spirit tied to the locket, to the saloon? Did he find her? Eli asked, his voice hushed. Lyra reached out then, her fingers finally closing over the locket. Her touch was feather-light, almost reverent. She didn't pick it up, just rested her hand over it, shielding it from view. The piano music faltered for a beat, then resumed its sorrowful tune. He found her, Lyra confirmed, her voice tight with suppressed emotion. But finding isn't always rescuing, Eli. Sometimes it's sealing a fate. She drew her hand back, leaving the locket exposed again on the dark wood. This locket, she continued, her gaze holding his, demanding his full attention, is a key. It holds echoes, memories, but unlocking them comes at a cost. Some doors, once opened, can never be fully closed again. Are you prepared for that? The question was direct. A clear warning. Stop digging. Right away. Leave the ghosts to their eternal sorrows. The mercantile woman's terrified face flashed in his mind. Don't you go near that place. The path ahead felt fraught with dangers he couldn't comprehend. Dangers that went beyond bullets and badlands. But the alternative, leaving now with the story half told, with the mystery of Lyra and Elena and this impossible saloon hanging over him. It felt like a betrayal. A betrayal of Elena's memory, perhaps, but also a betrayal of himself, of the desperate need for understanding that had led him here. He thought of Anna, of his own broken promises, of the weight he carried. Maybe understanding Elena's fate, understanding this place, was a way to confront his own ghosts. What cost? He asked steadily, meeting her intense gaze without flinching. Lyra studied him for a long moment, her obsidian eyes seeming to search his very soul, weighing his resolve, his capacity for enduring the truth. The piano music softened, becoming almost tentative again, as if waiting for his answer, for her judgment. The cost is entanglement, she said finally, her voice low and solemn. To learn the truth of this place, of Elena, is to become part of its story, to bind yourself to its sorrows, its echoes. The dust here clings, Eli Kane. It settles in your soul. You might find answers, but you might lose yourself in the process. You might find you can never truly leave Red Hollow, even if you ride 1,000 miles away. Her words hung in the air, heavy as unshed tears. Entanglement, binding himself to the saloon's sorrow, never truly leaving. It sounded like a curse, yet wasn't he already entangled? Hadn't the process begun the moment he tasted her whiskey, heard her song, felt the weight of her gaze? The piano music swelled again, a poignant, searching melody that seemed to resonate with the conflict inside him. He looked at the locket, then at Lyra. Her face was impassive again, the mask firmly back in place, but her eyes held a depth of knowledge, of ancient sorrow that spoke volumes. She knew the cost because she was living it. She was entangled, bound to this place, keeper of its memories and its music. Tell me, Eli said, his voice quiet but firm. Tell me what happened to Elena. Tell me about this place. I need to know. Lyra held his gaze for another long moment, the silence stretching, filled only by the heartbreaking notes of the piano. Then she gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod. A profound sadness settled over her features, the sadness of acceptance, of inevitability. Very well, she whispered, the sound barely disturbing the air. She reached out and gently picked up the locket, cradling it in her palm. Her fingers closed around it, hiding it from view, but not through words alone. Words can lie, twist, conceal. The truest stories are felt. She turned slightly, gesturing towards the shadowed end of the room where the piano music originated. Listen, she urged softly. Listen to the music. Let it tell you. It remembers everything. The hope, the fear, the betrayal, the final silence. Eli turned his gaze towards the back of the saloon. He still couldn't see the piano or the player, if there even was a player. The music seemed to emanate from the shadows themselves, a disembodied voice singing a tale of heartbreak. He focused on the melody, letting it wash over him, trying to decipher the story held within its notes. It spoke of stolen moments, whispered promises under starry skies, the creeping shadow of doubt, the sharp agony of discovery, and finally a descent into a quiet, chilling despair that felt colder than any grave. He felt a profound sense of sorrow settle over him, an empathy for the unseen Elena, for the broken promise represented by the locket Lyra now held. He felt the entanglement she'd warned of beginning, threads of Elena's story weaving themselves into his own tapestry of grief and regret. He looked back at Lyra. She was watching him, her expression unreadable, but intense. She still held the locket concealed in her hand. The piano music continued its mournful tale, each note a step deeper into the shadowed past of the saloon. He had asked for answers, and she was giving them to him, not in words, but in music, in feeling, in a shared immersion into the sorrow that permeated this place. The cost was already being paid. He was listening to music from a shadowed soul, and he knew, with chilling certainty, that its echoes would follow him long after the final note faded. The silence, when it eventually came, would be deafening. Chapter 5. The Locket on the Bar. The piano music flowed through the dim saloon like phantom water, carving channels through the silence, pooling in the shadowed corners. It was a voice crying out from the past, weaving a tapestry of emotion more potent, more revealing than any spoken word. Eli stood at the bar, whiskey forgotten in his hand, utterly captive. He listened not just with his ears, but with his gut, with the aching hollows in his own memory. He heard the tentative hope in the delicate upper notes, a shy melody like sunlight breaking through clouds. Perhaps Elena arriving in Red Hollow, seeking sanctuary, believing she'd found a haven. Then came a deeper, richer theme, full of warmth and burgeoning passion. A dance between two souls finding each other in the desolate landscape. It spoke of whispered promises under the vast, indifferent desert sky. The kind of promises that felt eternal in the moment they were made. Eli felt a pang of recognition, a ghostly echo of Anna's hand in his, the shared dream of a future that had felt so certain, so tangible, before it dissolved into dust and blood. But the music didn't linger in the light. Shadows began to creep into the melody. Minor chords intruded, dissonant notes jarring against the earlier harmony. Doubt, fear, the creeping chill of suspicion. The piano seemed to falter, hesitate, mirroring a heart grappling with unwelcome truths. Eli could almost picture Elena at the keys, her fingers stumbling, her mind racing, trying to reconcile the promise of love with the cold dread taking root in her soul. Was it betrayal she sensed, deception, or something darker, something inherent to Red Hollow itself, to the very air she breathed in this place? The music descended further into anguish. Tumultuous passages followed, crashing chords like slammed doors or shattered trust, interspersed with moments of heartbreakingly fragile melody, like someone pleading, trying to hold on to something already broken. It was the sound of a desperate fight, a soul railing against an inevitable, crushing fate. Eli gripped the edge of the bar, the wood digging into his palms. He recognized that descent, the feeling of solid ground crumbling beneath your feet, the frantic scrabbling for purchase as the abyss opened up. His own betrayal, sharp and sudden in a sun-drenched canyon, felt less like a distant memory and more like a parallel wound, bleeding in sympathy with Elena's unseen agony. Finally, the frantic energy subsided, replaced by a profound, chilling stillness. The notes became sparse, slow, deliberate. Each one fell like a stone into deep water, the ripples spreading out into the oppressive silence of the saloon. It wasn't peace. It was resignation. The terrible quiet after the storm has passed, leaving only wreckage behind. The sound of utter, irreversible loss. The music didn't end abruptly. It simply faded, note by solitary note, until only the deep silence of the saloon remained, heavier, more profound than before. Eli let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. The silence felt thick, viscous, charged with the residue of Elena's story. He felt hollowed out, yet strangely full, burdened by an empathy that bordered on shared experience. He looked at Lyra. She stood with her eyes closed, her face etched with a sorrow so deep it seemed carved into her features. The locket lay concealed in her closed hand, resting on the bar top. A single tear traced a glistening path down her cheek, catching the lamplight like a tiny diamond before she subtly wiped it away with the back of her free hand. It was the most overt display of emotion he had seen from her, a crack in the enigmatic facade that revealed the raw wound beneath. Seeing it made her feel suddenly, achingly human, despite the strangeness surrounding her. She opened her eyes, the profound sadness lingering in their obsidian depths. "You heard?" she asked softly. Eli nodded, unable to speak for a moment. The music lingered, echoing in the space between them. "I heard a hope," he managed, his voice hoarse. "And love, then fear, betrayal, and then nothing." The final silence, Lyra confirmed, her voice barely a whisper, when the music stopped for good. She looked down at her hand covering the locket. He found her, as he promised. But the finding, it wasn't what she dreamed of under that lover's moon. "What happened?" Eli pressed, needing the words now, needing to anchor the overwhelming emotions stirred by the music. Who was he? Why did he betray her? Lyra hesitated, her gaze drifting towards the faded portrait behind the bar. "His name was Thorn," she said, the name spoken with a quiet bitterness that surprised him. "Jasper Thorn. He came here trailing promises like dust devils, charming and dangerous. He promised Elena the world, a life away from whatever shadows she was fleeing. She believed him, loved him. Thorn. The name sounded sharp, like the thorns on a desert rose, beautiful, but capable of drawing blood. What shadows was she fleeing? Everyone comes to Red Hollow running from something." Lyra deflected gently. "Her past doesn't matter as much as the future Thorn stole from her." She finally lifted her hand, revealing the locket again. It lay on the dark wood, seeming to pulse faintly in the lamplight. He gave her this, a symbol of his undying devotion, always found. He swore no wall, no distance, not even hell itself, could keep him from her. "But it was a lie?" Eli asked, tracing the grim logic of the music. "Not entirely," Lyra murmured, her eyes fixed on the locket. "He meant the finding part, just not the devotion. Thorn wasn't just a charmer, he was a collector. Of secrets, of valuables, of hearts he could break for his own gain. Elena, she had something he wanted, something more than her love." "What?" Lyra shook her head slowly. "That part of the story is tangled. Suffice it to say, when she discovered his true nature, his intentions, she tried to flee. She thought she could escape Red Hollow, escape him." Lyra's hand hovered over the locket again. "She was wrong. He found her, right here, in this saloon." Eli's blood ran cold. He pictured the scene: Elena, cornered, desperate, facing the man she loved, the man who had become her nightmare. The final chilling notes of the piano echoed in his mind. He killed her. Lyra didn't answer directly. Her gaze was locked on the locket, her expression unreadable, yet radiating a quiet intensity. "The promise was fulfilled," she whispered. "He found her." And the music stopped. She looked up at Eli, her eyes boring into his. "Thorn didn't just take her life, Eli. He took something more. He bound her here." "Bound her? Like the whisper said about Lyra herself? How?" "This place," Lyra gestured vaguely around the room, "it holds echoes, strong emotions, violent acts, broken promises. They leave an imprint, stronger here than elsewhere. Thorn, He understood things about this place, about power and binding, things better left unknown. He used her love, her despair, and this locket, this promise twisted into a curse to anchor her spirit to these walls. She can't leave. Her sorrow fuels the music, draws others like her, those carrying heavy burdens of their own. Lyra's gaze held a profound weariness. She is the heart of the saloon's sorrow, and Thorne ensured she would never be free. Eli stared at her, the pieces clicking into place with a horrifying clarity. The saloon wasn't just haunted, it was a prison, built on a foundation of betrayal and bound by dark intentions. Elena wasn't just a memory. She was a captive echo, her anguish the very atmosphere they breathed. And Lyra, what was her role in this? Guardian? Fellow prisoner? And you, Lyra, he asked softly, how do you fit into this? Are you bound here too? A flicker of something unreadable crossed her face. Pain, resentment, resignation? I am the keeper, she said simply, her voice regaining its usual calm, though the underlying sorrow remained. I pour the drinks. I listen to the music. I tend the echoes. It wasn't an answer, but it was all she seemed willing to give. She pushed the locket slightly towards him, across the polished wood. You brought this back. It resonates with you, perhaps because you carry similar burdens. Unresolved grief, betrayal. Her eyes held his, probing. Perhaps it recognized a kindred pain. Eli looked down at the tarnished silver. A key, she'd called it, holding echoes, memories. He felt a strange pull toward it, an urge to pick it up, to feel its weight, its history in his own hand. But her warning about entanglement, about binding himself to the saloon's sorrow, held him back. You said it's a key, he said. What does it unlock? Memories, Lyra replied. Glimpses, fragments of Elena's experience, perhaps even Thorne's intentions. But as I warned, opening that door is irreversible. It strengthens the connection. It draws attention. Attention from who or what? From the echoes, she said cryptically, and perhaps from things that linger on the edges, drawn to strong emotion, to unfinished business. Thorne wasn't the only one to understand the power that gathers in places like this. She paused, letting the weight of her words sink in. Knowing the truth can be a weapon, Eli, but it can also make you a target. He felt the weight of the choice. Walk away now, carrying the burden of incomplete knowledge. Haunted by Elena's music, but free from direct entanglement. Or pick up the locket, embrace the risk, seek the full truth, and potentially bind himself irrevocably to this place of sorrow and shadows. He thought of Anna, of the questions that still haunted his sleep. Could he have done something different? Could he have saved her? Could he have seen the betrayal coming? Maybe understanding Elena's story, seeing it through the locket's keyhole, wouldn't change his past, but perhaps it could offer some kind of understanding, some way to navigate the labyrinth of his own guilt. He reached out, his fingers closing around the cool, worn silver. The metal felt strangely alive against his skin, humming with a faint, almost imperceptible vibration. As his fingers tightened, a fleeting image flashed behind his eyes, not a memory of his own, but something alien, yet familiar from the music. A hand, slender and pale. Elena's, desperately pushing against a heavy wooden door, splintered wood biting into the palm. Fear, cold and sharp, spiked through him. He snatched his hand back as if burned, the locket skittering slightly on the bar top. He stared at it, then at Lyra, breathing hard. What was that? Lyra's expression was sympathetic, knowing. An echo, she said softly. The locket responds to intention, to empathy. You asked for the truth. It offered a fragment. He looked back at the locket, his heart pounding. It was real. The entanglement wasn't just a metaphor. It was a tangible connection, a bleed-through of Elena's terror into his own consciousness. The cost was immediate, visceral. "This Thorn," Eli said, his voice tight. "Is he still out there?" Lyra's eyes darkened. Men like Thorn rarely change their nature. They move on, seeking new victims, new treasures to plunder. But his connection to this place, to Elena, it remains. A shadow stretching across the years. She looked pointedly at the locket. And powerful objects. Objects used in such bindings. They call to their creators. Like Sikhs, like... The implication was chilling. Opening the locket, delving deeper into Elena's memories, might not only entangle Eli with her sorrow, but could potentially draw the attention of Jasper Thorne himself, the man who had destroyed her and cursed this place. The saloon felt colder, the shadows deeper, more menacing. The silence pressed in, no longer just quiet, but watchful. Eli felt caught, suspended between the need for answers and the escalating danger. He looked at Lyra, seeking guidance, reassurance, anything. But her face offered only calm sorrow, the acceptance of a fate long sealed. The choice and the consequences were his alone. The locket lay on the bar between them, a small object radiating immense power and tragedy. It held the key to Elena's story, to the saloon's secrets, maybe even to understanding his own past. But the price was entanglement, sorrow, and the very real possibility of attracting a darkness far more dangerous than any outlaw he'd ever faced. He stared at the tarnished silver, the inscription always found, seeming to mock him. He had found the locket, and now it seemed the locket had found him, presenting him with a choice that could unravel his heart, his sanity, or bind his soul to this saloon forever. The weight of the decision pressed down, heavy as the desert night outside. Chapter 6, Digging Where a Man Shouldn't. The silence lingered, thick and heavy as grave dirt, punctuated only by the frantic thudding of Eli's own heart against his ribs. The locket lay on the bar, a small, tarnished piece of silver that felt like the epicenter of the room's oppressive stillness. It pulsed with a latent energy, a repository of sorrow and betrayal, offering knowledge at the price of entanglement. Lyra's warning echoed in his mind. Knowing the truth can be a weapon, but it can also make you a target. Become part of the story. Bind yourself to its sorrows. Draw attention. Every instinct honed by years of survival screamed at him to push away from the bar, walk out the door, and ride until Red Hollow was nothing but a bad dream blurring on the horizon. He should leave the ghosts to their eternal dance, leave Elena's secrets buried with her, digging where a man shouldn't. That's how prospectors got buried in cave-ins, how curious fools ended up face down in dusty alleys. He'd seen enough trouble in his life without inviting spectral vengeance or attracting the attention of a man like Jasper Thorne, who twisted promises into curses and anchored souls to walls. But the alternative gnawed at him. Leaving now felt like cowardice, like turning his back not just on Elena's plight, but on the possibility of understanding something essential, something that resonated disturbingly with the unresolved wreckage of his own past. The music had cracked him open. Lyra's words had laid bare the tragic bones of the story, and the locket felt like the final key, not just to Elena's fate, but perhaps to a locked room within himself. He remembered Anna's face, pale with fear he hadn't understood. Ben's eyes, shifting with a betrayal he hadn't seen coming. The weight of his failures, his guilt, his unanswered questions. It was a burden as heavy as any spirit's sorrow. Maybe confronting Elena's ghost was the only way left to face his own. He looked at Lyra. Her calm, sorrowful acceptance was almost unnerving. She wasn't pushing him, wasn't urging him on or holding him back. She simply stood, the keeper, watching him wrestle with the choice she herself had likely faced long ago and perhaps still faced every day. Her presence, enigmatic and patient, was both a comfort and a goad. She knew the depths he was contemplating, and her stillness implied that some journeys, however perilous, had to be undertaken. Entanglement, he murmured, the word tasting bitter on his tongue. He glanced down at his hands, calloused and scarred from years of hard living, hard riding, hard choices. Hadn't he been entangled from the moment he stepped into this saloon? Hadn't the whiskey, the music, Lyra's knowing eyes already woven threads around him, pulling him deeper into the heart of Red Hollow's mystery? Perhaps the only choice left wasn't whether to become entangled, but how deeply. He took a steadying breath, the air thick with the scent of old wood and latent sorrow. He met Lyra's gaze, his decision solidifying amidst the fear and uncertainty. "All right," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "Show me. How does it work?" Lyra inclined her head slowly, a flicker of profound sadness crossing her features before settling back into resigned composure. "It doesn't need showing," she replied softly. "It needs feeling, intention, empathy." She gestured towards the locket lying innocuously on the bar. "Take it. Hold it. Don't try to force it. Just open yourself to what it holds. Let the echoes come. But be warned, Eli, they are fragments, sharp and sometimes confusing. They carry the weight of the moment they were born. Fear, pain, love, despair. It can be overwhelming." He reached out again, his hand steady this time, and picked up the locket. The silver felt cool against his skin, yet the faint vibration beneath the surface persisted, like a captured heartbeat. It felt heavier now, charged with potential, with the weight of Elena's unseen, unheard suffering. He closed his fingers around it, the worn etching pressing into his palm. He focused his intention, not on demanding answers, but on understanding. He thought of the piano music, the story it told, the rise and fall of hope and despair. He thought of Elena, arriving here full of fragile dreams, finding love, then betrayal, then the final silence. He let his own guard down, the carefully constructed walls around his grief, allowing the raw edge of his own pain for Anna, for what he had lost to surface, seeking resonance with the sorrow embedded in the metal. For a long moment, nothing happened. The saloon remained silent, the lamplight steady. Eli felt a flicker of doubt. Was it just a piece of old silver imbued with meaning only by Lyra's stories and his own overwrought imagination? Then it began. Not a jolt like before, but a slow bleed-through, like watercolors spreading on damp paper. A scent filled his nostrils, faint but distinct, not the familiar saloon smells, but the delicate fragrance of desert wildflowers, the ones Anna used to love, mingled with the clean, sharp scent of pine needles. Hope, arrival. The air felt thinner, cleaner, the oppressive weight of the saloon momentarily lifting. He saw a fleeting image, sunlight slanting through tall pines, dust motes dancing in the golden shafts, a sense of possibility, fragile but real. Elena's arrival? The sensation faded, replaced by warmth. Not the heat of the desert sun, but the intimate warmth of a shared fire, the comforting weight of a hand resting trustingly on his arm. A low murmur of laughter, rich and masculine, echoed faintly in his ears, accompanied by a soaring feeling in his chest love, fierce and consuming, blotting out caution, blotting out the world. It was so powerful, so encompassing, that Eli felt a disorienting wave of longing superimposed over the dull ache for Anna. He felt Elena's trust, her complete surrender to the emotion, to the man who inspired it, Thorne. He promised Elena the world. She believed him, loved him. The warmth curdled abruptly. The scent of wildflowers was replaced by the cloying sweetness of expensive cologne, unfamiliar and unsettling. The feeling of trust morphed into a cold prickle of unease. He felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere, the loving gaze becoming assessing, calculating. An image flashed. Thorne's face, handsome, charming, but with something cold lurking in the depths of his eyes, a flicker of avarice quickly masked by a smile. He heard a fragment of conversation, Thorne's voice, smooth as oiled leather. "Just a formality, my love. A small matter of inheritance. Sign here and our future is secure." The paper felt crisp, official, under phantom fingers. Unease solidified into suspicion. Elena. She had something he wanted. Eli flinched, pulling back mentally from the intrusion. The sensations were sharp, vivid, carrying the full emotional weight of Elena's experience. He could feel her dawning awareness, her confusion turning to fear as the discrepancies mounted, the loving facade cracking to reveal the ruthless ambition beneath. He felt her desperate attempt to rationalize, to deny what her instincts were screaming at her. He opened his eyes, finding himself gripping the locket so tightly his knuckles were white. He was breathing heavily, sweat beading on his forehead despite the saloon's coolness. Lyra watched him, her expression impassive, but her eyes filled with a deep, knowing sympathy. "You see," she murmured, "fragments, sharp edges. I felt..." Eli struggled for words, the emotional residue clinging to him. Her hope, her love for him. Then, the shift, the lie. He looked down at the locket in his hand. What was he after? What inheritance? "Something she carried," Lyra said vaguely. "Something tied to her family, to the past she was fleeing. Land deeds, perhaps, or bearer bonds. Something valuable enough for Thorne to build an elaborate deception. Valuable enough to..." She trailed off, letting the implication hang. Eli closed his eyes again, steeling himself, deliberately reaching for the locket's connection once more. He pushed past the lingering unease, seeking the next part of the story told by the piano, the confrontation, the betrayal. "Listen," Lyra had urged him. "Let it tell you." This time, the echo hit him like a physical blow. Cold terror washed over him, absolute and paralyzing. He felt trapped, cornered. The saloon around him seemed to distort, the familiar shapes shifting, melting into the memory. He saw the heavy saloon doors, not these doors, but the ones from the echo, splintered wood around the lock bulging inward under a heavy impact. He heard Thorne's voice, no longer smooth or charming, but raw with fury, demanding, threatening. "Give it to me, Elena. Don't be a fool. You can't run from me." He felt Elena's desperate defiance, the surge of adrenaline overriding the fear for a moment, the feel of something small and heavy clutched protectively in her hand. Not the locket, something else. A small leather-bound ledger, a packet of documents, whatever Thorne wanted. He felt her denial, her refusal shouted against the onslaught. Then came the crash of the door splintering open, Thorne bursting in, his face contorted with rage. No trace of the charmer left, the glint of metal not a gun, but something sharp. A knife, perhaps, or a tool wielded as a weapon. Eli felt the searing pain, sharp and blinding, blossoming in her side. A gasp. The taste of blood, metallic and hot, filling her mouth. The feeling of falling, the hard floorboards rushing up to meet her, and Thorne's face looming above, triumphant, ruthless, his eyes utterly devoid of warmth as he ripped the object from her weakening grasp. The last sensation was the cold, a profound, encroaching coldness, stealing the breath, dimming the light, pulling her down into an inescapable darkness. and overlaid on it all a sense of shattering betrayal. More painful than the physical wound, the realization that the love she'd cherished was a monstrous lie, a tool used to destroy her. The final thought, faint as a dying ember, he found me. The promise fulfilled, twisted into a fatal curse. Eli cried out, stumbling back from the bar, wrenching his hand open as if the locket itself had burned him. He collided with one of the empty tables, sending it scraping across the floor with a harsh screech that tore through the saloon's heavy silence. He stood there, gasping for breath, clutching his own side where he'd felt the phantom agony of Elena's wound. The spectral cold lingered on his skin, the taste of blood ghosting on his tongue, the overwhelming despair threatening to pull him under. He stared wildly around the saloon. It was just a room, dusty tables, a long bar, low lamps, but the echoes clung to the air, thick as cobwebs. He could almost see the shadows of Elena and Thorne locked in their final fatal struggle, could almost hear the echo of her last breath sighing through the stillness. The entanglement Lara warned of wasn't just emotional. It felt physical, visceral. He had touched Elena's death. Lyra moved quickly, silently from behind the bar. She didn't touch him, but stood nearby, her presence a steady grounding force amidst the swirling chaos of the echoes. Her eyes were filled with a profound, ancient sorrow. "Breathe, Eli," she commanded softly, her voice calm but firm. "Anchor yourself. You are here. Now. That was then. An echo. It cannot harm you now." He forced himself to take deep, ragged breaths, focusing on the solid feel of the floor beneath his boots, the scent of beeswax and old whiskey, the low amber glow of the lamps. The spectral cold began to recede slowly, the phantom pain lessening, though the emotional residue, the terror, the betrayal, the despair lingered like a poison in his veins. "I saw," he choked out, looking at her, his eyes wide with the horror of the vision. "I saw him kill her, right here. He stabbed her, took something from her." Lyra nodded slowly, her expression grim. "Yes, that is the heart of the sorrow, the final betrayal, sealed in violence." She looked towards the spot on the floor where Eli imagined Elena had fallen, the floorboards here. They drank deep that night. Eli shuddered, pulling his gaze away. He felt violated, shaken to his core. He had wanted answers, but experiencing Elena's final moments, feeling her terror and pain as his own, it was a brutal intimacy he hadn't bargained for. He looked down at the locket lying where it had fallen near the table. It looked inert now, just a piece of tarnished silver, but he knew better. It was a conduit, a vessel holding the distilled agony of a murdered woman. "Why?" he asked, his voice still shaky. "Why show me that? Why does this place keep these echoes?" "This place is echoes," Lyra corrected gently. "It draws and holds strong emotion, unfinished business. Elena's end was violent, sudden, steeped in betrayal and broken promises. Her spirit, anchored by Thorne's malice and the twisted power of that locket, couldn't move on. It cries out. The music is her voice. The echoes, they are her memories, bleeding through the veil." She paused, her gaze intense. "Perhaps they bleed through more strongly for you because your own wounds resonate. Pain recognizes pain." He thought of Anna, dying in his arms, the life fading from her eyes. He hadn't felt her physical pain then, only his own shattering grief and helplessness. But the despair, the sense of finality, the cold emptiness, that he recognized, that resonated with the chilling end of Elena's echo. He felt a sudden, sharp alertness, a prickling on his skin that had nothing to do with the locket's echoes. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up. He looked around the saloon, his senses on high alert. The atmosphere had shifted subtly. The silence felt different now, not just heavy, but watchful, tense, as if something had been disturbed by his delve into the past, as if something outside had taken notice. "Did you feel that?" he asked Lyra, his voice low. Lyra had gone utterly still, her head tilted slightly, listening. Her eyes darted towards the dark, windowless front of the saloon, then back to Eli. A new tension radiated from her, a coiled readiness beneath her calm exterior. "The echoes are stirring," she whispered. "You're digging. It resonates. It sends ripples. Ripples that might attract attention, thorn, or the other things she'd hinted at, the things lingering on the edges." Eli instinctively reached for the Colt at his hip, the familiar weight a small comfort in the face of an unseen, unknown threat. He had dug where he shouldn't have. He had opened a door, invited the past into the present, and now the consequences were beginning to gather. The locket lay on the floor, a key used, a connection forged, an invitation possibly sent. He had Elena's story, or at least the brutal end of it, etched into his mind through phantom pain and borrowed terror. But instead of closure, he felt only a deepening dread, a sense that the real danger was only just beginning. The saloon held its breath, waiting. And somewhere, out in the encroaching desert night, Eli suspected something else was listening, drawn by the echoes he had so recklessly awakened. Chapter 7. The Price of Knowing Her Name. The saloon held its breath. The echoes of Elena's final moments, drawn forth by Eli's touch on the locket, had not retreated entirely. They clung to the air like wood smoke after a fire, leaving a residue of terror and despair that prickled the skin. The silence that followed the scraping table and Eli's ragged gasps was different, no longer merely heavy, but charged, watchful, as if the very walls had developed ears and eyes, alerted by the raw discharge of spectral pain. Eli stood hunched, leaning against the table he'd stumbled into, fighting to regain control of his breathing, to push back the phantom cold and the memory of violence that felt scored onto his own flesh. The horror was visceral, a shared trauma that transcended time, linking him to the murdered woman in a way that felt both terrifying and profoundly intimate. He felt stripped bare, the carefully constructed defenses around his own grief, breached by the sheer force of Elena's agony. Lyra remained near, a still point in the swirling aftermath. Her earlier command to breathe, to anchor himself, had been a lifeline. Now she simply watched him, her obsidian eyes holding a deep, sorrowful understanding that offered no easy comfort, only acknowledgement. She knew the terrain of this suffering. She lived in it. "You felt it too," Eli finally managed, his voice still rough, looking up at her. "The shift, just now. It wasn't just the echo fading." Lyra nodded slowly, her gaze sweeping the shadowed corners of the room with a subtle alertness he hadn't seen before. "The balance is disturbed," she murmured, her voice low, almost lost in the charged quiet. "Strong emotions, especially those dredged from the past, so forcefully, create ripples. They draw attention, like blood in the water draws sharks." Attention from Thorn? Eli instinctively lowered his hand to rest on the butt of his Colt, scanning the impenetrable darkness outside the theoretical windows, the solid, unrevealing walls. Perhaps, Lyra conceded, though her eyes held a deeper concern. Or perhaps from other currents. This place sits on a confluence, Eli. A place where the veil is thin. Not all that stirs in the shadows is human, or ever was. Thorn understood that. He used it. But he doesn't control everything that listens. The implication sent a fresh chill down Eli's spine, colder than Elena's dying moments. He had blundered into something far more complex and dangerous than a ghost story. He was digging in a place saturated not just with sorrow, but with volatile, unseen energies, potentially attracting entities he couldn't even imagine, let alone fight with a six-gun. He pushed away from the table, forcing himself to stand straighter, though the spectral cold still lingered in his marrow. He looked at Lyra, her calm presence both infuriating and essential. She held the knowledge, the context for this madness. He had paid a price already, reliving Elena's death. Now he needed more. He needed to understand her place in this. "You keep warning me," he said, his voice hardening with resolve, "about entanglement, about the cost. I felt Elena die, Lyra. I think I'm already entangled." He took a step closer, challenging her enigmatic stillness. "You said names have power here. You told me Elena's. You told me Thorn's. But you only gave me Lyra, a name like a melody, easy to dismiss." He met her gaze directly, refusing to be deflected this time. "Who are you? What's your real name? What binds you to this place, to her story?" The direct challenge hung in the air. Lyra's composure didn't break, but something shifted in her eyes. A flicker of deep reluctance, of ancient weariness. She looked away from him, towards the tarnished locket still lying on the floor near the table where he'd dropped it. "Some names," she began softly, her voice barely audible above the heavy silence, "are anchors, Eli. They tie you to history, to obligation, to the very soil beneath your feet. To speak them aloud in a place like this, it strengthens those bonds, yes, but it also makes the anchored chain visible. It shows those listening exactly where to strike." "Strike at you?" Eli persisted. "What obligation? Are you family? Related to Elena?" Lyra turned back to him, her expression unreadable, but deeply troubled. "Family is blood," she murmured. "Some ties are deeper than blood. They are woven of promises, of shared histories that stretch back further than memory serves." She hesitated, seeming to wrestle with an internal conflict. The air in the saloon felt palpably colder, the shadows seeming to deepen, to coalesce in the corners of his vision. A faint rattling sound came from behind the bar, like the glass bottles vibrating slightly. Lyra glanced sharply towards the sound, then back at Eli. Her decision made. "Knowing comes at a price," she repeated, her voice low and intense. "Not just for you, Eli. For me, too. Are you prepared to bear witness to that cost?" He held her gaze, the gravity of the moment settling over him. He was asking her to make herself vulnerable, potentially to endanger herself further, to satisfy his need for answers. Was his need worth her risk? He thought of the terror in Elena's echo, the injustice of her fate, the darkness Thorne represented. Understanding felt like the only weapon he might have, however inadequate. "Tell me," he said simply, accepting the weight of her unspoken question. Lyra took a slow, deep breath, as if gathering strength. The faint rattling behind the bar intensified slightly. The low lamplight seemed to flicker, casting dancing shadows that writhed like living things. "My name," she began, her voice gaining a resonance, a formality it hadn't possessed before, "is not Lyra. That is merely a convenience, a shield." She paused, and the very air seemed to thin, charged with anticipation. Eli felt the unseen presence in the room focus its attention, drawn by the impending revelation. "I am Laurel," she stated, the final syllable drawn out slightly, carrying an echo of something ancient, something not quite of the dusty frontier. "And my bond to this place, to Elena's sorrow, is one of guardianship, born of a failure centuries ago." Laurel, the name felt heavy, old, resonant with power and sorrow. It didn't sound like any name he'd ever heard. It felt elemental. As she spoke it, a visible tremor ran through her. The light flickered more violently, and a distinct chill swept through the saloon, raising goosebumps on Eli's arms. Behind the bar, one of the unlabeled bottles slid silently from its shelf and shattered on the floor, the sound unnaturally loud in the tense quiet. Eli flinched, his hand tightening on his Colt, but his eyes remained locked on Lyrel. Her face had paled further, lines of strain appearing around her eyes and mouth. She seemed diminished somehow, as if speaking her true name had drained a measure of her strength, making her more transparent, closer to the spectral echoes she tended. The price. He was seeing it. Guardianship, he pressed, ignoring the shattered glass, the deepening chill. Failure. Lyrel closed her eyes briefly, swaying slightly. This land, she whispered, her voice fainter now, strained, has always been a place of power, a thin spot between worlds. Long before Red Hollow, long before the white man came with his maps and his greed, there were covenants, protections. My people, we were tasked with maintaining them, with keeping the balance. Her people? Eli stared at her, trying to reconcile the image of this woman in a simple dark dress, tending bar in a dusty saloon with talk of ancient covenants and maintaining cosmic balance. Yet the name Lyrel, the palpable shift in the room, the visible cost to her, it lent a terrifying credence to her words. There was a breach, Lyrel continued, her voice gaining a thread of bitterness, of old guilt, an arrogance, a mistake made lifetimes ago. It weakened the protections, allowed certain influences to seep through, to gain purchase. Influences Thorne later learned to exploit. She opened her eyes, her gaze locking with Eli's. Filled with centuries of regret. Elena's tragedy. It happened because the wards were already failing. Thorne's binding ritual hammered another nail into a wound my ancestors opened. My presence here, my guardianship, it is penance. An attempt to contain the sorrow, to prevent the wound from festering further until the balance can somehow be restored. The scope of it was staggering. She wasn't just a ghost or a witch or a saloon keeper. She was something older, tied to this land by duty, by failure, by a penance measured in centuries. She was containing Elena's sorrow, yes, but also, perhaps, containing something worse, something Thorne had tapped into, something that might spill out of her. Vigil faltered. And Eli, by digging, by forcing her hand, by making her speak her true name, had potentially weakened her further, strained the containment. The increased tension in the room, the rattling glass, the deepening cold, they weren't just reactions to stirred memories. They were signs of the containment field thinning, of whatever lay beyond pressing against the weakened wards. So you're trapped too, Eli realized aloud. Not by Thorne, but by duty, by penance. Binding takes many forms, Lyrel confirmed, a profound weariness settling over her. Duty can be as strong a chain as any curse. She leaned slightly against the bar. A subtle admission of the energy, the revelation, had cost her. A low whisper seemed to slither through the air, wordless but filled with a cold, ancient malice. It wasn't Elena's sorrow. It felt different, older, more calculating. The shadows in the far corners of the room seemed to writhe, coalescing into shapes that defied easy definition. Vaguely humanoid, but distorted, elongated. The temperature plummeted, stealing the breath from Eli's lungs. The remaining lamplight flickered erratically, threatening to extinguish altogether, plunging them into absolute darkness. They hear, Lyrel breathed, her eyes wide now, fixed on the gathering shadows. They recognize the name. They sense the weakness. Eli drew his Colt, the click of the hammer being pulled back. echoing loudly in the unnatural quiet. He had no idea what he was facing, how a bullet could possibly affect coalescing shadows or ancient influences. But the instinct to defend, to act, was overwhelming. "What are they?" he demanded, backing closer to Lirael, placing himself instinctively between her and the deepening darkness. "Fragments," she whispered, her voice tight with strain. "Opportunists, drawn to despair, to weaken barriers. They feed on sorrow, on fear. They are echoes of the breach, remnants of what should not be here." She pushed herself upright away from the bar, gathering her diminished strength. Some of the familiar enigmatic stillness returned to her face, overlaid now with grim determination. "Do not show fear, Eli. Fear is what they hunger for." Easy for her to say. Eli's heart was hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. He could feel the malevolent pressure of those watching shadows, the icy touch of their presence leaching the warmth from the air, from his very spirit. His gun felt ridiculously inadequate. One of the shadows detached itself from the far wall, elongating, stretching towards them like a tendril of solid darkness. The whispering intensified, seeming to crawl inside Eli's skull, murmuring insidious doubts, amplifying his own fears and regrets, Anna's dying face, Ben's betrayal, the endless lonely miles, the futility of it all. "Get behind me," Eli grunted, shoving Lirael back towards the relative safety behind the bar, planting his feet, aiming his Colt towards the encroaching tendril of shadow. He knew it was likely useless, but he had to do something. Before he could fire, Lirael raised her hand, not in fear, but in a gesture of command. Her palm faced the darkness, and though her face was pale and strained, her eyes blazed with an inner light, the obsidian depths momentarily ignited by sparks of defiance. "Be gone," she commanded, her voice no longer weak, but ringing with an authority that seemed to shake the very foundations of the saloon. "This place is under my ward. You have no purchase here." The tendril of shadow recoiled, as if struck. The whispering faltered, replaced by a low, guttural hiss of frustration and malice. The coalesced shapes in the corners seemed to waver, losing cohesion. The oppressive cold lessened slightly. The lamplight steadied. Lirael held her hand steady, her gaze unwavering, pouring her will, her very essence, into holding the line. Eli could see the tremendous effort it cost her. Her hand trembled slightly, and fresh beads of sweat broke out on her temples. Slowly, reluctantly, the shadows began to recede, melting back into the corners, the whispering fading, the palpable pressure lifting. The saloon returned to its previous state of tense silence, though the air remained colder than before, the atmosphere forever changed by the revelation and the confrontation. Lirael lowered her hand, sagging against the bar, her breathing shallow. The fire in her eyes faded, leaving only the profound weariness and sorrow. She looked drained, vulnerable. The cost of wielding her authority after revealing her name, starkly evident. Eli slowly lowered his Colt, though his hand still trembled. He stared at her, seeing her now not just as the enigmatic bartender or the keeper of sorrows, but as Lirael, ancient guardian holding back forces he couldn't comprehend, paying a centuries-old price. You drove them back," he stammered, awed and unsettled. "For now," she corrected, her voice thin. "Speaking my name, it alerted them, focused their attention, and it cost energy I cannot easily spare." She met his gaze, her eyes holding a new weight, a shared burden. "This is the price, Eli. The price of knowing. You wanted the truth. Now you are part of it. Your presence here, your connection to Elena through the locket, your knowledge of my name. It changes the balance. It makes you a part of the equation." He understood now. The entanglement wasn't just emotional or spectral. It was tangible, dangerous. Knowing her name made him recognizable to the forces she fought, potentially making him a target, a pawn, or perhaps an unwilling ally in her lonely vigil. He looked down at the locket again, then back at Lyral, leaning heavily against the bar, her strength depleted. He had forced her hand, demanded answers, and in doing so had weakened her, exposed them both, guilt warred with the lingering fear and the burning need for more answers. What now? He asked quietly. Lyral pushed herself upright, gathering the tattered remnants of her composure. Now, she said, her voice regaining a fraction of its steadiness. Though the exhaustion remained etched on her face, we wait. We watch. They have tested the wards. They know you are here. They know you know. She held his gaze, the implication clear. The price of knowing my name is only the first installment, Eli Kane. The true cost is yet to be tallied. The saloon settled back into its heavy silence, but it was a silence that felt thin, brittle, like ice stretched over a dark, turbulent current. The shadows seemed deeper, the isolation more profound. Eli knew he couldn't turn back now. He was bound to this place, to Lyrael, to Elena's sorrow, and to the dangers stirring just beyond the veil, dangers awakened by his own relentless digging. The price was being paid, and the meter was still running. Chapter 8, Secrets the Dust Won't Keep. The saloon's oppressive silence slowly settled back into place, but it was a fractured quiet riddled with the echoes of Lyrael's resonant command and the chilling hiss of retreating shadows. The immediate threat had withdrawn, leaching back into the unseen corners, but the air remained taut, vibrating with residual energy, colder than it had any right to be. The shattered glass from the fallen bottle lay like dark, jagged teeth on the floor behind the bar, a stark reminder of the forces Eli had unwittingly provoked. He watched Lyrael sag against the heavy wood of the bar, her face pale and drawn in the flickering lamplight, the lines of strain around her eyes speaking of an exhaustion that went far beyond physical weariness. The revelation of her true name, Lyrael, and her ancient duty had cost her dearly, weakening the wards she maintained, exposing them both. Guilt twisted in Eli's gut, sharp and unwelcome. He had demanded answers, pushed her past her defenses, and this vulnerability, this heightened danger was the result. He was no longer just a drifter seeking whiskey and oblivion. He was implicated, entangled, a disturbance in a delicate, centuries-old balance he couldn't begin to comprehend. Slowly, cautiously, he moved towards the bar, his Colt still heavy in his hand. Though he lowered it to his side, he stopped near where she leaned, the polished wood cool beneath his hesitant touch. "Are you all right?" he asked, the mundane question sounding absurd in the wake of battling spectral entities. Lyrael pushed herself upright, though the effort was visible. She straightened her simple dark dress, gathering the tattered edges of her formidable composure. "I will be," she replied, her voice thin but steady. "The ward holds, for now." She looked pointedly at the shattered glass on the floor, then met Eli's gaze. "But the threshold has been tested. They know the Guardian is weakened. They know there is new blood within the walls. New blood. Him." He felt like an intruder who'd accidentally kicked down the door to a sacred, dangerous place. "Because I made you speak your name," the guilt intensified. "Because you sought the truth in a place saturated with power and pain," she corrected gently, though without absolving him entirely. "Because you touched the locket with intent. Because your own sorrows resonated. My name was merely the key that turned the lock. You were already rattling." She managed a faint, weary smile, devoid of warmth, but not unkind. You cannot unknow what you now know, Eli Kane, nor can you unseen what has now seen you. He couldn't argue with that. He felt marked, observed by unseen eyes. The saloon no longer felt like a strange sanctuary, but a besieged outpost, and Lyrell, its solitary, wearied defender. He looked down at the locket, still lying on the floor near the overturned table. He walked over and picked it up, the silver feeling colder now, almost inert, as if the earlier surge of energy had drained it, or perhaps retreated deeper within. He turned it over in his hand, the inscription, always found, seeming less like a romantic promise and more like an ominous prophecy. Elena, he said quietly, looking back at Liriel, you said Thorne bound her here, using this locket, her despair. What did he gain? Why anchor her? Was it just cruelty? Liriel shook her head slowly, her expression somber. Cruelty was Thorne's nature, but his actions were rarely without purpose, however twisted. She hesitated, then continued, her voice low. Anchoring a spirit, especially one torn away so violently, creates a focal point, a battery of sorts. Elena's constant sorrow, her unresolved pain, it generates energy, the very energy that makes this place a thin spot, a confluence, more potent. Thorne understood that. By binding her here, he wasn't just punishing her. He was cultivating a source of power he could potentially tap into, even from afar. Eli stared at her, horrified. He turned her into fuel? For what? For his own pursuits, Liriel said vaguely, a deep distaste in her tone. Thorne dabbled in arts best left untouched. He sought power, control, perhaps even a way to cheat time or death itself. Anchoring Elena might have been one step, one component in a larger, darker scheme. Or perhaps, she added, her eyes clouding with uncertainty, it was simply a way to ensure her silence, to keep whatever secret she carried buried with her restless spirit. Silence, secrets. The words echoed in the still saloon. Eli looked around the room again, his gaze lingering on the thick layers of dust that coated the less frequented surfaces, the shadowed corners, the tops of the unlabeled bottles behind the bar. Secrets the dust won't keep. The chapter title resonated with a new urgency. The dust in this place wasn't just neglect. It was time itself, settled over buried truths, over the residue of violence and sorrow. What secret? Eli asked, his voice intense. What did she have that was worth killing her, binding her soul? He clutched the locket tighter. The inheritance you mentioned? I believe so, Lirel confirmed. Something she carried, something Thorne needed to complete his plan or secure his fortune. The echo you experienced? Thorne taking something from her? As she died? Eli nodded grimly, the phantom sensation returning faintly. Felt like papers. A ledger, maybe? Something small enough to hold in her hand. Perhaps deeds, as I speculated, Luriel mused. Or letters? Something incriminating? Elena was intelligent. If she discovered Thorne's true nature, perhaps she found proof, evidence he couldn't afford to let survive. Lirael pushed away from the bar, her strength seeming to return fractionally as she focused on the mystery rather than her own depletion. She walked slowly along the length of the room, her gaze sweeping the floorboards, the walls, the very air, as if searching for something only she could perceive. She knew he was coming back for her that night, Liriel murmured, more to herself than to Eli. She must have realized her danger. She wouldn't have kept proof on her person, not if she suspected him. Her eyes narrowed, scanning the area near where the piano music had seemed to originate, near where the fatal struggle likely occurred, according to the echoes Eli had felt. If she had evidence, she would have hidden it. Hidden it here, in the saloon, the place that became her prison. The irony was bitter. Eli followed her gaze, his own eyes searching the shadows, the floor, the walls near the back. The dust lay thick everywhere, undisturbed for what looked like decades, maybe longer. Could anything remain hidden after so long? The dust here, Lirael continued, echoing his thoughts. It settles deep, covers tracks, muffles sounds, buries memories, but sometimes it preserves. She stopped near the spot where Eli had felt Elena fall in the echo vision. She crouched down, her movements still betraying a subtle weariness, and ran her fingers lightly over the dusty floorboards. The wood was dark, stained almost black in patches, old spills perhaps, or something more sinister. Eli joined her, crouching beside her, the scent of old dust and faint sorrow rising from the floor. He examined the boards. They were wide planks, rough-hewn, scarred by time and countless footsteps. Nothing looked out of the ordinary. Yet Lyriel's focus was intense, her fingers tracing the lines between the planks, probing gently. Thorne was thorough, she whispered, ruthless. If Elena hid something, he would have searched. He might have torn this place apart looking for it after. She didn't need to finish the sentence. Eli remembered the echo, Thorne ripping something from Elena's grasp. Perhaps he thought he'd found what he was looking for. Perhaps Elena had hidden the real proof elsewhere, letting him take a decoy. A desperate gamble in her final moments. Lirael's fingers stopped, resting on the seam between two particular boards. Here, she breathed. There's a faint resonance, fainter than the locket, older, but similar. Fear, desperation, and defiance. She looked up at Eli, her eyes holding a spark of cautious excitement. Help me. Together they examined the boards. They seemed firmly nailed down, flush with their neighbors. But as Eli ran his hand along the edge Lirael indicated, he felt it a slight give, a subtle looseness that wasn't present elsewhere. Someone had pried this board up before, then replaced it carefully, but not perfectly. Dust filled the tiny gap, concealing the imperfection. Using the tip of his Bowie knife, Eli carefully scraped away the accumulated dust from the seam. He probed gently, finding the faint line where the board had been cut or loosened. Working slowly, cautiously, mindful of the fragile wood and the potential disturbance they might cause, they managed to work the tip of the knife under the edge of the plank. It resisted, stuck fast by time and grime. Sweat beaded on Eli's brow again, this time from exertion and anticipation. Lirael placed her hand lightly on his arm, not adding physical strength, but seeming to lend a focused intent, a quiet encouragement. With a final careful pry, the board groaned in protest and lifted slightly, enough for Eli to get his fingers underneath. He pulled. The board came free with a soft tearing sound of old wood fibers parting. Beneath it was not empty space, but darkness packed tightly with yet more dust and debris, solidified over untold years. It looked like nothing. Disappointment washed over Eli. Had they been wrong? Was the resonance Lirael felt just another lingering echo, unrelated to any hidden object? But Lirael leaned closer, her gaze sharp. Wait. She reached into the cavity, her fingers gently brushing aside the compacted dust. Eli watched, holding his breath. Her fingers closed around something small, something solid buried deep within the grime. Slowly, carefully, she drew it out. It wasn't papers. It wasn't a ledger. It was a small, intricately carved wooden bird, perhaps a sparrow or a finch, no bigger than her thumb. Its surface was dark, smooth, almost petrified with age and grime, but the delicate carving was still visible. Tiny feathers etched into the wood, a head cocked slightly as if listening. It felt ancient, far older than the saloon itself. One of its tiny wooden eyes seemed to glint faintly in the lamplight, though it was just polished wood. Eli stared at it, perplexed. A wooden bird? This is what she hid? What Thorne wanted? It seemed anticlimactic, almost nonsensical after the buildup of inherited wealth or incriminating documents. Liriel turned the small bird over in her palm, her expression thoughtful, almost reverent. Perhaps not, she murmured. Perhaps this wasn't what Thorne was looking for. Perhaps this is something else entirely. Something Elena cherished. Something she hid not from Thorne, but hid for safekeeping during her confrontation with him. She brushed more dust from its surface, revealing the fine grain of the dark wood. This carving, it feels familiar, connected to the land, older than the covenants, perhaps. She held it out to Eli. He hesitated, remembering the violent rush of the locket's echoes. Is it safe? I don't sense the same sharp edges as the locket, Liriel replied. No violence clinging to it, just age, patience, and a deep, quiet sorrow, different from Elena's despair, more like the weariness of mountains. Eli took the bird. It felt surprisingly dense, cool to the touch. As his fingers closed around it, he felt no rush of images, no jolt of spectral pain. Instead, a subtle warmth spread slowly through his hand, a gentle, grounding energy, profoundly different from the locket's volatile power. He felt a fleeting sense of deep peace, like the quiet stillness found deep in an ancient forest, a sense of roots going down into the earth, of time stretching back infinitely. It lasted only a moment, then faded, leaving only the feel of the smooth, cool wood in his palm. What is it? He asked, looking up at Liriel, baffled. I don't know, she admitted, her brow furrowed in thought, but it feels important. Perhaps it's a key of a different kind, not to memories, but to understanding. Maybe understanding the deeper nature of this place, the power Thorne sought to exploit. She looked around the saloon, her gaze lingering on the shadows, then back at the bird in Eli's hand. Whatever it is, Elena thought it was worth hiding in her final moments. It suggests her struggle with Thorne was about more than just deeds or money. It was about something fundamental, something tied to this land, perhaps even to the balance I try to maintain. The discovery shifted the narrative again. The simple story of greed and betrayal deepened, hinting at older conflicts, deeper magic, forces connected to the land itself, with Elena caught tragically in the middle. And the bird, it felt like hope, perhaps, a counterpoint to the despair embodied by the locket. Liriel bent down and carefully replaced the floorboard, tamping it back into place, brushing dust back into the seam to conceal their discovery. We keep this knowledge close, she warned softly, straightening up. Like the bird, it must be safeguarded. Thorne failed to find it. The entities that linger here may not sense its quiet nature. Let it remain that way. Eli carefully pocketed the small wooden bird, the smooth wood a comforting weight against his thigh, a stark contrast to the cold, demanding presence of the locket in his other pocket. He felt subtly changed by the discovery, by the brief touch of ancient peace the bird offered. It didn't erase the fear or the entanglement, but it added another layer, a hint of something enduring beneath the sorrow, something rooted in the land itself, perhaps even protected by it. The dust had yielded one secret, not the one they expected, but perhaps one far more significant. But Liriel was right. Knowledge was power, and power attracted attention. They had disturbed the past, revealed Liriel's name, drawn the notice of watchful entities, and now unearthed an object of unknown significance. The secrets the dust wouldn't keep were now theirs to carry, adding to the weight of their shared burden, increasing the risk, deepening the entanglement. The fragile peace felt temporary. The saloon a powder keg, waiting for a spark. And Eli had a sinking feeling that spark wasn't far off. Chapter 9. Shelter from a Nameless Storm. The saloon seemed to hold its breath long after the shadows had retreated and the tangible malice had dissipated back into the unseen corners. The silence wasn't empty. It was thick with the residue of fear, the ozone tang of Lirael's exerted will and the heavy weight of revealed secrets. Eli stood near the bar, the small, smooth wooden bird a comforting, solid presence in his pocket, a stark contrast to the cold, demanding weight of Elena's locket in the other. He watched Lirael lean heavily against the dark wood, her breathing still shallow, the usual enigmatic stillness replaced by a profound, bone-deep weariness that seemed centuries old, the price of knowing her name. He had demanded it, and she had paid, weakening herself, thinning the wards that held back the encroaching darkness. Guilt, sharp and acidic, churned within him. He was a drifter, accustomed to looking out for himself, keeping his entanglements minimal, his tracks covered. Now he was hip-deep in ancient covenants, spectral entities, and the sorrow of a murdered woman, and his presence, his relentless digging, had endangered the solitary guardian holding the line. "Is there anything I can do?" he asked, the words feeling inadequate, clumsy. Offer to stand guard? Fight shadows with a Colt? It seemed ludicrous. Lyra lifted her head, managing a faint smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. The effort seemed considerable. "Your presence here," she said, her voice regaining a little strength, though still thin, "is already a complication. And perhaps," she added, her gaze holding his for a moment, searching, "something more." She didn't elaborate, leaving the implication hanging in the charged air. She pushed herself away from the bar, moving with a deliberate slowness that betrayed her depletion. For now, vigilance. They tested the barrier. They know it can be strained. They will likely wait, gather strength, perhaps seek another fissure. She walked towards the spot behind the bar where the bottle had shattered, her steps measured. Eli watched her, a conflict raging within him. Part of him, the ingrained instinct for self-preservation, urged him to cut his losses, to apologize for the trouble and ride out the moment the door seemed safe to open again. But another part, the part awakened by Elena's music, by Lirael's quiet strength and sacrifice, by the sheer raw injustice of it all, refused to let him turn away. He was entangled. Whether by choice or circumstance, the threads were woven fast. Leaving now would feel like abandoning a soldier on a lonely battlefield he'd helped expose. Lirael ignored the broken glass for the moment, instead retrieving a different bottle from the shelf plane, dark but somehow different from the ones holding the memory-laced whiskeys. She poured 2 small measures of clear liquid into clean glasses. It smelled faintly of juniper and herbs, clean and sharp. She slid 1 glass across the bar towards him. "Drink," she said softly, "not for forgetting this time, for grounding. It carries the essence of the earth here, helps anchor the spirit when the currents are wild." Eli hesitated only a moment before accepting the glass. He needed grounding. The echoes of Elena's death still reverberated within him, overlaid now with the chill of the spectral entities and the weight of Lirael's true identity. He took a sip. The liquid was cool, clean, tasting faintly of pine needles, desert sage, and damp earth. It didn't burn like whiskey, but spread a gentle, clarifying warmth through him, steadying his frayed nerves, quieting the internal clamor. It felt clean, pure. Lirael drank her own measure slowly, her eyes closed briefly as if drawing strength from the liquid. from its connection to the land she guarded. When she opened them again, some of the deep exhaustion seemed to have receded, replaced by a watchful calm, though the paleness remained. "The bird," Eli said quietly, touching the pocket where the small wooden carving rested. "You said it felt old. Older than the covenants?" She nodded, setting her glass down. "It resonates with a power that predates the structures my people tried to impose. Something inherent to the land itself. Quieter, deeper, less volatile than the energies Thorn tapped into, or the sorrow that fuels this place now." She looked thoughtful. Perhaps Elena recognized its significance. Perhaps it offered her a different kind of hope, a connection to something enduring, even as Thorn's promises crumbled. Before Eli could ask more, a low moan began outside, a sound that started deep in the belly of the desert and rose to a keening whine. It wasn't the familiar sound of wind kicking up dust. This was different, deeper, more guttural, carrying an undertone of something unnatural. Lyria went utterly still, her head tilted, listening intently. Her eyes narrowed, focused on the heavy swing doors as if she could see through the solid wood. "It comes," she whispered. "What does?" Eli asked, instinctively moving closer to the front of the saloon, peering towards the doors, though they revealed nothing but dark, unyielding timber. "A storm," Lyrael replied, her voice tight, "but not born of shifting weather patterns alone. The disturbance, our confrontation, it has stirred more than just the shadows within these walls. It has agitated the imbalance outside. The land itself feels the strain." As she spoke, the moaning wind intensified, buffeting the saloon with sudden violent force. The heavy doors rattled in their frame, the wood groaning under the assault. Dust sifted down from the rafters, disturbed by the vibrations. The lamplight flickered wildly, casting frantic, dancing shadows that seemed to mock the ones they had recently faced. Then came the rain. Not a cleansing desert shower, but a furious deluge, hammering against the roof and walls like thrown stones. The sound was deafening, isolating them further within the saloon's fragile shell. Through the roar, Eli could hear the wind howling, shrieking like tormented voices, tearing at the building as if trying to rip it apart. The saloon, which had felt like a timeless, sealed pocket dimension, suddenly felt terrifyingly vulnerable. A small wooden box caught in the teeth of a primal fury. Eli moved instinctively away from the doors, glancing up at the roof, expecting the timbers to splinter any second. Lyra remained calm, though the tension radiated from her. She moved slowly back behind the bar, her hand resting lightly on the dark wood as if drawing strength from it, or perhaps lending it her own. "The wards will hold against natural fury," she stated, though her voice was nearly drowned out by the storm's roar. "But this storm, it carries echoes of the imbalance. It will test the weaknesses." Eli understood. This wasn't just weather. It was a physical manifestation of the disturbed energies, perhaps amplified by the entities they'd angered, pressing in from the outside as the shadows pressed from within. They were besieged, trapped between the spectral and the elemental, shelter from a nameless storm. The title felt chillingly apartment. He found himself near the end of the bar where Lyral stood, drawn by the need for proximity, for some sense of shared defense against the onslaught. The roar outside was immense, swallowing all other sound. Rain lashed against the unseen walls, finding tiny cracks dripping down in dark streaks near the corners. The wind screamed, rattling the very foundations. "How long do these usually last?" Eli shouted over the din. Lyrael shook her head, her eyes fixed on some point beyond the physical walls. "These are not usual storms," she replied, her voice pitched to carry. "They rise quickly when the balance is disturbed. They rage until the energy driving them is spent, or until the source of the disturbance is resolved. Resolved. Meaning him, or the conflict he'd stirred up? The implication was unsettling. Was the storm trying to purge him, or force a confrontation? Hours seemed to pass, marked only by the unrelenting fury of the storm outside. The lamps burned low, casting long, wavering shadows. The air grew heavy, humid from the rain finding its way in, thick with the scent of wet dust, ozone, and the faint, persistent fragrance of Luriel's grounding herbs. Eli refilled his glass with the clear liquid Luriel had offered, sipping it slowly, letting its quiet warmth spread through him, a small anchor in the chaos. Luriel remained behind the bar, mostly silent, her gaze distant, watchful. She seemed to be listening intently, not just to the storm, but to the subtler shifts in the saloon's atmosphere, gauging the strength of the ward, sensing for intrusions. The earlier depletion was still evident, but her presence held a core of unwavering resilience, the quiet strength of a mountain enduring millennia of weather. The forced proximity was strange. In the vast emptiness of the territories, Eli was used to solitude, or the rough, impersonal company of other drifters. Being trapped in this charged, intimate space with this ancient, enigmatic guardian felt surreal. He found himself watching her, noticing the fine lines around her eyes that spoke of countless lonely vigils, the way her long fingers rested possessively on the dark wood of the bar, the subtle shifts in her breathing that seemed to correspond to the storm's fury. He thought of Anna again, inevitably. Their small cabin had sometimes felt confining during winter storms, but it had been a shared confinement, filled with warmth, shared chores, quiet conversation. This confinement was different, fraught with unseen dangers, underscored by ancient sorrows and Luriel's immense, lonely burden. Yet there was a connection forming, fragile and unspoken, born of shared danger, shared secrets. He felt a reluctant stirring of protectiveness towards her, mixed with awe and a healthy dose of fear. "You've been here a long time," he ventured, speaking into a momentary lull in the wind's howling. Luriel turned her gaze towards him, her eyes seeming to hold the reflection of countless storms witnessed from this very spot. "Time flows differently here," she replied softly. "Years can pass like seasons. Centuries leave their mark." She looked down at her hands, resting on the bar, long enough to see hopes rise and fall like the dust, long enough to understand the persistence of sorrow. "Must be lonely," Eli offered tentatively. A shadow crossed her face, so fleeting he almost missed it. "Guardianship is often a solitary path," she murmured. "Companionship can be a complication or a vulnerability." Her gaze flickered towards him, then away again, as if warning herself or him. Suddenly, a violent blast of wind hit the saloon with the force of a physical blow. The entire structure groaned, timbers creaking ominously. The swing doors bowed inward violently, straining against whatever held them shut. Through the gap at the bottom, a fierce gust swirled dust and icy rain into the room, carrying with it a renewed wave of palpable malice, the cold presence of the entities outside, riding the storm's fury. Luriel stiffened, her hand gripping the edge of the bar, knuckles white. "They're using the storm," she breathed, her eyes blazing again with that inner light, focused intently on the doors, trying to force the wards. Eli drew his Colt again, moving instinctively to stand beside her, facing the straining doors. The whispering returned, insidious, louder now, carried on the wind, trying to find purchase in his mind, magnifying his fears, his guilt, his loneliness. He fought against it, focusing on the solid weight of the gun, the tangible presence of Luriel beside him, the grounding scent of the drink she'd given him. Another blast hit the doors, even harder this time. A high-pitched screeching sound tore through the air, like metal scraping against stone, or perhaps something less natural. The lamplight faltered drastically, plunging the room into near darkness, illuminated only by brief, strange flashes of greenish light that seemed to pulse outside, momentarily silhouetting the bowed doors. Liriel raised her free hand again, palm outward towards the doors. "No!" she commanded, her voice ringing out, infused with power, pushing back against the storm and the malice riding it. "This threshold is sealed." The effort was immense. Eli could feel the power radiating from her, a palpable force pushing against an equally powerful intrusion. Her body trembled, her face contorted with strain. The greenish light outside flared. The screeching intensified. The doors groaned as if about to splinter. Then, with a final guttural roar, the wind seemed to momentarily relent. The screeching faded. The pressure against the doors lessened. The green flashes stopped. The lamplight flickered back to a steadier, albeit low, glow. The immediate assault had been repelled. But the cost was severe. Liriel gasped, stumbling back against the bar, her face ashen, her eyes clouded with pain and exhaustion. The inner light faded completely, leaving her looking utterly spent, terrifyingly fragile. She pressed a hand to her temple, swaying on her feet. Eli reached out instinctively, grabbing her arm to steady her before she could fall. Her skin felt unnaturally cold through the thin fabric of her sleeve. Her weight sagged against him for a brief moment, a startling admission of weakness. He could feel the tremors running through her, the aftermath of the immense effort she'd expended. "Liriel?" he asked urgently, his voice tight with concern. She pulled away slightly, though she kept a hand on the bar for support. I held them," she whispered, her voice barely audible, ragged. "But it cost." She looked up at him, her dark eyes filled with a vulnerability he hadn't seen before, stark and unnerving. "The wards are thin, Eli, dangerously thin. Another push like that." She didn't finish, but the implication hung heavy in the air. They were exposed. He steadied her, his hand still gripping her arm, feeling the fragile bones beneath the sleeve, the faint, rapid pulse at her wrist. In that moment, the ancient guardian, the enigmatic keeper, vanished, leaving only a woman, impossibly old yet achingly vulnerable, pushed to her absolute limit. The storm still raged outside, a relentless reminder of the forces gathered against them. They had found shelter, but the storm, both outside and within, was far from over, and Liriel, the only bulwark against it, was fading. Chapter 10. Shadows lengthen in Red Hollow. The echo of Liriel's defiant command faded, leaving behind a silence that felt scraped raw. The storm outside still raged, a backdrop of percussive rain and howling wind. But the immediate, focused assault on the saloon doors had ceased. The oppressive weight of malevolent attention lessened. Yet the air remained thick with a residual tension, cold and the undeniable proof of their vulnerability. Eli's hand still gripped Liriel's arm, steadying her. The tremors running through her slight frame were alarming, a stark testament to the immense energy she had expended. Her skin felt clammy and cold beneath his touch, her breathing shallow and ragged. The ancient guardian, the enigmatic keeper, had momentarily vanished, leaving only a woman pushed far beyond her limits, leaning on a stranger in the besieged heart of her lonely domain. "Easy now," he murmured, his voice low, trying to project a calm he didn't entirely feel. He gently guided her towards a sturdy stool tucked behind the bar, one he hadn't noticed before. She sank onto it gratefully, her body slumping, though her gaze remained watchful, scanning the saloon's shadowed corners. "The wards," she whispered, her voice thin as spider silk. "They held, but they are frayed." She pressed fingertips to her temple, a gesture of profound weariness. like old cloth stretched too tight. Eli released her arm reluctantly, feeling the burden shift squarely onto his shoulders. She was depleted, vulnerable. The saloon, their only shelter, was compromised, and the forces outside, the entities drawn by disturbed echoes, and Lariel's revealed name, were still out there waiting, perhaps gathering strength in the storm's fury. His own part in causing this vulnerability weighed heavily on him, a cold knot of guilt tightening in his chest. He had demanded answers, and the price was written in the lines of exhaustion on her face, in the dangerous thinning of the ancient protections. He looked around the dimly lit space. The overturned table lay where he'd knocked it. The shards of the shattered bottle glittered darkly on the floor behind the bar. Dust motes, disturbed by the earlier violence, danced in the unsteady lamplight. It felt less like a sanctuary now and more like the site of a desperate, ongoing siege. He couldn't just stand here. He had to do something, anything, to shore up their defenses, to take some of the weight off her. First, the glass. It felt like a small, necessary act of order in the midst of encroaching chaos. He found an old broom leaning in a dark corner near the back, its bristles worn and sparse, and a battered dustpan. Carefully, methodically, he swept up the glittering fragments of dark glass, the scraping sound loud in the relative quiet that followed the receding attack. Lariel watched him, her expression unreadable, her breathing slowly deepening, evening out slightly. He didn't look at her as he worked, focusing on the simple physical task, trying to quiet the turmoil in his own mind. He dumped the shards into a refuse bin hidden beneath the counter, feeling a grim satisfaction as if cleaning away the physical debris might somehow lessen the metaphysical danger. It was a fool's hope, but it was something. He righted the overturned table, its legs scraping protesting across the floorboards. He walked the perimeter of the main room, checking the heavy swing doors. They seemed solid, undamaged despite the assault, held fast by more than just wood and iron. He now understood. He peered into the deepest shadows, his hand never far from his Colt, finding nothing but dust and stillness. Yet the feeling of being watched persisted, a cold pressure on the back of his neck. He returned to the bar. Lariel seemed marginally better, some color returning to her face, though the deep weariness remained in her eyes. She had retrieved the bottle of clear grounding liquid and was nursing another small measure. "What exactly are we up against?" Eli asked, keeping his voice low, leaning against the bar opposite her stool. "You said fragments? Opportunists. What happens if they get through? If the wards fail completely?" Lariel swirled the liquid in her glass, watching the faint motion. "Complete failure?" She shook her head slowly. "I cannot allow that. It would unleash chaos, not just here. The sorrow anchored in this place, the power Thorne cultivated and perverted, it would spill out, uncontrolled, a wound bleeding into the world." She looked up, her eyes dark with grim understanding. "And the entities drawn here, they are parasitic. They would feed, grow stronger, perhaps find ways to manifest more fully, to cross the threshold entirely. Red Hollow would become something worse than a ghost town, a gateway." The image was chilling. A gateway to what? He didn't want to know. "And Thorne?" he pressed. "Could he use a failure? Does he know you're weakened?" "Thorne," Lariel's lips thinned. "He is arrogant, but not foolish. He understands power. He would certainly sense a significant shift in the energies here, a weakening of my ward. Whether he could act on it directly, from wherever he is, I don't know. His connection is primarily through the locket, through the echoes of his actions here." Her gaze flickered to Eli's pocket, where the locket rested, a connection you have now amplified. The reminder landed like a blow. He felt the weight of the locket, cold and accusatory, Beside it, the contrasting warmth of the small wooden bird felt almost like a shield. He pulled the bird out, holding it in his palm, its smooth, dense wood strangely comforting. "This bird," he said, changing the subject slightly, needing a different focus. "You said it felt older, connected to the land. What kind of power does it hold? Is it protection?" Lariel leaned forward slightly, studying the carving in his hand. The lamplight caught the subtle grain of the dark wood. "Its power is not like the ward's, not a shield actively maintained," she mused, her voice regaining some of its thoughtful quality. "It feels more like resilience, endurance, the quiet strength of deep roots, of ancient stone. Perhaps it represents the land's own innate balance, the power that existed long before the covenants, before the breach, before Thorne's corruption." She looked at Eli. "It seems to resonate with you. Perhaps it offers a different kind of grounding, a connection to something enduring that pushes back against the despair." He closed his hand around it, feeling that subtle warmth again, the sense of deep, quiet peace beneath the surface dread. Resilience, endurance. He needed both right now. Maybe Elena had hidden it, not just for safekeeping, but knowing somehow that it represented an opposing force to Thorne's destructive energy, a quiet defiance. The storm outside began to lessen its fury. The hammering rain softened to a steady drumming. The wind's violent shrieking subsided into intermittent moans and whispers around the eaves. The immediate, elemental assault seemed to be passing, but the atmosphere inside the saloon grew no lighter. If anything, the relative quiet felt more menacing. The nameless storm had passed, but the true dangers, the ones invited by his digging and Liriel's revealed name, were perhaps only now gathering themselves in the newly lengthened shadows. Shadows. Eli looked around the room. The lamps, burning low, cast disproportionately long dancing shadows from the few tables, the bar stools, even from himself and Liril. They seemed deeper, darker than they should be, pooling in the corners, under the stairs leading presumably to an upper floor he hadn't explored, clinging to the ceiling rafters. It felt as if the darkness itself had gained substance, weight. "The shadows," he murmured, unease prickling his skin again. "They seem thicker." Lariel followed his gaze, her expression tightening. "The weakening of the wards allows the inherent nature of this place to bleed through more strongly," she explained softly. "It has always been a place of echoes, of things lingering between worlds. Now, the veil thins further. What you sense is the proximity of elsewhere. Elsewhere." Another chillingly vague, deeply unsettling term. He felt exposed, adrift in waters far deeper and darker than he'd ever imagined. He glanced toward the back of the saloon, towards the area where Elena's piano music had emanated, where the final confrontation likely occurred. Did Thorne search there? Did he miss the loose floorboard? "After Thorne killed Elena," Eli asked, turning back to Lirael, "did he stay here? Did he search the place?" "He wasn't sentimental," Lirael replied, her voice flat. "He took what he came for, whatever Elena held, perhaps the locket then too, using it immediately for his purpose. I doubt he lingered. Men like Thorne leave wreckage behind. They don't sift through it unless necessary. So Thorne likely hadn't found the bird, but he knew the saloon. He understood its properties. If he sensed the shift, the weakening, a thought struck Eli, cold and sharp. The locket. You said it calls to its creator, seeks like... He met Lirael's eyes, the horrifying implication dawning. By using it, by drawing out Elena's memories so forcefully, did I send a signal? Did I effectively tell Thorne not just that the wards are weak, but that someone here is accessing the power he cultivated, the anchor he set? Lyrell's face grew even paler, her eyes widening almost imperceptibly. The possibility seemed to hang between them, stark and terrifying. She hadn't voiced this specific danger before, perhaps hadn't wanted to frighten him further, or perhaps hadn't fully considered the implication herself until now. The resonance, she whispered. Yes, using the locket with such strong intent. It would amplify the connection, send a flare across the threads that bind it to him. So not only had he alerted the local parasitic entities, he might have sent a long-distance summons to the architect of Elena's torment, the man who understood and exploited the dark power of this place, Jasper Thorne. He might now know someone was tampering with his cursed handiwork. He might be curious. He might be angry. He might eventually come seeking the source of the disturbance, seeking Eli, seeking the locket. The silence stretched, taut as a hangman's rope. The storm outside faded further, leaving an eerie stillness broken only by the occasional drip of water inside the saloon. The shadows seemed to press closer, no longer just passive darkness, but watchful, waiting. Eli felt trapped, not just by the saloon walls, but by the consequences of his own actions, by the secrets he had unearthed. He looked at Lyrell, truly seeing the crushing weight of her guardianship, the lonely, endless battle she fought. He had stumbled into her war, compromised her defenses, and potentially alerted her most dangerous enemy. The price of knowing her name was steep indeed, but the price of his own interference felt infinitely higher, measured not just in his own safety, but in hers, and in the potential unleashing of the darkness she held barely contained. The shadows in Red Hollow were lengthening, cast by the setting sun outside, yes, but more profoundly, by the rising tide of danger within the saloon walls. The night was far from over, and Eli had the terrible feeling that the worst was yet to come. He gripped the small wooden bird in his pocket, its quiet resilience a small, desperate prayer against the encroaching dark. Chapter 11, Crossroads in the Dust. The quiet that descended in the wake of the storm's fury was profound, yet it offered no peace. It felt like the unnatural stillness after a battle, heavy with the scent of spent powder, or in this case, spent will and the anticipation of the next engagement. The wind still sighed around the eaves, a mournful, weary sound, and rain dripped intermittently through unseen cracks, each drop echoing like a slow clock ticking down borrowed time. The lamps burned low, casting long skeletal shadows that stretched and merged, making the familiar space of the saloon feel alien and vast, a landscape of encroaching darkness. Eli stood stiffly, the adrenaline from the confrontation fading, leaving behind a bone-deep weariness that mirrored Lyrell's, though his stemmed from shock and fear, hers from centuries of lonely vigilance, culminating in a near-catastrophic expenditure of energy. He watched her on the stool behind the bar, her silhouette framed against the dusty bottles. She seemed small, almost fragile, stripped of the enigmatic aura that had first captivated and intimidated him. Seeing her vulnerability, knowing he was largely responsible for it, was a heavier burden than facing the spectral entities had been. He had come to Red Hollow seeking oblivion, a temporary pause in his relentless flight from the ghosts of his past. Instead, he had stumbled into a place saturated with sorrow, confronted ancient guardians and shadowy parasites, relived a brutal murder through the victim's senses, and potentially alerted a dangerous, power-hungry man who dealt in curses and soul-binding. And he had, through his relentless pursuit of answers, nearly broken the woman who stood as the only bulwark against an encroaching darkness. Oblivion seemed a laughable luxury now. He was awake, raw and terrifyingly implicated. He walked slowly back towards the bar, the floorboards creaking softly under his boots. He picked up the glass of clear, grounding liquid she'd given him, taking another sip. Its clean, earthy taste helped steady him, cutting through the metallic tang of fear that still lingered on his palate. "I shouldn't have pushed you," he said, the words low, tasting like grit. "About your name, about Elena. It wasn't my place." It wasn't a full apology. The drifter in him shied away from such direct admissions, but it was an acknowledgement of his culpability, of the cost she had paid for his curiosity. Laria lifted her head, her dark eyes meeting his. The profound weariness was still there, but a flicker of her usual enigmatic stillness had returned, like moss slowly reclaiming stone. "You sought truth, Eli Kane," she replied, her voice soft but clear, carrying easily in the quiet room. "In places like this, truth rarely comes without a price, for the seeker and sometimes for the keeper." She paused, studying his face. Perhaps it was time the name was spoken aloud again. Perhaps the confrontation was necessary, inevitable. The balance here has been stagnant for a long time. Stagnation can lead to decay. Her words offered a strange sort of absolution, reframing his reckless digging as a potential catalyst, however dangerous. Yet it didn't lessen his guilt. He had acted out of his own need, his own unresolved pain resonating with Elena's, without fully considering the consequences for the guardian herself. "Stagnant or not," he countered grimly, "it almost got us overrun. You were nearly spent." He gestured towards the shadows, still unnaturally deep in the corners. "And now they know the wards are weak, and Thorne might know someone's rattling his cage." He ran a hand through his dusty hair, agitation making him restless. He began to pace slowly before the bar, the length of the saloon feeling both too small and too vast. This is beyond anything I ever reckoned with. Ghosts, maybe. Curses, barroom brawls, range wars. That's one thing. Ancient guardians, parasitic entities, soul-binding sorcerers. I'm just a drifter, Lariel. I ain't equipped for this." It was the truth. He was a man who relied on his wits, his speed, his cold peacemaker. None of those felt adequate against the kind of power hinted at by Lirael, wielded by Thorne, or embodied by the chilling entities that rode the storm. Running seemed the only sane option. Put miles between himself and Red Hollow, disappear back into the anonymous expanse of the territories, try to forget the obsidian eyes, the haunting music, the spectral cold, the weight of the locket and the bird. He stopped pacing, his gaze falling on the heavy swing doors. Dawn couldn't be far off. The storm had passed. In the pale light, the path away from Red Hollow would be clear. He could saddle Cinder, slip out of the livery, and be miles away before the sun fully cleared the horizon. He could try to outrun the echoes, the entanglement, the potential pursuit of Jasper Thorne. It was what he did best, run. But as he looked at the doors, picturing the dusty trail leading away, the image felt hollow, wrong. He glanced back at Lirael. She watched him, her expression unreadable, but knowing. She saw the conflict in him, the drifter's instinct warring with the reluctant bond forged in the crucible of the last few days. She didn't speak, didn't try to influence him. She simply waited, letting him face his own crossroads. Leaving felt impossible now, not just because of the potential danger following him. Like seeks like, she'd said of the locket and Thorne, but because of her. Leaving her here, weakened, facing heightened danger partly because of him. It felt like the betrayals he carried from his own past, like leaving Anna unprotected, like failing Ben, even though Ben had failed him first. It felt like repeating the pattern, running away when standing firm, however terrifying, might be the only path that didn't lead to deeper regret. He wasn't a hero. He knew that down to his bones. He was flawed, scarred, haunted, but maybe, just maybe, he could be something other than a coward this time. Maybe standing his ground here in this impossible saloon at the edge of nowhere, facing down literal and metaphorical demons, alongside this ancient, wary guardian, was the only way to finally stop running from himself. He walked back to the bar, the decision settling within him, heavy but firm. He stopped before her, meeting her steady gaze. "I ain't equipped," he repeated quietly, "but I ain't leaving." A flicker of surprise crossed Lirael's features, quickly masked, but he saw it. Perhaps she had expected him to run. Perhaps she had even hoped he would, for his own sake. "Staying carries immense risk, Eli," she warned softly, her voice gentle but firm. "Thorne is not a man to trifle with. And the entities you glimpsed, they are relentless. My protection is frayed. I cannot guarantee your safety." "Nobody guarantees safety out here," Eli countered gruffly. "Not ever." He thought of the locket in one pocket, the bird in the other. Danger and resilience. Maybe that was the balance he had to navigate now. "You said my presence was a complication. Maybe it can be something else. 2 watching is better than 1. And while my gun might not do much against shadows, it works fine against men. If Thorne does come sniffing around..." He left the threat unfinished, but his hand rested meaningfully on the butt of his Colt. Lirael studied him for a long moment, her gaze searching his face, assessing his resolve, perhaps weighing the potential asset against the undeniable liability he represented. Finally, she gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod. 2 watching, she agreed softly. A fragile alliance, born of necessity and shared danger solidified in the charged silence. "All right, then," Eli said, feeling a strange mix of terror and grim determination. "Where do we start? How do we strengthen the wards? How do we prepare for Thorne if he comes? What do we do about them?" He gestured towards the shadows. Lirael took another sip of the grounding liquid before answering, seeming to gather her thoughts. "The wards," she began, "are woven from the inherent energies of this place, focused and shaped by intent, by will. Mine is depleted but not broken. Rest will help. Time, but active reinforcement." She frowned slightly. "It requires drawing on the land's own power, carefully, respectfully, something that hasn't been done properly since before the breach." "The bird?" Eli asked, pulling the small wooden carving from his pocket again. "You said it connects to that power." Lirael looked at it, her expression thoughtful. "Perhaps," she conceded, "it resonates with the Earth's endurance, its resilience. It might serve as a focus, a conduit, but how, I am not entirely certain. Its magic is older, subtler than the structured covenants I inherited. Using it would require intuition, listening, something my people, in their arrogance, eventually forgot how to do. Listening to the land. It sounded like something an old Apache shaman might speak of, not something a drifter could understand. Yet holding the bird, Eli felt that faint warmth, that sense of deep, quiet connection. Maybe it wasn't about understanding, but about trusting something beyond logic, beyond fear. "And Thorne?" Eli pressed. "We can't just wait for him to show up." "No," Lirael agreed. "We need to understand his connection, his possible intentions. The locket." Her gaze flickered towards it, then back to Eli. "A warning implicit. It is the most direct link. But using it again, especially now, is incredibly dangerous. It could pinpoint our location for him, draw him here faster, or provoke another backlash from the entities sensing its power. So we leave it?" Eli felt frustrated. The key to understanding their enemy was too dangerous to use. Perhaps not entirely, Lyril mused. Its presence alone. It taints the atmosphere, resonates with Thorn's malice. Maybe there's a way to shield it, dampen its signal, or even, her eyes gained a speculative gleam, use its connection cautiously to glean information without a full immersion. She shook her head. These are possibilities, Eli, requiring knowledge I haven't accessed in a long time, or methods tied to the older magic the bird represents. Everything now is uncertain, unbalanced. Uncertain, unbalanced. That summed up their situation perfectly. They stood at a crossroads, having chosen the path of resistance, but the way forward was shrouded in mist, filled with unknown dangers and reliant on forgotten magic. As if emphasizing their precarious position, a floorboard creaked softly upstairs. Both Eli and Luriel froze, instantly alert. Eli's gun was in his hand before he consciously drew it, aimed towards the dark, narrow staircase, tucked away in a back corner leading to the saloon's upper floor. Luriel straightened, her weariness momentarily forgotten, her body tense, listening. The sound wasn't repeated. Silence descended again, heavier than before. Is there someone up there? Eli whispered, his voice tight. He hadn't considered an upper floor, hadn't seen anyone else enter or leave the saloon besides himself. Luriel shook her head slowly, her eyes fixed on the top of the stairs. No one living, she replied softly, her voice barely audible. The upper rooms, they hold stronger echoes, residues. Sometimes, when the balance is disturbed, when the wards are thin, they stir. More ghosts, not just Elena's sorrow, but other lingering spirits trapped in this repository of pain. The thought added another layer of dread to their already perilous situation. The shadows weren't just in the corners. They were potentially upstairs, moving, aware. The crossroads Eli had faced wasn't just about staying or leaving. It was about stepping fully into a world teeming with unseen forces, spectral residues, and ancient conflicts. He had chosen to stay, to stand with Luriel. Now the dust of Red Hollow, saturated with secrets and sorrows, was beginning to reveal the true depth of the darkness they stood against, a darkness that permeated the very floorboards beneath their feet and perhaps the air above their heads. The path forward was uncertain, but one thing was clear. Turning back was no longer an option. Chapter 12. A memory like a bullet wound. The single creak from the floorboards above hung in the air like a held breath, stretching the already taut silence into something sharp and brittle. Eli kept his Colt leveled at the top of the narrow-shadowed staircase, every nerve ending alight. Luriel stood beside him now, having moved silently from behind the bar, her earlier depletion seemingly held at bay by the immediate, tangible potential threat from within their compromised sanctuary. Her gaze was fixed on the darkness shrouding the upper landing, her expression grimly focused. Echoes stir, she repeated softly, confirming his fear. Residues from others who found their end here, or whose sorrow was strong enough to leave an imprint, long after they departed. Are they dangerous? Eli whispered, his eyes straining to pierce the gloom at the top of the stairs. He saw nothing but deeper shadow, dust motes dancing in the faint light filtering up from the main room. Not usually, Luriel replied, her voice low and calm, a deliberate counterpoint to the rising tension. They are typically just that, echoes, replays of past moments, fragments of emotion caught in a loop, confused, mostly harmless. She paused, her gaze sharpening, but with the wards weakened, with the outside entities pressing, with the energy stirred by your use of the locket, the boundaries blur. Stronger echoes might gain coherence,
Awareness. And not all souls leave gentle imprints, Eli. Red Hollow has seen its share of violence, despair, madness. Madness. The word hung in the air, heavy and cold. He imagined tormented spirits, trapped for decades or centuries, their confusion curdling into something malevolent, stirred into awareness by the recent disturbances. Another front in their besieged position. Minutes passed in absolute silence. No further sound came from upstairs. The creak might have been just the old building settling, stressed by the passing storm, or it might have been a warning, a reminder that Elena's sorrow, while central, wasn't the only ghost haunting this saloon. Slowly, reluctantly, Eli lowered his Colt, though he kept his finger near the trigger guard. The immediate tension lessened, but a new layer of unease settled over him. The saloon felt crowded now, not with living patrons, but with the invisible weight of countless, untold tragedies. Restless spirits potentially stirring just beyond the veil, just above their heads. "We need rest," Lyrael stated quietly, turning away from the stairs, the decision seeming abrupt but necessary. "Both of us, especially me, if the wards are to regain any strength." She looked at him, her gaze direct. "Continuing this vigil without respite will only leave us weaker when the next test comes. And it will come." He knew she was right. Exhaustion gnawed at him. Not just physical weariness from lack of sleep, but the deeper fatigue of sustained fear, emotional turmoil, and the constant drain of being in this supernaturally charged environment. His judgment was likely fraying, and Lyra, she looked like a single strong wind could knock her over. Pushing forward now would be reckless. "Where?" he asked, glancing around the main room. Sleeping here on the floor where Elena died, where shadows coalesced in the corners, felt unthinkable. "There are rooms behind the bar," Lyrael indicated with a slight nod. "My own quarters. Simple but shielded, after a fashion. The core of the building holds a residue of the older, grounding energy, less permeable." She hesitated. "There is a spare room. Small, dusty, but safer than out here." Sharing her shielded space? The intimacy of the suggestion was unexpected, jarring against the backdrop of ancient horrors and spectral threats. Yet the logic was undeniable. Staying out here felt like inviting trouble. He nodded, accepting the offer. "Lead the way." Lyrael pushed through a narrow, low doorway behind the bar that Eli hadn't paid much attention to before. It opened into a short corridor, surprisingly free of the heavy atmosphere of the main saloon. The air here felt stiller, quieter. The oppressive weight lessened. 2 doors led off the corridor. Lyrael opened the one farther down. "This will have to suffice," she said, gesturing him inside. The room was small, barely large enough for the narrow cot against one wall, a small, scarred wooden table, and a single chair. A tiny window high up near the ceiling was shuttered tight. Dust lay thick on every surface, confirming her description, suggesting the room hadn't been used in a very long time. Yet, as she'd said, the air felt different, neutral, quieter, like stepping into a pocket of mundane reality amidst the surrounding supernatural storm. It was blessedly ordinary. "Thank you," Eli said, meaning it. The simple quiet felt like a balm. "Rest," Lyrael instructed, her voice carrying a note of command beneath the weariness. "Do not engage with dreams too readily here. Keep the bird close." She glanced towards the door opposite his. "I will be nearby. The inner wards are strongest here, but stay alert." She turned to leave, pausing in the doorway. "Eli?" He looked at her. "Your choice," she said softly, her dark eyes holding his. "To stay. It was unexpected, perhaps foolish, but noted." And then she was gone, pulling the door of her own room shut with a soft click.
leaving him alone in the dusty silence. He stood for a moment listening. He heard no sound from her room. The silence felt profound after the chaos of the saloon. He walked over to the cot, brushed away the worst of the dust from the thin mattress, and sank down onto it, the springs groaning in protest. He pulled the small wooden bird from his pocket, holding its smooth coolness in his palm. Keep the bird close. He obeyed instinctively, needing its grounding presence. He didn't expect to sleep. His mind was racing, replaying the events, the echoes, the confrontation, Lirael's revelations, the chilling potential summons sent to Thorn. But the sheer exhaustion, both physical and psychic, weighed him down like lead. The quiet neutrality of the room, combined with the subtle calming influence of the wooden bird, worked on him. Against all odds, his eyelids grew heavy. He didn't bother taking off his boots or his gun belt, simply stretched out on the narrow cot, the bird clutched tight in one hand, the Colt resting heavy at his hip. Sleep claimed him like a depthless pool, pulling him down into merciful blackness. But Liriel's warning about dreams proved prophetic. Merciful blackness gave way to fragmented images, swirling like smoke, tinged with the saloon's pervasive sorrow. He saw Elena's face, not in terror this time, but smiling, radiant with love, whispering Thorn's name like a prayer. Then Thorn's face, handsome, dangerous, shifting into the enraged mask Eli had witnessed in the echo. He saw the glint of the blade, felt the phantom pain bloom again in his side. He saw Anna, her eyes wide with fear at a window, then her face pale in death, her blood on his hands. He saw Ben, his friend, his betrayer, sneering as he pulled the trigger. The images tangled, bled into each other. Elena, Anna, Liril, Thorn, Ben faces, swirling in a vortex of grief, betrayal, and violence. He felt trapped, suffocating in the weight of shared sorrow, his own regrets indistinguishable from Elena's agony. The whispering started again, insidious, crawling through the dreamscape, telling him it was hopeless, that he was tainted, cursed, bound to fail, just like Liril's ancestors, just like he'd failed Anna. He struggled against it, thrashing on the narrow cot, caught in the dream's suffocating grip. He tried to call out, but no sound came. The despair threatened to swallow him whole. Then warmth spread through his hand. The small wooden bird. In the dream, it began to glow faintly, pulsing with a soft, steady light. The light pushed back against the swirling darkness, against the whispering voices. It didn't negate the sorrow, didn't erase the painful images, but it provided an anchor, a point of stillness in the chaos. It resonated with that feeling of deep earth, of ancient resilience. Endure, it seemed to whisper, not in words, but in feeling. Survive. He clung to that feeling, focusing on the bird's steady warmth, its quiet strength. The chaotic images began to recede. The whispering faded. The crushing despair lessened its grip. He was still adrift in a sea of sorrow, but he wasn't drowning anymore. He had found a piece of solid ground, however small. He woke with a gasp, sitting bolt upright on the cot, his heart pounding, drenched in cold sweat. The small room was utterly dark, the shuttered window admitting no light. He didn't know how long he'd slept, minutes, hours. The wooden bird was still clutched tight in his hand, its surface cool now. The dream glow faded, but the faint sense of groundedness remained. He sat there for a long time, breathing deeply, letting the remnants of the nightmare recede. It hadn't been just a dream. It felt like an intrusion. The entities Lirael had driven back, or perhaps just the toxic atmosphere of the saloon seeping through, the weakened wards, amplifying his own fears and regrets, using his memories against him. Fear is what they hunger for. The dream had been a feast of it, Only the bird had saved him from being consumed. He finally swung his legs off the cot, his boots thudding softly on the dusty floor. He needed to check on Lyril, check the saloon. Standing vigil seemed infinitely preferable to facing that dreamscape again. He pocketed the bird, patted the reassuring weight of his coat, and quietly opened the door. The corridor outside was dim, lit only by the faint spill of lamplight from the saloon beyond the doorway behind the bar. He listened intently. Silence. He moved cautiously towards Lyril's door and hesitated. Knock. What if she was finally resting? But what if she wasn't? What if she'd faced her own nightmares without even the small comfort of the bird? He raised his hand to knock, then stopped. A faint sound reached him from within her room. Singing. Incredibly soft, barely audible. Not the haunting clarity of her ballad, but a low, broken humming, interspersed with choked breaths, almost like weeping. It was a sound of profound, private grief, raw and unguarded. He lowered his hand, feeling like an intruder on something deeply personal. This wasn't the ancient guardian. This was the woman beneath, wrestling with centuries of sorrow, loneliness, and failure in the dark. The price of her vigil, paid in moments like these. He backed away from her door, respecting her privacy, yet his concern deepened. She was holding back so much, projecting strength she might not possess. He felt a renewed surge of protectiveness, irrational though it might be. He slipped back through the doorway behind the bar into the main saloon. The lamps still burned low, casting immense shadows. The storm had completely passed. An eerie, pre-dawn stillness had settled over Red Hollow, but the atmosphere inside felt no safer. If anything, the quiet felt more menacing, pregnant with possibility. He checked the front doors again, still secure. He scanned the corners, the upper landing. Nothing moved, yet the feeling of being watched, of unseen things stirring just beyond perception, was stronger than ever. The shadows themselves seemed alive, breathing. He walked over to the spot where Elena had died, where he'd felt her final moments. He crouched down, resting his hand on the dark, stained floorboards. He didn't try to connect, didn't reach for the echoes. He just stayed there, feeling the chill that seemed permanently embedded in the wood, thinking about her, about Anna, about the terrible weight of irreversible loss. He remembered the echo of Thorne's blade, the searing pain. It felt less like a memory witnessed and more like a wound inflicted, a psychic injury layered onto his own scarred soul, a memory like a bullet wound. It lodged deep, festering, refusing to heal cleanly. Perhaps some wounds weren't meant to heal, only to be carried, integrated into the fabric of who you became. Perhaps that was part of the entanglement Lyril warned of, taking on the scars of this place, adding them to his own. He pushed himself back to his feet, the weight of it all settling heavily on his shoulders. He was just a drifter. How had he ended up here, guarding a haunted saloon alongside an ancient being, carrying the ghost of a murdered woman's pain and a potentially cursed locket, waiting for spectral entities or a ruthless sorcerer to make the next move? It was madness. Yet, he wasn't running, not this time. He looked towards the back corridor, towards Lyril's closed door, hearing the echo of her broken humming in his mind. He thought of the wooden bird, its quiet resilience. Maybe survival wasn't about outrunning the ghosts. Maybe it was about finding the strength to stand your ground, even when wounded, even when terrified, even when the shadows lengthened and the odds felt impossible. Maybe that was the only way to truly find shelter from the storm, both outside and within. He took a deep breath, settled his hat firmly on his head, and began his watch. A solitary figure in the haunted heart of Red Hollow, waiting for the dawn, or for whatever darkness came first. Chapter 13. Questions Asked in the Dead of Night. The deepest hour of the night, or perhaps the bruised hour just before dawn, time felt fluid, unreliable within the saloon's shadowed walls. Outside, the storm had exhausted itself, leaving behind a profound, dripping stillness. Inside, the silence was a different beast entirely. It wasn't peaceful. It was watchful, charged, thick with the residue of fear and the awareness of unseen things stirring just beyond the edge of perception. The low lamplight cast monstrously elongated shadows that shifted and merged with unsettling fluidity, making the familiar space feel like a treacherous dreamscape. Eli sat slumped in one of the scarred wooden chairs, dragged closer to the bar, his back to the solid wood, but his eyes constantly scanning the room, the dark maw of the staircase, the impassive swing doors. Sleep was impossible now. The nightmare lingered, its tendrils wrapped around his consciousness. Anna's fading eyes, Ben's sneer, Elena's final terror, all swirling in a vortex of guilt and accusation, amplified by the insidious whispers that had crawled through his defenses. Only the small wooden bird, now clutched tightly in his hand inside his pocket, had offered an anchor, its quiet resilience a shield against the consuming despair. He felt its smooth, cool weight now, a tangible counterpoint to the psychic chill left by the dream. He thought of Lirael behind her closed door. He'd heard her muffled grief, the raw sorrow leaking through the cracks in her ancient composure. It made her sacrifice, her lonely vigil, painfully real. He felt a fierce protective anger towards whatever forces Thorne, the entities, the weight of centuries, had pushed her to such a state, and towards himself for adding to that burden. His decision to stay felt less like a choice now and more like an inevitability, a debt incurred. Running was easy. Facing the consequences, facing the darkness alongside her, it felt terrifyingly necessary. Every creak of the old building, every drip of lingering rainwater, finding its way through the roof, sounded unnaturally loud in the stillness, making him jump. He kept seeing movement in the periphery, shadows coalescing and dissolving. But when he looked directly, there was nothing but dust and gloom. Were they remnants of his nightmare? Or were the entities testing the frayed wards again, subtly, insidiously? Lirael had said they fed on fear, and his dream had been a veritable banquet. He rose from the chair, needing movement to combat the oppressive stillness and the gnawing anxiety. He paced the length of the saloon again, his boots echoing softly on the worn floorboards. He stopped where Elena had fallen, the floorboards cold beneath his feet, even through the thick leather soles. He felt the resonance of her pain, a dull ache in his own side, a memory like a bullet wound, as he'd thought before. He looked down at his hand, remembering the phantom sensation of blood. He understood now, more deeply than before, why this place held such power, such sorrow. It wasn't just one tragedy. It was likely layers upon layers of them, Red Hollow acting as a sinkhole for despair at the edge of a harsh land. And Elena's binding, Thorne's deliberate act, had perhaps amplified it all, turned a place of lingering sorrow into a potential battery, a focal point for darker energies. Lirael stood guard not just over Elena's ghost, but over a potential floodgate of misery and malice. His pacing led him back to the bar. He leaned against it, staring into the shadowed space behind the counter, where Lirael had her rooms. The silence from her room continued. Was she resting, or simply enduring in silence? He poured himself another small measure of the clear, grounding liquid, sipping it slowly. Its clean, earthy taste helped clear his head, pushing back the lingering tendrils of the nightmare. He needed answers, not just the big existential ones about ancient covenants and spectral entities, but practical ones. What were they going to do? Waiting passively felt like inviting disaster. They needed a plan, a defense. But how could they plan against forces they barely understood? As if summoned by his thoughts, the soft click of a latch broke the silence. Eli straightened instantly, his hand dropping to his Colt. The door to Lirael's room opened, and she emerged, stepping into the dim spill of light from the saloon. She looked restored in a way. The profound exhaustion was still there, etched into the lines around her eyes. But the ashen pallor was gone, replaced by her usual enigmatic calm. She had rebound her dark hair, and her simple dress was straight. She moved with her customary quiet grace, though perhaps a fraction slower than before. She hadn't been weeping. She had been gathering herself, shoring up her internal defenses. Seeing her composure return was both a relief and slightly intimidating. The ancient guardian was back, though the fragility underneath remained palpable. Her dark eyes met his across the space. "You could not rest either," she stated softly. It wasn't a question. Dreams weren't restful, Eli admitted tersely. Felt like something was probing, testing. He didn't elaborate on the specifics. The raw grief and guilt the nightmare had dredged up felt too private, too exposed. Lirael nodded slowly, her expression somber. They will try, especially when fear provides an opening. She walked toward the bar, retrieving her own glass, her movements economical. The inner wards held. "I think so," Eli said. "The bird." He touched his pocket. "It helped. Grounded me." "Good," she murmured, seeming unsurprised. "It holds the land's strength. A quiet power, but deep." She took a sip from her glass, her gaze sweeping the room, assessing the atmosphere. The outer wards feel stable for the moment. The storm's passing lessened the immediate pressure, but they are still thin, vulnerable. "Then we need to strengthen them," Eli said, seizing the opening. "You said it requires drawing on the land's power, using intuition. How? What do we do?" Lirael sighed softly, a sound like dry leaves rustling. "It is not a simple task, Eli, especially not quickly. It requires focus, connection, a willingness to listen to the whispers of the earth, the stone, the water, things my people cultivated over generations and later neglected." She looked at the bird in his hand again. That carving, it might be a focus, a way to attune, but forcing it, especially with my own energy depleted, could be dangerous, could upset the balance further. "So we do nothing?" The frustration returned. "We just wait for the next attack?" "We do not wait passively," Lirael countered, her voice regaining a touch of firmness. "We observe. We conserve energy. We seek understanding." She leaned slightly against the bar, facing him more directly. "And perhaps we ask the right questions." "All right." Eli accepted the challenge. "I've got questions. These entities, fragments, opportunists, what are they? Where do they come from? Are they spirits of the dead like Elena?" Lirael considered for a moment, choosing her words carefully. "Some may be echoes of human lives, yes, twisted by despair or violence, lingering, unable to move on, especially those drawn to the raw energy here after the breach." She paused, her expression darkening. "But others are older, native to the spaces between worlds, the chaotic energies that seep through when the covenants fail. They are formless, hungry, drawn to strong emotion like moths to flame, but they seek to feed, to gain substance, to influence. They are the whispers in your dreams, the cold spots, the shadows that move when You're not looking. Less ghosts, more parasites of the soul. Parasites of the soul. The description made his skin crawl. He thought of the insidious whispers in his nightmare. Can they be fought? Destroyed? Destroyed? Lyrell shook her head. They are not truly living, nor truly dead in the human sense. They are forces, currents. You cannot destroy a current, but you can divert it. You can shield against it. You can starve it by denying it the fear and despair it feeds on. She looked at him pointedly. And strong wards, properly maintained, can keep them at bay, confine them to the fringes. Deny them fear. Easier said than done when shadows writhed in the corners and spectral chills swept the room. He took another sip of the grounding liquid. Okay, so wards are key, and the bird might help, but it's risky, needs intuition. He shifted focus. Thorn. We know he anchored Elena. We know he understands this place. We think I might have alerted him by using the locket. He pulled the tarnished silver from his pocket, placing it carefully on the bar between them. It lay there, cold and menacing. What do we do about him? Can we track him? Find out what he's planning? Liriel looked at the locket with profound distaste. Tracking Thorn would be like tracking smoke on the wind. He is adept at concealing himself, moving through the world, leaving few ripples, except in the lives he destroys. Her gaze sharpened. But the locket, it is a connection, a dangerous one. Using it for forceful scrying, trying to see through his eyes or learn his plans, that would almost certainly alert him directly, perhaps even give him purchase to influence the user. She shuddered slightly. No, that is too great a risk. So again, we do nothing. Eli felt trapped between prudence and the urgent need for action. Not nothing, Liriel countered thoughtfully. Perhaps we listen differently. The locket resonates with his malice, his intent, especially concerning this place, concerning Elena. Maybe instead of trying to use it actively, we simply observe it, attune to its subtle shifts. It might act as an early warning system, a change in its energy, a sudden pulse. It could indicate his attention turning this way, long before he physically arrives. It was a passive approach, relying on subtle senses he wasn't sure he possessed, but it felt safer than actively probing the connection. How? How do we observe it? With stillness, Liriel replied, with focus. The way one watches for subtle changes in the weather, reads the signs in the dust. It requires patience. She looked at him. Perhaps your connection to the bird, its grounding influence, could help shield you while you listen to the locket's colder whispers. A balance. Balance. The word kept recurring. Holding the grounding bird while listening to the cursed locket. It felt like juggling fire and water, but maybe it was the only way. And Elena? Eli asked quietly, his gaze drifting towards the spot where she fell. Is there anything we can do for her? To ease her sorrow? To free her? The thought felt audacious, impossible. Yet the injustice of her fate, her eternal imprisonment as a sorrow battery for Thorn, demanded the question. Liriel's expression softened with a deep, ancient sadness, freeing a soul anchored by such deliberate malice, amplified by the energies of this place. She sighed. It would require unraveling Thorn's binding, countering the curse woven into the locket, into the very foundations here. It would necessitate confronting the source of her despair, perhaps even confronting Thorn himself. Her eyes held a profound sorrow. It is a task of immense difficulty, Eli. Perhaps impossible without restoring the original balance of this land, healing the breach itself. That is the true work. Elena's freedom might be bound to that larger restoration. So no easy answers there either. Freeing Elena meant fixing everything, confronting Thorne, restoring ancient balances. It felt overwhelming, far beyond the capabilities of a drifter and a depleted guardian. He fell silent, absorbing the weight of it all. They were facing parasitic entities, a potentially alerted sorcerer, frayed defenses, and the ghost of a murdered woman whose freedom was tied to healing the very land itself. And their best tools were a possibly dangerous locket, an enigmatic wooden bird, and Lirael's depleted, centuries-old power. The odds felt impossibly long. "Why?" he asked finally, the question raw, torn from the depths of his own weariness and confusion. "Why you? Why carry this burden for centuries? Penance for your ancestors' mistake? Isn't there anyone else? Haven't you paid enough?" Lirael looked down at her hands, resting flat on the bar. For a moment, the ancient guardian facade seemed to crumble completely, revealing the immense crushing weight she carried. "Who else is there?" she whispered, the words barely audible, heavy with resignation. "My people are scattered, diminished. Many forgot the old ways, turned their backs on the responsibilities. Others were lost when the breach occurred, or in the chaotic times that followed." She looked up, her eyes holding the reflection of countless lonely dawns. The duty fell to those who remained, who remembered. The line grew thin. "Now, there is only me." The stark simplicity of her answer, the profound loneliness it contained, hit Eli harder than any spectral chill. Alone, for centuries, holding back the tide, paying for mistakes made long before her birth. "It ain't right," he said gruffly, fiercely. A faint, sad smile touched her lips. "The world rarely concerns itself with what is right, Eli Kane. Only with what is. This is my reality, my charge." She straightened slightly, gathering her strength once more. "But perhaps," she added, her gaze meeting his with a new intensity, a fragile hope dawning in their depths, "perhaps now I am not entirely alone in the vigil." Her words hung in the air, an unspoken acknowledgement of the shift between them, the fragile alliance forged in shared danger. He wasn't just a drifter anymore. He was a witness. He was implicated. He was, however, ill-equipped, standing beside her at the crossroads. The first hint of dawn began to filter through the grime on the unseen windows, painting the dusty air with faint strokes of gray and lavender. The deepest part of the night was passing, but the questions asked, the answers given, the burdens revealed, left the shadows in the saloon longer, deeper than any physical night could cast. They had chosen their path, but the road ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty and undeniable peril. Chapter 14, The Haunting Hour. Dawn crept into the saloon like a thief, hesitant and gray. It wasn't the clear, hopeful light that sometimes broke over the desert plains, but a weak, bruised illumination filtering through the grime on the high, unseen windows, barely managing to dilute the deep shadows that clung stubbornly to the corners and rafters. The storm had passed, leaving behind a world washed clean but strangely muted. The silence outside profound, broken only by the slow drip of water from the eaves and the distant cry of some unseen bird greeting the reluctant day. Inside the saloon, the quiet felt different. It was the stillness of a held breath, the watchful pause before movement. Eli sat nursing the last of the grounding drink Lirael had given him, the clean, earthy taste a small comfort against the lingering chill of his nightmare and the pervasive tension in the air. He hadn't slept again, couldn't afford to. He felt scraped raw, exhausted, yet hyper-alert, every sense straining against the unnatural quiet. Lirael moved with quiet purpose behind the bar, restoring a semblance of order. She carefully swept the remaining dust and debris, wiped down the counter with slow, deliberate strokes, refilled the lamps with oil, her movements economical and precise. She looked better. The stark exhaustion eased somewhat, her composure more firmly back in place, but a fragility lingered beneath the surface, visible in the slight tremor of her hand as she lifted a lamp chimney, the way her gaze constantly swept the room, assessing, listening. They hadn't spoken much since the pre-dawn revelations, the fragile alliance hanging between them, acknowledged but untested. Eli watched her, nursing the last of his drink, the memory of her broken humming, the glimpse of her profound loneliness behind the guardian's mask had shifted something in him. The initial awe and fear were still present, but now tempered by a reluctant empathy, a grudging respect that bordered on protectiveness. He was still terrified, still felt utterly out of his depth, but the instinct to run had been replaced by a stubborn resolve to see this through, to stand his ground beside her, for her sake, for Elena's, or simply because turning back felt like a deeper kind of failure than any threat the saloon could conjure? He wasn't sure. Maybe all three. He pushed himself out of the chair, the stiffness in his limbs a testament to the sleepless, tension-filled night. Anything? He asked quietly, joining her at the bar. Liriel paused in her wiping, tilting her head slightly, listening to the silence. The immediate pressure has lifted, she confirmed softly. The storm's energy has dissipated, but the watchers remain. Her gaze flickered towards the corners, then back to him. They are patient. They sense the weakness in the wards. They will wait for another opportunity, another surge of fear or despair to feed on. Fear. He thought of his nightmare again, the way it had twisted his own grief and guilt into spectral weapons. He needed to control his fear, not just for his own sanity, but to avoid inadvertently strengthening the entities they faced. He consciously focused on the small wooden bird in his pocket, drawing on its imagined resilience, its connection to something solid, enduring. The locket, Liriel said, her voice dropping lower, nodding towards his other pocket where the tarnished silver lay hidden. Its energy feels quieter now, dormant, but watchful, like a snake coiled in the sun. Eli pulled it out, holding it warily in his palm. It felt cold, heavy, inert compared to the warmth he associated with the bird. He concentrated, trying Liriel's suggestion, not forcing it, but listening, observing its subtle currents while simultaneously holding the bird in his other hand, seeking balance. It was like trying to listen to two opposing sounds at once. The bird offered a sense of deep stillness, rootedness. The locket, even dormant, radiated a faint chill, a subtle vibration of malice and sorrow, a discordant undertone beneath the saloon's quiet. He felt no images this time, no violent rush of echoes, but a persistent low-level hum of wrongness emanating from the silver. It felt predatory, waiting. Anything? Liriel asked, watching him closely. He shook his head slowly. Nothing specific, just cold, like it's waiting. He tucked it away again, disturbed by its latent energy. Feels safer not touching it unless we have to. Wisdom, Liriel approved quietly. Its connection to Thorne is undeniable. Best not to stir that thread unnecessarily. The gray light filtering into the saloon strengthened almost imperceptibly, marking the true arrival of dawn outside. But instead of bringing clarity or relief, the weak light seemed only to emphasize the saloon's decay. The layers of dust, the deep stains on the floor, the shadows that seemed too deep, too solid. This was the haunting hour, Eli realized. Not just the threshold of night, but the threshold of day when the light was uncertain, the boundaries blurred, and the veil between worlds felt particularly thin. A faint scraping sound came from upstairs. Both froze instantly, heads snapping up towards the shadowed landing. It wasn't the single sharp creak of settling wood this time. It was a soft, deliberate scrape, like something being dragged lightly across the floorboards. Eli drew his Colt smoothly, silently, moving away from the bar to get a clearer line of sight on the staircase. Lyril stood utterly still, her hand hovering over the wooden bird Eli had returned to her, which she now kept tucked into a pocket of her dress. Her eyes were narrowed, focused intently on the darkness above. Silence descended again, thick and expectant. Eli strained his ears, listening for any further sound, any hint of movement. Nothing. Had they imagined it? Or was something up there deliberately testing them, playing on their frayed nerves? Other echoes, Lariel breathed, her voice barely a whisper. Not Elena. Something else. Something that drags things, Eli muttered, his knuckles white on the grip of his gun. Before Lariel could answer, a low moan echoed down the stairs. It wasn't wind, it was a sound of pure, abject misery, laced with a chilling thread of madness. It seemed to seep into the very wood of the saloon, vibrating in Eli's bones, raising the hairs on his arms. The sound faded, leaving behind an even deeper, more unsettling silence. Eli exchanged a look with Lariel. Her face was grim, her eyes dark with concern. An echo of despair, she confirmed softly. Strong, potentially unstable. He remembered her words. Not all souls leave gentle imprints. Red Hollow has seen its share of violence, despair, madness. Who had died up there consumed by such misery? And why was their echo stirring now? A sudden icy draft swept through the main room, swirling dust from the floor, making the lamps flicker violently despite the lack of any discernible breeze from outside. It carried a faint, unpleasant odor decay, sickness, and something metallic, like old blood. Eli shivered involuntarily, pulling his collar tighter. The temperature in the saloon plummeted several degrees. They're trying again, Lariel stated, her voice tight, using the stirred echo as a focus, perhaps. A wedge. Eli scanned the room, his gun ready, but the cold draft seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The shadows writhed more energetically now, seeming to detach themselves momentarily from the walls, twisting into the half-seen shapes before dissolving again. The whispering started again, faint at first, then growing louder. A sibilant chorus just at the edge of hearing, slithering around the edges of his thoughts, trying to find purchase. Failure, alone, lost, guilt, pain. He fought against it, focusing on the solid weight of the Colt, the image of Luriel standing resolute, the memory of the bird's warmth. Deny them fear, she had said. He clenched his jaw, forcing the whispers back, refusing to give them anchor. Beside him, Lariel stood with her eyes closed, one hand resting lightly on the bar top, the other likely touching the wooden bird in her pocket. She wasn't chanting or making grand gestures, but Eli could feel a subtle energy emanating from her, a quiet, focused resistance pushing back against the encroaching chill, the insidious whispers. It wasn't the overt display of power she'd used against the storm riders. This felt different, deeper, a drawing upon the grounding energy she'd spoken of, perhaps aided by the bird. The cold lessened slightly. The whispering voices seemed to stutter, losing their coherence. The shadows stilled momentarily. Lariel opened her eyes, a bead of sweat tracing a path down her temple, despite the chill. It holds, she murmured, though the effort was clearly taxing her already depleted reserves. But the respite was short-lived. From upstairs came another sound, a soft, rhythmic thudding. Thump, 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 slow, deliberate, heavy, like someone pacing, or like a head being repeatedly, monotonously banged against a wall. Eli's blood ran cold. That sound was infinitely more disturbing than the moan of misery. It spoke of obsession, of madness locked in an endless loop. He tightened his grip on his Colt, his gaze fixed on the top of the stairs. Should they go up there, confront whatever echo was making the sound, or would that be walking into a trap, leaving the main room vulnerable? "What is that?" he breathed, not taking his eyes off the stairs. "Another echo," Lariel answered, her voice strained. "From someone who lost their mind within these walls, perhaps. Trapped in their final obsession." She shook her head slightly. "We cannot engage directly. Not now. It would drain what little strength I have regained and potentially give the outside entities the opening they seek." So they had to endure it. Listen to the rhythmic thudding, the soundtrack to someone's final descent into madness, while fending off the psychic chills and whispering attacks from the parasitic entities. The saloon felt like a pressure cooker, the tension ratcheting up unbearably. The thudding continued, relentless, maddening. Thump, thump, thump. It seemed to sync up with the pulsing of the blood in Eli's temples, driving everything else out. He felt his control slipping, the carefully banked fear threatening to flare again. Then something moved on the periphery of his vision. Near the back of the saloon, by the area where the piano music had originated, a shadow detached itself from the wall. Not formless this time, but coalescing rapidly, taking on a vaguely humanoid shape, tall, gaunt, distorted with limbs too long, a head that seemed subtly wrong. It didn't approach, just stood there, radiating a palpable aura of cold and ancient hunger. Eli swung his gun towards it instantly. "Lyrael!" Lyrael saw it too. Her breath hitched, her eyes widening slightly. "One of them," she whispered. "Stronger. Given form by the focused despair upstairs, perhaps? Or drawn by the locket's lingering signal?" The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound, but Eli felt its attention lock onto him. Cold, calculating, assessing. The whispering intensified dramatically, no longer peripheral, but seemingly broadcast directly into his mind, sharp and cruel, targeting his deepest insecurities, his most painful memories. "Anna knew you'd fail. Ben laughed when you fell. Lyril uses you. You'll die alone here, forgotten." He gritted his teeth, fighting back the wave of despair and self-loathing the whispers provoked. "Get back," he yelled, his voice hoarse, aiming his Colt squarely at the figure's center mass, though he had no idea if a bullet would have any effect. The figure remained motionless, seemingly unfazed. Its shadowy form seemed to ripple slightly, and the cold intensified around it, frost beginning to bloom on the nearby floorboards. "Don't let it feed your fear, Eli," Lariel warned urgently beside him. "It solidifies through emotion." She closed her eyes again, her lips moving silently, her hand gripping the edge of the bar as she focused her will, channeling the grounding energy against this more substantial manifestation. Eli tried to steady his breathing, tried to focus on the physical reality of the gun, the floor, Lariel beside him. He ignored the whispers, pushed back the rising tide of remembered grief. He held the figure in his sights, waiting for it to make a move. And then it simply dissolved. Not retreating, but dematerializing, fading back into the ambient shadows as quickly as it had formed, leaving behind only an unnatural cold spot and the lingering echo of its malevolent presence. The whispering faded back to a background hiss. The rhythmic thudding from upstairs stopped abruptly. Silence descended once more, but it was a ragged, breathless silence. Eli slowly lowered his gun, his hands shaking. Lariel opened her eyes, leaning heavily against the bar, her face etched with strain. "What was that?" Eli demanded, shaken. "Why did it just leave?" "Perhaps your resistance starved it," Lariel speculated, though she looked unconvinced. Or perhaps, she added, her gaze troubled, it achieved what it intended, a deeper probe, a taste of your fear, a confirmation of your presence. She pushed herself upright, scanning the room warily. They learn, they adapt. The haunting hour was passing, the weak dawn light strengthening, pushing back the deepest physical shadows. But the psychic shadows, the knowledge of what lurked just beyond the veil, the awareness of their vulnerability and the escalating danger, those remained, darker and more threatening than ever. They had survived another wave, another test, but the cost was mounting. Lirael's strength was finite, and the entities, perhaps even Thorne himself, were undoubtedly learning, adapting, waiting for the perfect moment to strike again. The uneasy quiet felt less like a reprieve and more like the calm before an inevitable and potentially final storm. Chapter 15, A Choice Cast in Moonlight. The thin gray light of dawn bled slowly into day, but within the walls of the saloon, time seemed to stagnate. The haunting hour had passed, leaving behind a residue of icy fear and the palpable sense of violation. Eli felt it clinging to his skin, a psychic grime more pervasive than the layers of physical dust. He had faced down men with guns, survived ambushes, endured the brutal indifference of the desert. But the unseen, insidious nature of the threats here, the parasitic entities feeding on fear, the echoes of madness, the potential awareness of a distant, malevolent sorcerer left him feeling exposed and profoundly vulnerable in a way he never had before. He helped Lirael clear away the last traces of the night's disruptions, setting the chair back properly, wiping down the bar again, more for the sake of routine and movement than any real need. She worked beside him, her earlier depletion still evident in the careful economy of her movements, but her resolve seemed to have hardened. The confrontation, the revelation of her name, the subsequent attack, it had cost her dearly, but it had also stripped away some layer of detachment, forging a fragile, necessary connection between them. They were no longer just keeper and drifter. They were allies, however unlikely, besieged together in this lonely outpost against encroaching darkness. They will not rest, Lirael said quietly, breaking the long silence as she replaced a bottle on the back shelf. Her voice was low, steady, but held an undertone of grim certainty. The probe, the manifestation, it was reconnaissance. They have tasted the weakness. They know you are here. A new element, resonating with both sorrow and resistance. She glanced at him, her dark eyes searching. That resistance, perhaps fueled by the bird, perhaps by your own nature, might intrigue them as much as your fear. Eli didn't like the sound of that. Being intriguing to soul-eating parasites wasn't high on his list of ambitions. So what's the next move? We wait for them to try something else? Wait for Thorne to come knocking? The passive stance felt like setting himself up as bait. Waiting is part of it, Lirael conceded, turning back to face him, leaning lightly against the bar, observing, conserving what strength we have. But you are right. Pure passivity invites encroachment. She gestured towards the area where the shadowy figure had manifested. They tested us. They found the wards frayed but holding, defended. They may try subtler methods now. More probing of the mind. More stirring of the dissonant echoes within these walls. She nodded toward the stairs. Like the one upstairs. The memory of the rhythmic thudding sent a chill down Eli's spine. We can't just let that go on, he argued. That feeling of madness, it felt like it was weakening things further, adding to the noise, maybe even giving the other things purchase. It does destabilize the atmosphere, Lirael agreed. The echoes feed on each other, amplifying the dominant emotions in this case: despair, obsession, Quieting it would help restore some measure of balance. How? Eli asked bluntly. Go up there? Confront it? He instinctively touched his colt. Liriel considered him, then the stairs. Confronting an echo directly, especially one born of madness, is unpredictable. It is not like fighting a man. It requires untangling the knot of its obsession or imposing a stronger will to silence it. Both carry risks. Untangling could immerse the confronter in its madness. Imposing will, she glanced at him, then away, requires significant energy, which I currently lack to spare. Another dead end, or rather, another path fraught with unacceptable risk. Eli scrubbed a hand over his face, frustration mounting. So we're trapped. Wards weakening, creepy things probing our minds, mad ghost banging upstairs, and a sorcerer possibly on his way, and we can't risk fixing the wards, can't risk confronting the ghost, can't risk using the locket to find out what Thorne's up to. He kicked lightly at the leg of a nearby chair. Feels like waiting for the walls to cave in. The walls are weakening, Eli, Liriel stated quietly, her gaze serious. Doing nothing is waiting for them to cave in. We must choose our risk. Her words hung in the air, stark and unavoidable. Choose their risk. Not if, but which gamble to take. He looked at her, truly looked at her. The weight of centuries rested on her shoulders, yet she hadn't buckled. She had stood her ground, paid the price, and was ready to face the next wave. Her resilience, quiet but profound, shamed his own frustration. All right, he said, his voice calmer. What risks are we choosing between? What's the least catastrophic gamble? Liriel walked slowly from behind the bar, joining him in the main room. She moved towards the center, her gaze sweeping the dusty space, the stained floorboards, the shadowed rafters. Option 1. We focus on the immediate internal threats. Attempt to quiet the disruptive echo upstairs. This might stabilize the atmosphere, perhaps lessen the ambient despair the external entities feed on, but it requires direct confrontation with an unknown, unstable echo, potentially draining us further or drawing us into its specific madness. She paused, letting him absorb that grim possibility. Option 2. We attempt to bolster the outer wards. This is the most crucial defense against Thorne and the parasitic entities. But as I said, forcing it, especially using unfamiliar methods tied to the bird's energy, could backfire spectacularly. It might fail, leaving us even more exposed. It might succeed partially but attract unwanted attention through the surge of power. Or, she hesitated, it might connect us too deeply to the land's raw power, something my people learned to fear for good reason. Option 3, Eli prompted, sensing there was more. Option 3, Liriel continued, her voice dropping slightly, involves the locket. Not active scrying, but a controlled attempt to listen, to gauge Thorne's proximity, his attention, using the bird to shield you as much as possible. It carries the immense risk of him detecting the probe, of him potentially influencing you through the connection. But knowledge of our enemy, it could be invaluable. 3 terrible choices. Confront madness upstairs. Risk catastrophic failure reinforcing the walls. Or risk direct contact with Thorne's malice for intel. Each path felt like walking a razor's edge in the dark. Eli thought hard, weighing the options. Quieting the echo upstairs felt necessary, but secondary to the main threats. Using the locket felt like playing with fire, potentially accelerating the arrival of their most dangerous known enemy. That left the wards. Bolstering their defenses felt like the most fundamental need addressing the core vulnerability. It was risky, yes. Based on unknown magic, yes. But passively waiting felt worse. The wards, Eli said finally, his voice firm. It feels like the foundation. If they fall, nothing else matters. We have to try and strengthen them. Lyria looked at him, her expression unreadable. She hadn't steered him, hadn't offered her own preference. She had laid out the choices, the risks, and waited for his input, treating him truly as an ally, a partner in this impossible decision. You understand the potential consequences? She asked quietly. Failure could leave us defenseless. Success could be a beacon. I understand we're sitting ducks if we do nothing, Eli countered. We choose our risk. This feels like the one most worth taking. If we can strengthen the walls, maybe we can buy ourselves time. Time to rest, time to figure out the echoes, time to prepare for Thorn if listening to the locket becomes unavoidable. Luriel considered his words, her gaze distant for a moment, perhaps weighing calculations, centuries in the making against the gut instinct of a dusty drifter. Finally, she nodded slowly. Perhaps you are right. Passivity is a slow decay, a calculated risk. Sometimes it is the only path forward. Her eyes focused on him again. But the method, it must be approached with caution, with respect. The power of the land is not a tool to be wielded carelessly. How do we do it? Eli asked, feeling a surge of nervous energy, the commitment made. When? Not now, Lariel stated firmly. Not in the uncertain light of day when the saloon feels exposed. The energies are calmer, more focused during the deep hours of the night. Moonlight. She glanced towards the high, grimy windows. If the sky is clear tonight, the moon is waxing. Its light carries a different quality clarity. Intuition. Illumination of things hidden in shadow. It might aid in focusing the bird's energy, in connecting with the land's quieter currents without rousing the harsher ones. So the choice was cast, to be enacted under moonlight. It felt fitting. A desperate gamble illuminated by the cool, detached light of the moon. They would attempt to tap into ancient, potentially dangerous earth magic, guided by an enigmatic wooden bird, led by a depleted guardian and a drifter whose primary skill was survival, not sorcery. The absurdity, the sheer impossibility of it would have been laughable if it weren't so terrifyingly real. The rest of the day passed in a state of suspended animation. The saloon remained quiet, the oppressive atmosphere unchanged. No further sounds came from upstairs. No more shadowy manifestations appeared, though the feeling of being watched remained a constant, unnerving pressure. Eli forced himself to eat some of the jerky and coffee he'd bought, tasteless fuel for a body running on fumes and adrenaline. Lariel retreated again for a time, presumably to rest, to gather what strength she could for the night's undertaking. Eli found himself pacing again, unable to settle. He examined the wooden bird repeatedly, turning it over and over in his hand, trying to feel its connection, trying to understand the quiet resilience Lyrel spoke of. He held the locket, too, warily, trying to sense any shift, any pulse that might signal Thorne's attention. But it remained cold, dormant, watchful. He thought about the crossroads he stood at, not just the strategic one Larail had laid out, but the personal one. He had chosen to stay, to fight alongside her. He had chosen the riskiest path forward, attempting to bolster the wards. These weren't the actions of the man who had ridden into Red Hollow seeking only to numb his pain and disappear. Something was changing within him, forged in the saloon's crucible of sorrow and fear. Whether it was courage or recklessness, redemption or damnation, remained to be seen. Night fell, reclaiming the saloon. The darkness felt heavier this time, charged with anticipation. Lyril emerged from her room as the last vestiges of twilight faded, her composure restored, though the underlying fragility was still perceptible, if one looked closely. She nodded to Eli, a silent acknowledgement of the task before them. They waited. Eli watched as faint beams of moonlight began to pierce the grime of the high windows, angling down onto the dusty floor, casting pools of eerie, silvery light amidst the deep shadows. The effect was starkly beautiful, yet deeply unsettling. The familiar saloon transformed into something ethereal, otherworldly, the perfect stage for a desperate act of forgotten magic. Liriel moved towards the center of the largest pool of moonlight near the back of the room, not far from where Elena had fallen, where the floorboards held the deepest stains. She beckoned Eli closer. "The bird," she said softly, her voice barely disturbing the profound quiet. "Hold it, not with force, but with openness. Feel its connection to the earth beneath these boards. Feel the enduring strength within it." Eli took the bird from his pocket, its smooth wood cool in his trembling hand. He stepped into the pool of moonlight beside Liriel. The silvery light felt strange on his skin, cool and clarifying. "Now," Liriel continued, her own hands held loosely at her sides, her eyes closed, "reach out with your intention, not demanding, not forcing. Offer the bird's resilience to the wards. Offer the land's own strength back to the foundations of this place. Ask for balance. Ask for strengthening, gently, respectfully." Eli closed his eyes, clutching the bird. He tried to quiet the fear, the doubt, the lingering whispers of his nightmare. He focused on the feel of the bird, on the sense of deep, quiet endurance he'd felt before. He pictured roots growing down from the saloon, deep into the earth, drawing strength, stability. He thought of the word balance, letting it resonate within him. He didn't know if he was doing it right, if he was doing anything at all. He just held the intention, offering it into the stillness, bathed in the eerie moonlight. He felt Liriel beside him, sensed the focused intensity of her own will, joining his tentative effort. A faint vibration started in the floorboards beneath their feet, a low hum, almost subsonic. The moonlight around them seemed to brighten subtly, the air growing warmer, charged with a clean, earthy energy, utterly different from the cold malice they'd felt before. The wooden bird in his hand grew distinctly warm, pulsing faintly in rhythm with the hum from the floor. Something was happening. Whether it was working, whether it was safe, he had no idea. But they had made their choice, cast in moonlight, and now they had to face the consequences, whatever they might be. The humming intensified, the light brightened, and Eli felt a profound connection to the ancient earth beneath him, a power vast and untamed, stirring in response to their desperate plea. Chapter 16. The Weight of Centuries. The low hum vibrating up through the floorboards intensified, resonating not just in Eli's bones, but seemingly in the very air around them. The pool of moonlight they stood in grew brighter, purer, casting sharp black shadows beyond its perimeter. The wooden bird in Eli's hand pulsed with a steady, undeniable warmth, feeling alive, a conduit for the ancient energy stirring beneath them. Beside him, Liriel stood with her eyes closed, her face serene yet intensely focused, her entire being concentrated on channeling, guiding the power they had invoked. Eli kept his own eyes shut, overwhelmed by the sensations. He felt suspended between worlds, the dusty, ghost-haunted reality of the saloon, and this deeper, older reality of the land itself, awakening beneath them. It wasn't the volatile, aggressive energy of the parasitic entities, nor the sharp, sorrowful resonance of Elena's echoes. This felt vast, slow, immensely powerful, like the deliberate turn of seasons or the grinding patience of mountains. It felt like life, raw and untamed, stretching back millennia. He held on to the intention Liriel had instructed: balance, strengthening, resilience. He pictured the saloon not as a prison of sorrow, but as part of the land, its foundations drinking deep from that enduring strength, the frayed wards knitting back together. Infused with the earth's vitality, he offered the birds quiet endurance as a focus, a bridge between their desperate need and the immense, impersonal power stirring below. He could feel Lirael's will intertwined with his own tentative efforts, her deeper understanding guiding the flow, shaping the intention. It felt less like commanding the power and more like asking, humbly requesting aid from something ancient and profound, acknowledging their place within its larger rhythm. The arrogance Lirael had mentioned, the mistake of her ancestors who sought to control rather than cooperate, he felt the truth of her warning resonate within the very energy they touched. This power demanded respect, not dominance. How long they stood there, bathed in moonlight, immersed in the rising hum, Eli couldn't say. Time seemed to dissolve, irrelevant. He lost track of his own thoughts, his anxieties, his fears, becoming simply a conduit, a participant in something far larger than himself. The warmth from the bird spread up his arm, suffusing his whole body, pushing back the lingering psychic chill, grounding him in a way even Lirael's drink hadn't fully achieved. He felt centered, connected. Then, slowly, gradually, the humming began to subside. The intense brightness of the moonlight softened, returning to its earlier ethereal glow. The warmth emanating from the bird lessened, though it remained comfortably warm in his hand. The sense of immense stirring power gently receded, like a tide drawing back, leaving behind a feeling of profound peace and stability in the air. Eli opened his eyes. The saloon looked the same, yet subtly different. The shadows in the corners seemed less menacing, less substantial. The air felt cleaner, lighter. The oppressive weight of sorrow and fear noticeably diminished. It wasn't gone entirely. The stains on the floorboards remained. The dust still lay thick. The inherent melancholy of the place persisted, but the immediate sense of siege, of imminent collapse, had lifted. He looked at Lirael. Her eyes were open, fixed on the space around them, her expression one of cautious relief, mixed with residual awe. The deep lines of exhaustion on her face seemed slightly softened. She met his gaze, a faint, genuine smile touching her lips, the first he'd truly seen. It accepted, she breathed, her voice filled with wonder and profound gratitude. The land, it responded. The wards? Eli asked, hardly daring to hope. Lirael closed her eyes again briefly, concentrating, sensing the subtle energies of the room. Stronger? She confirmed, opening them again, the relief palpable in her voice. Not fully restored to what they once were, the damage runs too deep for a single effort, but reinforced, stabilized, knitted together with the earth's own resilience. She touched the wooden bird Eli still held. Its connection. It was the key. It allowed us to ask in the right way. A wave of relief washed over Eli, so potent it left him weak-kneed. They had taken the gamble, and it had paid off. They had bought themselves time, strengthened their defenses. He felt a surge of connection to Lirael, a shared victory, however temporary, against overwhelming odds. But Lirael's expression quickly sobered. Do not mistake this for a final victory, Eli, she warned softly, her gaze serious again. We have bolstered the defenses, yes, but the fundamental imbalance remains. Elena is still bound. Thorne's influence, though perhaps slightly muted now, still taints this place. And the entities, they are merely held at bay, perhaps even angered by this resurgence of older power. They will seek other ways, other weaknesses. He nodded, understanding. This wasn't an ending, merely a strengthening of the walls for the next phase of the siege. But it felt significant. It felt like they had struck back, however small the blow. He finally looked down properly at the wooden bird in his hand. In the clearer light, cleansed by the energy that had then flowed through it, details emerged he hadn't noticed before. The wood was incredibly dark, almost black, with a grain so fine it was nearly invisible. The carving was exquisite, capturing the essence of a small bird alert, resilient, enduring. And on its underside, almost hidden, was a tiny symbol etched into the wood, faint with age. It wasn't letters, but a spiral, turning inward. "What's this symbol?" he asked, showing it to L'Oreal. She leaned closer, examining it intently. A flicker of recognition mingled with deep thought crossed her face. "An old symbol," she murmured, "very old, predating my people's formal covenants. It represents cyclical energy, renewal, the turning of seasons of life, death, and rebirth, persistence." Her eyes widened slightly. "Perhaps this bird is more than just a focus. Perhaps it is a key itself, tied to the land's ability to heal, to regenerate, given time and the right conditions." She looked up at him, a new layer of understanding dawning. Elena must have known, or sensed, its significance. Hiding it wasn't just about keeping it from Thorn. It was about preserving this symbol of hope, of renewal, within the heart of despair. A symbol of hope, hidden for decades beneath the floorboards where she died. The thought was poignant, heartbreaking. Even in her final moments, facing betrayal and death, Elena had clung to and protected this small emblem of enduring life. It made freeing her feel even more imperative, though no less daunting. The weight of centuries settled back onto L'Oreal's shoulders, but it felt different now. Not just the burden of her lonely vigil, but the immense span of history contained within the saloon's walls. The echoes of ancient powers, failed covenants, enduring spirits, and the quiet resilience of the land itself. She was the inheritor of it all, the keeper of its complex, sorrowful legacy. "This changes things," she said thoughtfully, her gaze distant again. "If the land itself can be roused, if its healing potential can be accessed, however tentatively, perhaps restoring the balance is not entirely impossible. Perhaps Elena's binding can be undone, not just by confronting Thorn, but by healing the wound he exploited." It was a staggering thought. Healing the land, restoring ancient balances. It sounded like the stuff of myths, far removed from the dusty reality of Red Hollow. Yet Eli couldn't deny the power he had felt, the tangible response they had elicited. Maybe the impossible was merely improbable. But the path remained fraught with peril. Healing the land sounds complicated, Eli said cautiously, and probably slow. Thorn and those shadow parasites aren't likely to wait patiently for us to cultivate renewal. "No," L'Oreal agreed grimly. "They will react to this. The shift in energy, the strengthening of the wards, the resurgence of this older power. It will be perceived as a threat. They may become more aggressive, more desperate. Or," she added, her eyes clouding with worry, "Thorn himself might finally deem it necessary to intervene directly if he senses his anchor, his power source, is threatened by this nascent healing." They had bought time, perhaps, but they had also raised the stakes considerably. They had strengthened the walls, but potentially painted a larger target on themselves. L'Oreal seemed to pull herself back from the weight of future possibilities, focusing on the present. "For now," she said, her voice regaining its practical edge, "we rest. We allow the wards to settle, the energies to stabilize. We observe. We listen to the saloon, to the locket, to the bird." She looked at Eli, her expression holding a mixture of gratitude and warning. "And we prepare. The weight of centuries rests on this place, Eli. The coming days will determine whether it finally crushes us or whether something new can finally begin to grow in the dust. Eli nodded, pocketing the bird carefully. He felt the shift, the fragile hope tempered by the immense challenges ahead. The saloon felt different now, still haunted, still dangerous, but imbued with a flicker of ancient resilience, a potential for healing alongside the deep-seated sorrow. He looked at Lirael, the guardian bearing the weight of centuries, no longer entirely alone in her vigil. He didn't know what the future held, what horrors Thorn or the entities might unleash, but he knew he wouldn't be running. He would stand his ground, here at the crossroads beside her, and face whatever came, armed with his Colt, his wits, and the unexpected strength found in a small wooden bird and a shared desperate hope. The path was uncertain, the cost unknown, but the choice felt, finally, irrevocably made. Chapter 17, Unraveling the Inscription. The days following the moonlit ritual settled into a tense, watchful quiet. The immediate suffocating pressure within the saloon had lessened, the air cleaner, the shadows less menacing, thanks to the bolstered wards. The rhythmic thudding from upstairs had ceased, the tormented echo perhaps soothed or suppressed by the infusion of grounding earth energy. Even the parasitic entities seemed less intrusive, the insidious whispers fading, the chilling drafts less frequent, though Lirael insisted they were merely regrouping, observing, waiting for a new weakness to exploit. It was a fragile peace, an uneasy truce held within walls still saturated with sorrow, but it was breathing room, desperately needed. Eli found himself falling into an unfamiliar rhythm, dictated by the saloon's strange pulse. He helped Lirael with the few practical tasks, bringing in water from the well out back, a surprisingly deep and functional well, hidden behind the saloon that seemed untouched by Red Hollow's general decay, ensuring the lamps were always filled, keeping watch while Lirael rested, attempting to replenish the immense energy she had expended. Rest was crucial, she insisted, not just for her, but for him, too. The psychic toll of the place, the constant vigilance, the lingering horror of the echoes, the nightmare it drained the spirit as surely as hard labor drained the body. He slept fitfully on the narrow cot in the small back room, the wooden bird always clutched in his hand or tucked securely in his pocket. The nightmares still came sometimes, but they were less overwhelming now. The bird's grounding influence, acting as a shield, allowing him to navigate the treacherous dreamscape without being consumed by it. He still saw Anna's face, felt the sting of Ben's betrayal, but Elena's agony felt less immediate, less like a shared wound, and more like a sorrow witnessed, acknowledged, respected. During the long, quiet hours, he spent time simply observing, listening, as Lirael had advised. He would sit at the bar or at one of the dusty tables, holding the locket warily in one hand, the bird in the other, trying to balance their opposing energies, trying to sense any shift in the locket's cold, watchful stillness. He felt nothing definitive, no clear signal of Thorn's attention, just that persistent low-level hum of wrongness, a reminder of the curse woven into its silver. It felt like holding a dormant viper, quiet for now, but deadly if provoked. He studied the wooden bird, fascinated by its simple elegance, its tangible connection to something ancient and enduring. The spiral symbol on its underside intrigued him. Renewal, persistence. It felt like a promise hidden within the saloon's despair. He found himself tracing the spiral with his fingertip, feeling the subtle warmth, the sense of deep peace it offered, a stark contrast to the locket's chilling influence. Lirael, though still marked by a deep weariness, seemed to draw strength from the stabilized wards, from the quiet rhythm they established. She spent hours in quiet contemplation, sometimes sitting behind the bar, her eyes closed, seemingly communing with the energies of the place, other times examining ancient-looking texts. Eli occasionally glimpsed her consulting in her private room, brittle pages filled with strange symbols, an elegant, archaic script. She spoke little of these texts, merely saying she was searching for knowledge, for ways to understand the bird's magic, to perhaps find a safer way to counteract Thorn's binding without provoking catastrophe. Their conversations were infrequent, practical, focused on their shared vigil. Yet beneath the surface, a quiet understanding grew. He learned to read the subtle shifts in her posture, the flicker of concern in her eyes when the shadows seemed to deepen momentarily, the faint smile that touched her lips when the wooden bird seemed to pulse with warmth in his hand. She, in turn, seemed to accept his presence, his gruff attempts to help, his silent companionship without question, without demanding more than he offered. The ancient guardian and the haunted drifter, unlikely allies, thrown together by fate and fear. One quiet afternoon, as Eli sat at the bar, absently tracing the spiral on the bird, Liriel emerged from her room carrying one of the ancient texts. It was bound in dark, cracked leather, its pages yellowed and fragile. She laid it carefully on the bar beside him. "I have been researching the symbol," she said softly, opening the book to a page filled with intricate drawings and dense script. She pointed to a symbol almost identical to the one on the bird. "It appears in texts far older than the established covenants, texts that speak of the deep magic, the inherent patterns of the land itself." Eli leaned closer, intrigued. The script was unintelligible to him, but the drawings depicted spirals, interwoven with stylized images of plants growing, water flowing, seasons turning. "These texts speak of objects imbued with this deep magic," Liriel continued, tracing a line of script with her finger. "Not tools to be wielded, like wands or talismans, but hearts. Focal points where the land's own regenerative power is concentrated. They are rare, said to appear only in places of great natural power or great wounding, acting as catalysts for healing, given time and the right conditions." She looked at the bird Eli held. This might be one such heart, a heart of the land, capable of facilitating healing, renewal. The idea was staggering. So it can help heal this place, maybe even help Elena? "Perhaps," Liriel cautioned, tempering his sudden hope. "But the texts are fragmented, cryptic. They speak of attunement, of listening, of patience. The healing is slow, organic, following the land's own rhythm. It cannot be forced." And she added, her expression growing serious, "They warn that such hearts are sensitive. They respond to intention. Using them alongside volatile, corrupted magic like that woven into the locket is unpredictable, potentially dangerous, like mixing fire and ancient water. Another warning, another layer of complexity. The bird represented hope, healing, but it couldn't simply be wielded like a weapon against the darkness. It required a different approach, one of patience, respect, attunement qualities Eli wasn't sure he possessed in abundance. He fell silent, contemplating the bird, the locket, the seemingly contradictory forces they represented. Hope and despair, healing and corruption, ancient earth magic and twisted human malice. They held both in their hands, balanced precariously within the saloon's fragile walls. As twilight began to paint the dusty air in shades of purple and gray, Eli found himself drawn back to the locket. Lyril's suggestion of passively listening for Thorn's attention still felt like their best, albeit inadequate, option for anticipating that particular threat. He took it from his pocket, resisting the urge to recoil from its inherent coldness. He held the bird in his other hand, seeking its grounding influence, and sat down at one of tribulations, trying to quiet his mind, to simply observe the locket's energy. He focused, filtering out the saloon's ambient sorrow, the lingering echoes, his own anxieties. He concentrated solely on the piece of tarnished silver in his palm, feeling its faint predatory hum. He wasn't probing, wasn't asking questions, just listening. For a long time, there was nothing but that cold, static hum. Then, subtly, almost imperceptibly, he felt a flicker, a brief, sharp spike in the locket's energy, like a distant signal momentarily received. It wasn't directed at him, didn't feel like an active probe, more like an echo of attention elsewhere. Thorne? Thinking of the locket? Thinking of Elena? Or was it just his imagination, overlaying his fear onto the object? He concentrated harder, holding the bird tightly, using its warmth to shield himself as he focused on the locket's faint disturbance. He tried to decipher the quality of the flicker. It felt impatient, annoyed, like someone encountering an unexpected obstacle or delay. Then came another flicker, stronger this time, accompanied by a fleeting wave of cold malice that made the hairs on his arms stand up. This felt more directed, though still distant. A flare of anger, quickly suppressed. A sense of possessiveness. Mine, the feeling seemed to whisper, not in words, but in raw proprietary intent, directed towards the locket, towards Elena's bound spirit, towards the power source Thorne had cultivated here. Eli pulled back instinctively, breaking the focus, shaken. He looked at the locket, then at Lirael, who was watching him intently from behind the bar. Something, he said, his voice unsteady. Flickers, anger, possessiveness. Felt distant but focused, like he knows something's interfering with his property. Lirael's expression grew grim. He senses the shift, she concluded softly. The strengthening of the wards, the presence of the bird's counter-energy, perhaps even your connection interfering with Elena's pure despair. He may not know specifics, but he senses resistance, an impurity in his design. The thought that Thorne was aware, even distantly, of their actions sent a fresh wave of cold dread through Eli. They had strengthened the walls, but they had indeed attracted the dragon's attention. "What now?" Eli asked, the familiar question heavy with renewed urgency. "Does this mean he's coming?" "Not necessarily immediately," Lirael judged, though worry lines deepened around her eyes. "He is likely far away, perhaps engaged in other schemes. A direct journey here would require effort, time, but his attention is snagged. He will watch more closely now, through the locket's connection. He might try to exert influence remotely, test our defenses further, probe for weaknesses." Her gaze hardened. "We must be more vigilant than ever, and perhaps we need more information." "But you said using the locket actively was too dangerous," Eli protested. "Direct scrying, yes," Lirael agreed. "But perhaps there is another way. The locket itself, the inscription." She walked over, her eyes fixed on the tarnished silver Eli still held. "Always found," a promise twisted into a curse, used to bind her. She reached out, not touching the locket, but hovering her fingers just above it. These words, they are the core of the binding spell, charged with Thorne's intent, with Elena's final despair. She looked up at Eli. "Words have power, Eli, especially words used in such a potent working. If we could understand the precise nature of the binding, the specific sympathetic connections Thorne exploited, perhaps we could find a way to weaken it, to counteract it, without alerting him through a direct probe." "Unraveling the inscription?" Eli asked, intrigued but wary. "How?" "Not through magic, necessarily," Lirael mused, "but through understanding, sympathy, empathy." She looked from the locket to the bird. Perhaps the bird's grounding energy could shield us enough to examine the inscription closely. Not just the words, but the feeling behind them, the intent woven into the silver itself. To understand the mechanics of the trap might reveal a way to disarm it, or at least lessen its hold on Elena, reduce the power Thorn draws from her sorrow. It was another gamble. Delving into the core of the curse, even with the bird's protection, felt dangerous. But understanding the trap, it felt proactive, potentially more fruitful than passively waiting or blindly trying to heal the land around the festering wound of Elena's binding. All right, Eli agreed, steeling himself. Let's try. Following Liriel's guidance, they moved back into the pool of moonlight, which had now shifted across the floor as the moon traversed the night sky. She instructed him to hold the bird firmly, focus on its grounding energy, create a shield of calm resilience around himself. Then, carefully, she took the locket, holding it delicately, avoiding direct skin contact as much as possible by gripping its edges. She angled it in the moonlight. Eli focused on the bird, extending its calming influence mentally towards Liriel, trying to buffer her from the locket's malice. Liriel closed her eyes, her breathing deepening. She didn't try to draw out echoes, but simply focused on the inscription, on the two words etched into the silver, always found. She let her senses explore the feeling embedded within them, the layers of meaning, the original promise, now tainted, the possessiveness, the binding intent, Elena's despairing acceptance of that twisted fulfillment. Eli watched her face intently. He saw emotions flicker across her usually serene features. Sorrow, anger, pity, determination. She seemed to be navigating a treacherous landscape of interwoven magic and emotion. The air around them grew cold again, the locket radiating its chilling energy despite the bird's counter-presence. Whispers seemed to curl at the edges of hearing, Thorn's possessiveness reaching across time and space, sensing the intrusion. Liriel remained focused, her will a tangible force pushing back against the cold, deciphering the threads of the curse. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Finally, she opened her eyes, her expression clearer, grim but resolute. "I see," she whispered, her voice filled with horrified understanding. She carefully placed the locket back on the bar, stepping away from it as if it were venomous. "What?" Eli asked urgently. "What did you see?" "It's worse than I thought," Lariel said, her voice trembling slightly. "The binding. It's not just anchored to her sorrow, to this place. It's tied to the locket itself, yes, but also to him, to Thorn." She looked at Eli, her eyes wide with dawning horror. The inscription, always found. It means he can always find her, yes, but it's also a conduit. As long as the binding holds, as long as she suffers, a portion of her life force, her essence, is continually siphoned to him. It's not just a battery. It's sustenance. Sustenance. Thorn wasn't just drawing power from Elena's sorrow. He was literally feeding on her trapped spirit to augment his own life force, his own power. That was why her freedom was tied to confronting him. That was the monstrous heart of the curse. Unraveling the inscription had revealed a truth far more horrifying and far more dangerous than Eli could have imagined. Thorn wouldn't just be angry if his anchor was disturbed. He would be losing a vital source of power, of life itself, and he would likely stop at nothing to protect it. Chapter 18, When the Specters Rise. The horrifying revelation settled between them like a shroud, smothering the fragile hope ignited by the strengthening of the wards. Sustenance. Thorn wasn't just imprisoning Elena's spirit out of malice or as a passive power source. He was actively feeding on her, draining her essence across time and space to augment his own life, his own power. The inscription, always found, was a monstrous tether, a parasitic lifeline ensuring her eternal torment fueled his unnatural longevity. Eli stared at Lirel, the implications crashing down on him with sickening force. It explained so much. Thorne's likely possessiveness, the depth of the curse, the potential ferocity of his reaction if interfered with. Elena wasn't just a tragic ghost. She was a victim trapped in a perpetual, unwilling sacrifice. Feeding on her? Eli repeated, the words feeling like ash in his mouth. For how long? Lirael's face was pale, etched with a mixture of horror and grim understanding. Decades, she whispered, her gaze distant, likely calculating the passage of years since Elena's death. Since the moment he completed the binding, decades of her life force fueling his unnatural existence. She shuddered, wrapping her arms around herself as if warding off a deep chill. It explains his rumored vitality, his seeming immunity to the passage of time reported in certain obscure accounts. Obscure accounts. Thorne hadn't just disappeared. He was out there, living, thriving, quite possibly using the stolen life force drained from Elena to pursue his other dark ambitions. The injustice of it burned in Eli's gut, hotter and fiercer than any whiskey. We have to stop him, Eli declared, the words torn from him, raw and absolute. It wasn't a question of strategy or risk anymore. It was a moral imperative. We have to break that connection. Breaking such a binding. Lirael's voice was heavy with the weight of the challenge, especially one so deliberately crafted, feeding the caster directly. It is exceedingly dangerous, Eli. It would require immense power, precise knowledge, and severing it would undoubtedly alert Thorne immediately, violently. He would feel the loss of sustenance. He would retaliate with everything he has. Let him, Eli snarled, his hand instinctively gripping the butt of his Colt. His anger was a cleansing fire, momentarily burning away the fear. He deserves worse than retaliation. Lirael looked at him, seeing the raw fury in his eyes. She didn't caution him against anger, perhaps sensing its necessity, its driving force. Your resolve is noted, she said softly. But fury alone will not suffice. We need knowledge. We need strength. And we need to survive what is likely coming next. As if summoned by her words, the atmosphere in the saloon shifted palpably. The relative calm achieved after bolstering the wards shattered. A wave of intense cold swept through the room, far colder than before, extinguishing two of the low-burning lamps instantly, plunging half the saloon into deeper shadow. The remaining lamps flickered wildly, casting distorted, leaping shadows that seemed to writhe with independent life. Elena's sorrow, always a background hum, intensified dramatically, becoming a tangible presence, a suffocating weight of despair that pressed down on Eli's chest, making it hard to breathe. It felt as if her spirit, finally understood in the full horror of her predicament, was crying out, her amplified anguish resonating through the very fabric of the building. She knows, Lirael whispered, her eyes wide with pained empathy, fixed on the spot where Elena had fallen. Our understanding, her pain, it's amplified, feeding the resonance and feeding the entities. The insidious whispering returned, louder, more coherent now. Dozens of voices murmuring simultaneously from the shadows, a cacophony of doubt, fear, and malice. Hopeless, forever bound. He feeds. You cannot save her. You will join her. Weak, alone. Eli gritted his teeth, clutching the wooden bird in his pocket, trying to find its grounding warmth amidst the rising tide of despair and the chilling assault of the whispers. The bird felt warm, yes, but its quiet resilience seemed almost overwhelmed by the sheer volume of negativity flooding the saloon. From upstairs, the rhythmic thudding started again. Thump, thump, thump. Faster this time, more frantic, more desperate. It was accompanied now by a low, guttural sobbing, the sound of madness fraying at its final threads. The echoes, L'Oreal breathed, her hand instinctively going to the bird tucked in her own pocket. They are responding to Elena's amplified sorrow, to the thinning veil. Then things began to move. Not just shadows coalescing, but physical objects. A glass slid slowly across the bar top, pushed by an unseen hand, before shattering on the floor near Eli's feet. One of the chairs scraped backward violently, as if kicked aside by an invisible foot. Dust swirled in tight eddies in the center of the room, coalescing momentarily into vague, shifting shapes before dissipating. The specters were rising, not just probing, but actively manifesting, fueled by the surge of raw emotion, empowered by the weakened wards and L'Oreal's depleted state. Eli raised his Colt, scanning the room rapidly, trying to track the movements, the manifestations. It was like trying to fight smoke. He fired a shot instinctively at a particularly dense swirl of dust that seemed to hold a pair of malevolent, glowing points of light. But the bullet passed straight through, whining as it ricocheted off the back wall, leaving the dust swirl undisturbed. Useless, he cursed, lowering the gun slightly, realizing its futility against these opponents. "Focus, Eli," L'Oreal commanded, her voice cutting through the chaos, though strained. She stood near the bar, eyes closed, both hands now clutching the wooden bird, pouring her will into bolstering the immediate defenses, pushing back against the rising tide. Eli could feel waves of calm, grounding energy pulsing outwards from her, colliding with the waves of despair and malice flooding the room. It was a desperate struggle, willpower against chaos. The thudding upstairs intensified, becoming frantic, interspersed with choked screams of rage and despair. Then, with horrifying clarity, a figure appeared at the top of the shadowed staircase. It wasn't the gaunt, shadowy entity from before. This looked horrifyingly human, yet clearly not. It was the spectral image of a man, gaunt and wild-eyed, his clothes torn, his face contorted in a mask of perpetual agonized madness. He clutched his head, rocking back and forth, emitting the low, sobbing moans they'd heard earlier. It was the echo from upstairs, drawn down by the turmoil, given frightening coherence. He started to descend the stairs slowly, jerkily, his eyes fixed on nothing, lost in his eternal torment, yet his presence radiated an aura of sheer, chaotic despair that felt like sandpaper on Eli's soul. "The obsessed one," L'Oreal breathed, her eyes snapping open, fixed on the descending figure. "His madness. It creates fissures, weakens the fabric." Eli raised his gun again, knowing it was useless, but needing the focus. "What do we do?" "Avoid his direct gaze," L'Oreal instructed urgently. "Don't engage with his specific delusion. We must contain him, reinforce the ward around this central space." But before they could react further, other figures began to coalesce in the deeper shadows around the room. Not as distinct as the madman on the stairs, but more substantial than the earlier shadowy forms. Wispy, translucent shapes, vaguely human, their features indistinct, their forms trailing tendrils of darkness. They didn't seem overtly hostile, more confused, drawn by the intense emotional energy, drifting aimlessly like debris caught in a current. Lost souls, perhaps, trapped echoes stirred from dormancy. The saloon was filling with specters, the madmen descending the stairs, the confused drifters coalescing in the corners, Elena's overwhelming sorrow saturating the air, and the hungry entities whispering, waiting for an opening. It was chaos. Eli felt a wave of pure, primal fear wash over him. He wanted to run, to hide, to shut his eyes and make it all disappear. The whispers intensified, sensing his fear, latching onto it. Run, hide, useless. Fear. Eli! Lariel's voice was sharp, cutting through the whispers. The bird! Ground yourself. Don't feed them. He fumbled in his pocket, his fingers closing around the wooden carving. He focused on its warmth, on the memory of the earth's deep strength, pushing back the fear, pushing back the whispers. It was a monumental effort of will. The madman reached the bottom of the stairs. He stopped, his head lolling, his vacant eyes sweeping the room. He didn't seem to see Eli or Lariel directly, but his presence amplified the ambient despair, making the air thick and heavy, charged with psychic static. The other wispy specters drifted closer, drawn towards the madman, towards the pulsing sorrow emanating from Elena's unseen presence. Then the locket flared. Lying on the bar where Lariel had placed it, the tarnished silver suddenly pulsed with a cold, intense black light. It wasn't illumination. It was the opposite, an absorption of light, radiating pure malice. The whispers in the room stopped abruptly, replaced by a single powerful, telepathic voice that slammed into Eli's mind like a physical blow. Oh, mine. The possessiveness was absolute, chilling. It was Thorn. Alerted by the surge of Elena's amplified sorrow, by the chaotic energy erupting in the saloon, his attention snapped across the distance, focusing through the locket. The locket levitated slightly off the bar, spinning slowly, pulsing with that light-devouring energy. The cold intensified dramatically, frost spreading rapidly across the bar top from the locket outwards. The spectral figures in the room recoiled from it, even the madman whimpering and backing away towards the stairs. Thorne's focused malice was apparently inimical, even to other denizens of the spectral realm. Interloper, the voice hissed in Eli's mind, colder than any winter wind, filled with contempt and lethal intent. He felt Thorne's awareness lock onto him, dissecting his fear, his anger, his connection to Lirael, his possession of the bird. You disturb my sanctuary. You tamper with what is mine. You will pay. Eli felt paralyzed, pinned by that malevolent awareness. He couldn't breathe, couldn't move. Thorne wasn't physically present, but his will, projected through the locket, felt like a physical weight crushing him. Beside him, Lirael cried out, stumbling back, clutching her head. The connection! Too strong, she gasped. Thorne wasn't just focused on Eli. He was using the locket to assault her directly, sensing her as the guardian, the primary obstacle. The wooden bird in Eli's hand suddenly grew intensely hot, almost painfully so. The spiral symbol on its underside seemed to burn against his skin. The grounding energy surged through him, breaking the paralysis, pushing back against Thorne's crushing mental assault. Resilience, endurance. He acted on pure instinct. He lunged towards the bar, grabbing the fiercely pulsing locket. The cold emanating from it was agonizing, burning his skin like dry ice, but the bird's heat seemed to counteract it, shielding him just enough. He ignored the searing pain, ignored Thorne's furious mental shriek of violation, and ripped the locket from its hovering position. His intention wasn't complex. He just needed to break the focus, disrupt the connection. He raised the locket high and slammed it down hard onto the stone floor near the base of the bar. The impact was deafening, accompanied by a flash of black light and a psychic scream that echoed through the saloon, throwing Eli back against a table. The locket didn't shatter, but it skittered across the floor, the pulsing black light extinguishing, leaving it looking like inert, tarnished silver once more, though radiating an even deeper chill. The immediate pressure of Thorne's presence vanished. The targeted mental assault ceased, but the chaos didn't end. Breaking the direct connection seemed to unleash something else. The spectral figures, the madmen, the drifters surged forward again, no longer held back by Thorne's focused malice, seeming agitated, enraged by the psychic backlash. The whispers returned, frantic, chaotic. The cold remained intense. Laurel pushed herself upright, shaking her head to clear it from Thorne's assault. "You broke his focus," she panted, looking at the inert locket, then at the surging specters. "But you've angered them all." The madman lunged towards them, gibbering incoherently, hands clawed. The wispy figures swirled around him, their forms becoming momentarily more distinct, their empty eyes fixing on Eli and Laurel. The very shadows on the walls seemed to deepen, detaching, flowing towards them like black liquid. The specters were fully risen, enraged, overwhelming. The fragile truce was shattered, the brief respite over. They were surrounded, outnumbered, facing the unleashed chaos of the saloon's tormented history, with Thorne undoubtedly aware and furious in the distance. Eli stood his ground, the burning heat of the bird in one hand, the icy echo of the locket in the other. Laurel gathering her strength beside him, facing the spectral tide. There was no more strategy, no more choosing risks. There was only survival. Chapter 19, A Debt Called Due. Chaos erupted. The saloon, moments before held in a tense, watchful silence, exploded into a maelstrom of spectral energy. Slamming the locket to the floor had broken Thorne's immediate, paralyzing mental grip, but the backlash, combined with Elena's amplified sorrow and the already agitated echoes, threw the delicate balance into complete disarray. The specters surged forward, a tide of misery, madness, and confused resentment washing over the main room. The madman, his spectral form flickering like a faulty lantern, lunged first, emitting a chilling, wordless shriek. His movements were jerky, unpredictable, driven by the phantom torments Eli had glimpsed in the echo. He wasn't attacking with physical force, but his proximity radiated an aura of intense psychic distress, a chaotic energy that felt like sandpaper scraping against Eli's sanity. The whispering voices amplified around him, latching onto the madness, echoing fragments of paranoid delusions. Behind him, the wispy, translucent figures swirled, their forms coalescing and dissolving, drifting closer like moths drawn to the frantic energy. They weren't actively aggressive, but their sheer numbers, their collective weight of sorrow and confusion, added to the suffocating atmosphere. They bumped against tables, passed through chairs, their touch leaving patches of unnatural cold. And the shadows. The shadows themselves seemed to have detached from the walls, flowing like thick black oil across the floorboards, pooling in the corners, stretching out chilling tendrils towards Eli and Laurel. These felt different from the humanoid echoes, older, less defined, more purely parasitic, drawn by the feast of raw emotion. "Stand firm, Eli." Laurel's voice cut through the din, sharp and commanding, though tinged with strain. She stood beside him, no longer leaning, her posture radiating focused intensity. Both her hands now clasped the wooden bird, held before her, like a shield. A faint, warm light emanated from it, pulsing gently, pushing back against the encroaching cold, creating a small pocket of relative calm around them. "Don't engage the madness. Focus on the grounding. They feed on reaction." Eli tried desperately. He held the memory of the bird's warmth, though the actual object was now with Laurel, focusing on that feeling of deep earth, of resilience. He planted his feet, raised his Colt again, not to shoot, but as a focus for his own will, a tangible object in the swirling chaos. He ignored the madman's shrieks, pushed back against the whispers trying to claw their way into his mind, refused to flinch as the wispy figures drifted near. The madman reached them, his distorted face inches from Eli's. Eli could feel the chaotic whirlwind of his tormented mind, the sheer psychic noise of it threatening to overwhelm his defenses. He gritted his teeth, refusing to meet the specter's vacant eyes, focusing instead on the warm light emanating from the bird in Luriel's hands. Suddenly, the bird pulsed brighter. The warm light flared outward, striking the madman's spectral form. He recoiled with a shriek, not of pain, but of surprise and disruption, his form flickering violently before dissolving back into incoherent mist, retreating rapidly towards the stairs. The other wispy figures also pulled back, disturbed by the pulse of grounding energy. The flowing shadows halted their advance. Luriel gasped, swaying slightly, the effort clearly costing her, but the immediate onslaught had been momentarily repelled. "It works," Eli breathed, astonished. "The bird, it pushes them back." "It resonates with balance," Luriel panted, her knuckles white where she gripped the bird. "Their nature, madness, confusion, parasitic hunger, is antithetical to it. But," she added, her gaze sweeping the room warily, "it drains energy to project its influence outwardly. Mine and perhaps yours, now that you are attuned to it." He did feel slightly drained, a subtle sapping of strength beyond mere exertion. They couldn't rely on constantly flaring the bird's energy. They needed another way. "The locket," Eli said, glancing at where it lay inert on the floor. Slamming it down stopped Thorne's direct attack. But did it damage the binding? Luriel followed his gaze, her expression troubled. "Unlikely. Such bindings are woven with intent, not just physical integrity. More likely you merely disrupted the conduit momentarily, angered him immensely, and perhaps," her eyes narrowed, "perhaps you drew more of his attention to the physical object itself." Before Eli could process that ominous thought, a new sound cut through the saloon, not spectral this time, but jarringly real. The heavy thud of boots landing on the porch outside the swing doors, followed by a rough, impatient pounding on the wood. Eli and Luriel froze, exchanging alarmed glances. Who would be out there? Red Hollow was deserted, its few inhabitants terrified of the saloon, especially after the unnatural storm and the subsequent psychic disturbances. The timing felt too coincidental, too convenient. "Thorne," Eli whispered, raising his Colt again, aiming at the doors. Could he have arrived so quickly? Luriel shook her head, listening intently. "No," she determined softly. "The energy signature is wrong. Human, but coarse, weighted with greed and ill intent." The pounding came again, harder this time, accompanied by a rough voice shouting, muffled by the thick wood. "Open up in there. We know you're in there. Saw the lamps all night." "We?" More than one. Eli moved cautiously towards the doors, staying out of the direct line of fire, pressing his ear near the edge. He could hear rough laughter, muttered curses. At least two men, maybe three. Opportunists? Drifters drawn by the light, thinking the place abandoned and ripe for looting? Or something else? "What do they want?" he muttered to Luriel. "Perhaps shelter," she suggested quietly. "Perhaps trouble. Or perhaps—" Her voice dropped, laced with sudden suspicion. They were drawn by something else. Echoes of rumors, old stories, about this place, about what might be hidden here. Hidden here, like Thorne's original goal. Eli remembered the mercantile woman's terror, the town's deep-seated fear. Maybe the fear wasn't just of Luriel or the ghosts, but of attracting the wrong kind of living attention to whatever secrets the saloon held. "Don't answer," Luriel decided quickly. "Silence may make them move on." But the men outside were persistent. Another heavier blow struck the door, making the wood shudder. "Hey, last chance, open up or we're coming in." The voice held a nasty edge now, impatient, threatening. Then came the unmistakable metallic click of a gun being cocked just outside the door. Eli swore under his breath. These weren't just curious drifters. They meant trouble. He looked at Lirael. Her face was set, grim. Dealing with spectral threats was one thing. Armed men trying to force their way in while the wards were weak and hostile entities, potentially still lurking, was another, far more dangerous complication. "They cannot be allowed inside," Lirael stated firmly. "Not now. The weakened wards, their coarse energy, their violent intentions. It could destabilize things completely. Give the entities purchase." "All right," Eli agreed grimly. He checked the load in his Colt. 6 shots. He wasn't keen on bloodshed, but he wouldn't let these men breach the saloon. Not with Lirael weakened, not with the balance so precarious. Maybe a warning shot? Too risky, Lirael countered immediately. It confirms someone is inside, potentially invites escalation. And gunfire, the violence, the energy. It might attract the wrong kind of attention from within as well. They were caught. Ignoring the men might provoke them to break down the door. Engaging them risked violence and further destabilization. Then, one of the men outside shouted again, his voice laced with greedy excitement. "Look here, Jeb. Remember what old man Withers used to whisper about this place? 'Fore he vanished? Said the woman who ran it years back. The one Thorne was sweet on, had herself a stash. Gold, maybe jewels. From back east. Said Thorne likely got rid of her for it." Eli and Lirael locked eyes, horrified understanding dawning. These weren't random drifters. They were locals, or at least familiar with Red Hollow's older, darker rumors. They knew about Elena, about Thorne, about the possibility of hidden treasure. They weren't just seeking shelter. They were hunting for Elena's mythical stash, the very thing Thorne might have killed her for. Old man Withers, likely another victim of Red Hollow's shadows, his whispers turned into dangerous legend. This changed everything. These men wouldn't be easily deterred. They were driven by greed, armed, and likely desperate. "They know the stories," Lirael breathed, her hand tightening on the bird. "They are digging where they shouldn't, just as you were, Eli, but with darker intent." A heavy boot slammed against the door again, splintering wood visible around the edge. They were trying to kick it in. "We can't let them," Eli repeated, his voice hard. He moved towards the door, hugging the wall. "There has to be another way out of here? A back way?" Lirael shook her head. "Only this door and the small one to my quarters. The building. It was designed to hold things in, not to let them out easily." The door shuddered again under another heavy blow. It wouldn't hold much longer. Eli glanced around the chaotic room. The specters seemed to have momentarily receded, perhaps disturbed or wary of the mundane violence brewing at the door. But the oppressive atmosphere remained. They were trapped between human greed and spectral menace. Then Lirael's eyes widened, a sudden desperate idea lighting within them. "The locket," she whispered urgently, pointing to where it lay on the floor. "What about it?" Eli demanded, keeping his attention divided between the failing door and her. "Thorne's connection," she explained rapidly, her voice low and intense. "His possessiveness. These men. They speak of Elena, of Thorne, of treasure. They are intruding on his domain, threatening his anchor. Perhaps..." Eli understood instantly. It was a terrifying gamble, borderline insane, deliberately using the locket not to scry, but to provoke Thorne's distant wrath, hoping he would somehow deal with the immediate, physical threat at the door, using one monster to drive away another. Are you crazy? Eli hissed. You said contacting him directly. Is dangerous, yes. Lyrael cut him off, her eyes blazing with desperate intensity. But letting these men in, letting their violence shatter the remaining wards, that might be worse. It's a choice, Eli. A terrible one, but perhaps the only one left. Another splintering crash from the door. It was starting to give way. Eli looked at the door, at Lyrael's desperate face, at the locket lying cold on the floor. She was right. It was a terrible choice. Risking Thorne's direct intervention, his potential influence, his full focus fury, versus the immediate chaos and violence of armed, greedy men breaching their sanctuary. He thought of Elena, feeding Thorne's power for decades. He thought of Lyrael, weakened and vulnerable. He thought of the bird, the fragile hope of balance. Letting these men burst in felt like a desecration, a betrayal of everything they were trying to protect. Do it, he said, his voice grim. Quickly. Lyrael didn't hesitate. Scooping up the locket, ignoring its chilling touch, she closed her eyes, focusing her will entirely on the object, on the thread connecting it to Jasper Thorne. She didn't try to see or hear him this time. She projected emotion, violation, intrusion, theft. Your anchor is threatened. Your prize is coveted by lesser men. Your domain is being invaded. She poured the intruder's own greedy energy, their violent intent, into the locket, aiming it like a psychic flare across the connection to Thorne. Eli watched, his gun ready, aimed at the door, his heart pounding. He felt the locket pulse again with that sickening black light, felt the surge of cold malice emanating from it, far stronger this time, focused, directed. He felt Thorne's awareness snap back, not as a probe, but as a furious, proprietary rage. It wasn't directed at Eli or Lyrael this time, but outwards, towards the source of the intrusion. The men at the door. Outside, the pounding stopped abruptly. A confused shout. What the hell was that? Then a strangled cry of pure terror. Another shout cut off midword by a sickening gurgle. Sounds of frantic scrambling, muffled curses turning into high-pitched shrieks of agony that seemed to tear at the very air. It wasn't physical violence Eli heard, but something worse, something that spoke of minds snapping, of souls being touched by an icy, terrifying force. The sounds lasted only a few moments, then abruptly ceased. An unnatural silence fell outside, heavier, colder than even the aftermath of the storm. The broken door sagged open slightly, revealing only darkness beyond the threshold. Inside the saloon, the locket fell from Lyrael's nerveless fingers, clattering onto the floor. The black light faded. She stumbled back, gasping, clutching her head again, reeling from the proximity to Thorne's unleashed fury, even though it hadn't been directed at her. Eli stared at the slightly open door, his gun still raised, bile rising in his throat. He didn't know exactly what Thorne had done, what spectral horror he had unleashed on those men from afar, but the sounds had been chillingly final. They had called upon a devil to drive out demons, and the devil had answered. The immediate threat from the intruders was gone, but the price felt immense. They had deliberately provoked Jasper Thorne, used his power, confirmed his connection. He now knew, without a doubt, that something significant was happening at the saloon, something capable of manipulating his anchor. He knew his domain had been violated. He knew. And the debt, Eli suspected, the debt incurred by calling upon such darkness was now due. Thorne would not forget. He would not forgive. He would eventually come to collect. The specters within the saloon seemed to quieten, momentarily subdued or perhaps sated by the psychic residue of terror from outside. But the true haunting, the one with a name and a face and decades of stolen life force fueling his power, felt closer than ever. Chapter 20. What the Mirror Reflects. The silence that followed the chilling demise of the men outside was more profound, more unnerving than any silence the saloon had held before. It wasn't empty. It was pregnant, heavy with the psychic residue of Thorne's distant lethal intervention, the faint scent of ozone, and something else, something cold and metallic like fear itself, seemed to drift in through the splintered, slightly ajar door, mixing with the familiar sense of dust and sorrow within. Eli stood frozen, his Colt still trained on the dark gap of the doorway, straining his ears for any sound from outside. Nothing. No dying groan, no retreating footsteps, just an absolute, unnerving stillness. Whatever Thorne had done, channeled through the locket across potentially vast distances, it had been swift, silent, and terrifyingly effective. Calling upon that power felt like making a pact with darkness itself, a desperate gamble whose consequences were only beginning to unfold. Liriel leaned heavily against the bar, her face pale and beaded with sweat, her breathing shallow. The effort of channeling Thorne's malice, even redirecting it outwards, had taken a severe toll on her already depleted reserves. She stared at the locket lying inert on the floor, her expression a mixture of horror, grim necessity, and profound weariness. "It is done," she whispered, her voice barely audible, raw. "The immediate threat is neutralized." Neutralized, Eli echoed, the word feeling inadequate, clinical for the sounds he'd heard. He lowered his gun slowly, though his hand remained tense, ready. What did he do to them? Liriel shuddered, closing her eyes briefly as if trying to shut out a disturbing image. "I did not see clearly," she murmured. "I only channeled the intent, the violation. But the force I felt, it wasn't physical. It was dissolution, a direct assault on the mind, the spirit, feeding on their fear, their greed, turning it inward until..." She trailed off, unable or unwilling to articulate the horrifying conclusion. "Their coarse energy is extinguished, completely extinguished, like snuffing out a candle." Eli felt a cold dread seep into his bones. Thorne wielded power that could unravel a man's soul from afar. What chance did they stand against him if he ever arrived here in person? The thought was paralyzing. He forced himself to move, walking cautiously towards the splintered door. He nudged it open further with the barrel of his Colt, peering out into the pre-dawn gloom. Nothing. The porch was empty. The dusty street beyond was deserted. There were no bodies, no bloodstains, no sign of the men who had been pounding on the door moments before. It was as if they had simply ceased to exist, vanished into the dust and shadows, their greed and violence earning them only oblivion at the hands of the monster whose domain they'd unwittingly invaded. He pulled the door shut, securing it as best he could with a piece of jagged wood wedged into the frame. It wouldn't stop a determined effort, but it restored a fragile sense of enclosure. He turned back to Liriel. "They're gone," he reported grimly. "No trace." Liriel nodded slowly, unsurprised. "Thorne is thorough. He leaves little evidence of his passing or his power." She pushed herself away from the bar, moving with visible effort towards the locket. She hesitated, then carefully picked it up, holding it loosely, respectfully, despite the horror it represented. But the connection, it is now incandescent. Eli felt it too. Even without holding it, the locket seemed to radiate a stronger, colder energy, a lingering echo of Thorne's focused fury. "He knows," Eli stated flatly. "He knows someone here deliberately used his link, manipulated his power. He knows, Lirael confirmed, her voice heavy. He knows his anchor was threatened, his power invoked. He knows there is resistance, interference. He may not know who we are or the specifics of the bird or the wards, but his attention is now fully, irrevocably fixed upon this place. Her dark eyes met his, filled with grim certainty. He will investigate. He will protect his sustenance. It is no longer a question of if he will come, Eli. Only when the fragile peace, the breathing room they'd gained, evaporated. The clock was ticking now, counting down to a confrontation with a man who fed on souls and commanded terrifying power. Waiting passively was no longer an option. It was suicide. Then we need to be ready, Eli said, his voice hard, the earlier anger returning, sharpened now by the imminent threat. We need to understand what we're facing. What is he? Just a man who learned dark magic? Or something else? Lirael walked slowly towards the back of the saloon, towards the shadowed alcove where the faded portrait of Elena hung. She stopped before it, gazing up at the indistinct face. He was a man, she said softly, her voice tinged with centuries of sorrowful observation. Born human, with human ambitions, human flaws. But his pursuit of power, his dabbling in forces beyond mortal comprehension, his siphoning of life force, it changes a person, erodes the soul, twists the spirit. She turned back to Eli, her eyes reflecting the dim lamplight, seeming ancient and wise. What he is now is something less than human, yet perhaps more durable, sustained by stolen life, shielded by dark knowledge. He is a predator who has evolved beyond the limitations of the natural world. Less than human, more durable. The description painted a chilling picture. How did one fight such a creature? Can he be killed? Eli asked bluntly. Physically? With a bullet? Lirael considered this, her brow furrowed. His physical form, if he still primarily resides in one, might be vulnerable to conventional means, yes. He was human once, but destroying the body might not destroy him. Not entirely. Not while his spirit is augmented. Anchored elsewhere, perhaps, and sustained by others. Her gaze flickered with unspoken implication. Was Elena his only victim? His only source of sustenance? Or were there others, trapped in similar bindings across the country, across the years? The thought was horrifying. And his power, Lirael continued, is not solely reliant on his physical presence. As we witnessed, he can project his will, influence minds, perhaps even manifest spectral force from a distance, especially through a conduit like the locket. So even if Eli managed to put a bullet in Thorne, it might not be enough, and Thorne could potentially attack them again remotely, perhaps with even greater force now that his ire was fully roused. They were facing an enemy who played by entirely different rules. We need an edge, Eli stated, thinking aloud, pacing again. Something he doesn't expect. You said the bird. It represents the land's healing, its balance. Is there a way to use that actively, not just for defense, but offense? Lirael looked troubled. Wielding the deep magic as a weapon. That is the path my ancestors strayed down. The arrogance that led to the breach. It is dangerous, Eli. The power is immense, impersonal. It seeks balance, not vengeance. Trying to force it into an attack could have unforeseen, devastating consequences. It could shatter the very balance we seek to restore. So we just defend? Eli felt the frustration rising again. Wait for him to come. Hope the wards and the bird hold. Hope a bullet works. Perhaps defense is the offense, Lirael countered softly. If we can strengthen the wards further, using the bird's connection, if we can create a sanctuary here so strongly attuned to the land's balance, that Thorn's corrupted energy cannot easily penetrate. Perhaps we can weaken him, disrupt his connection to Elena, starve him, deprive him of his stolen sustenance. It was a long game, requiring immense strength and resilience, but it felt right, more aligned with the bird's quiet power than direct confrontation. It felt like turning Thorn's own parasitic nature against him. How? Eli asked. We barely managed to reinforce the wards once. Doing it again, stronger, requires deeper attunement, L'Oreal admitted. More risk, more time, which we may not have. Her gaze drifted around the saloon, lingering on the shadows, the stains, the palpable weight of sorrow. And it might require confronting the core of the imbalance, here more directly. Elena's binding. The sorrow is the anchor point for Thorn's power, the wound through which he draws sustenance. To truly shield this place, to truly weaken him, we may need to address that wound. Address Elena's binding. Free her spirit. The task felt monumental, tied, as L'Oreal had said, to healing the land itself. But maybe there was a smaller step, a way to lessen her torment, to interrupt the flow to Thorn, even temporarily. Eli thought back to the echoes, the overwhelming despair he'd felt when connecting with the locket. Pain recognizes pain, L'Oreal had said. His own grief, his own guilt resonated with Elena's. Was that a weakness? Or could it be a bridge? When I used the locket, Eli began slowly, thinking it through. I felt her pain, her terror. It was overwhelming. But maybe that connection works both ways. Could empathy reach her? Could understanding, shared sorrow, offer some kind of comfort? Disrupt the pure despair Thorn feeds on? L'Oreal looked at him, startled, then intrigued. Empathy as a shield, or even a solvent? She considered the idea, her ancient eyes thoughtful. The binding feeds on despair, on hopelessness, introducing a different resonance. Compassion, understanding, perhaps even a shared will to resist. It is unconventional. The texts speak little of such methods, but Thorn's magic is built on perverting emotion. Perhaps genuine, uncorrupted emotion could be its antithesis. It was a wild theory based on nothing more than a drifter's intuition and a shared moment of spectral agony, but it felt possible. Less like wielding power, more like offering solace. How would we even try, Eli asked. Just think comforting thoughts at the locket? No, L'Oreal said firmly. The locket is Thorn's conduit. Focusing empathy there might inadvertently strengthen his awareness of you, give him another avenue to influence. Her gaze shifted towards the spot where Elena died. The connection must be to her, to the residual essence of her spirit, anchored here, perhaps through the music. The music, Elena's voice, the heart of the saloon's sorrow. The piano, Eli remembered the haunting melody. Or perhaps, L'Oreal said, looking directly at Eli now, through the ballads you seem uniquely attuned to hear, the ones that speak your own truths alongside hers. She paused, her gaze intense. It would require vulnerability, Eli. Opening yourself not just to her sorrow, but sharing your own. Letting her echo feel she is not alone in her suffering, her betrayal. Sharing his own pain. Willingly opening the wounds he'd spent years trying to bury. The thought terrified him more than facing Thorn's specters. Exposing his grief over Anna, his guilt over Ben, laying it bare in this haunted place. It felt like stripping himself naked before ghosts and gods he didn't understand. He looked away, towards the dusty bar, the rows of silent bottles. He saw his reflection dimly mirrored in the dark, polished wood. A man etched with weariness, haunted eyes staring back at him from beneath the brim of a dusty hat. A drifter, a runner, a man defined by loss and regret. Could he do it? Could he deliberately excavate his own deepest pain? Not for oblivion this time, but as a potential weapon, a shield, an offering of solace to a fellow tormented soul. It felt like asking him to bleed onto an open wound. He thought of Elena, trapped for decades, her life force drained to sustain her murderer. He thought of Lirael, her lonely vigil, her quiet resilience. He thought of the small wooden bird, the faint promise of renewal. He thought of Anna, wishing he could tell her, what? That he was sorry? That he was finally trying to stand for something? What the mirror reflected was a man at a precipice. He could retreat back into his shell, rely on Lirael's strength, hope for the best, or he could take the ultimate risk, expose his own shattered soul in the desperate hope of forging a connection, offering comfort, disrupting the flow of despair that fed the monster who hunted them all. It was a choice cast not in moonlight this time, but in the harsh, revealing light of his own reflection. A choice between the safety of his scars and the terrifying vulnerability of shared pain. He met his own gaze in the dark wood, the weight of centuries seeming to settle upon him, demanding an answer. The silence of the saloon waited. Chapter 21, The Threshold. The silence stretched taut and expectant, mirroring the stillness in Eli's own heart as he stared at his reflection in the dark, polished wood of the bar. A man worn down by miles and memories, his eyes holding the weary guardedness of someone who had learned long ago that vulnerability was a luxury he couldn't afford. Lirael's proposition hung in the air between them, heavy with terrifying implication. Deliberately excavate his deepest grief, his rawest guilt, and offer it as a bridge of empathy to Elena's tormented spirit, hoping to disrupt the flow of despair that sustained Thorne. It felt like stripping himself bare in the heart of a storm, exposing his soul not just to Elena's echo, but potentially to the parasitic entities that fed on such raw emotion, and perhaps even to Thorne himself through the lingering resonance. Every instinct screamed against it. He had spent years building walls around his pain, burying Anna's memory beneath layers of dust and distance, cauterizing the wound of Ben's betrayal with cynicism and solitude. To deliberately tear those walls down now, in this place supercharged with sorrow and unseen menace, it felt like self-destruction. He looked away from his reflection, unable to bear the stark image of his own hauntedness. His gaze fell on Lirael. She stood watching him, her ancient eyes holding no judgment, only a quiet understanding of the immense cost she was asking. She knew what it meant to live with enduring sorrow, with the weight of centuries. She wasn't asking him to do anything she hadn't likely done herself, in her own way, countless times over her long vigil. He thought of Elena, trapped, used, fed upon for decades, her silent scream echoing in the very fabric of the saloon, fueling the monster who had destroyed her. The injustice of it was a physical ache in his chest. He thought of the men Thorne had extinguished outside the door, casually, contemptuously. He thought of Thorne himself, arrogant, powerful, sustained by stolen life, potentially turning his attention fully towards them now. Simple defense felt inadequate. Waiting felt like surrender. Could empathy truly be a weapon? Could shared sorrow disrupt a curse woven from malice and despair? It sounded like madness, like whispering comfort to a hurricane. Yet, the bird in his pocket felt warm against his thigh, a reminder of the quiet, resilient power of the land, of balance, of endurance. And Lirael's words echoed, perhaps genuine, uncorrupted emotion could be its antithesis. Maybe madness was the only sane response left. Maybe the greatest risk wasn't exposing his pain, but refusing to, hoarding his grief while Elena suffered, while Lirel fought alone, while Thorn grew stronger. Maybe true strength wasn't in the walls, built around the heart, but in the courage to finally let them crumble, even if it meant bleeding in front of ghosts. He took a ragged breath, the air thick with the saloon's lingering chill and sorrow. He met Luriel's gaze, the decision solidifying, terrifying but absolute. How, he asked again, his voice rough but steady. How do I reach her without using the locket? A flicker of profound relief, quickly masked, crossed Luriel's face. She hadn't been certain he would agree. Through the heart of her sorrow, she replied softly, gesturing toward the back of the saloon, the area where the piano music had originated, where the fatal struggle had likely occurred. That is where her echo is strongest, where the imprint of her final moments is deepest. And through the music, the piano, Eli glanced towards the shadowed corner. Perhaps, Luriel conceded, but the piano remembers her playing, her specific sorrow. To bridge your pain with hers, perhaps something more personal is needed. Your voice, Eli. Your story. She looked at him intently. You said my ballad spoke true for you, that it resonated with your own loss, your own betrayal. He nodded grimly, remembering the raw exposure he'd felt hearing his past sung back to him. Then perhaps, Luriel continued, her voice gentle but insistent, you must sing your own ballad, not for performance, but for connection. Find a melody, even a simple one, something that resonates with your grief, your regret. Speak your truth into the heart of this saloon, directed towards her echo. Let her feel she is not alone. Let your genuine sorrow touch the frequency of hers, creating not amplification, but harmony, a different kind of resonance. Sing. Speak his truth. Lay bare his deepest wounds through music and memory. The vulnerability of it made his skin crawl. He wasn't a singer, wasn't a storyteller. He was a man of action, of reaction, of silence. But the image of Elena, perpetually feeding Thorn, demanded he try. I ain't no musician, Luriel, he protested weakly. It doesn't require skill, she assured him. Only honesty, raw, unvarnished honesty. Speak of Anna. Speak of Ben. Speak of the weight you carry. Let the melody be simple, a hum, a chant, whatever feels true to the emotion. The intent, the shared pain, that is the key. She stepped closer, her eyes holding his, filled with both warning and encouragement. But be prepared. Opening yourself like that, it will make you vulnerable. The parasitic entities will sense it. Thorn, through the ambient connection, might sense it. You must maintain your grounding. Keep the bird close. Anchor yourself in the present, even as you reach into the past. And I will be beside you, adding my will to shield you as best I can. The threshold. He stood before it. The choice made, the method revealed. All that remained was the terrifying act of stepping across. He nodded curtly, unable to speak past the lump forming in his throat. He walked slowly towards the back of the saloon, towards the area Luriel had indicated. The floorboards felt colder here, the air heavier, saturated with the lingering psychic residue of Elena's final moments. He stopped in the center of the space, feeling exposed, vulnerable. He took the wooden bird from his pocket, clutching it tightly. Its familiar warmth was a small comfort, a reminder of resilience. He closed his eyes, taking deep, slow breaths, trying to find the calm center Luriel spoke of, the grounding amidst the swirling storm of his own fear and the saloon's sorrow. Luriel moved to stand a short distance away, facing him but also scanning the room, her focus divided between supporting him and guarding against intrusion. She held her own hands loosely clasped, lightly touching the bird she carried, her will a palpable presence, attempting to create a shielded space around him. Eli focused inward, past the fear, past the saloon's oppressive atmosphere. He reached for the locked room inside himself, the one where Anna's laughter echoed alongside the gunshot, where Ben's friendly smile twisted into a betrayer's sneer. He hadn't willingly opened that door in years. Now he had to tear it down. He thought of Anna, her bright eyes, the way she'd bite her lip when concentrating, the scent of wildflowers she always seemed to carry. He let the love, the warmth, the sheer aching loss wash over him. It was a physical pain, sharp and breathtaking. He didn't fight it. He let it fill him. He wasn't sure where the melody came from. It wasn't conscious thought. It was just a sound, low and rough, emerging from his throat, a simple, repetitive hum, discordant at first, then slowly finding a rhythm, a mournful cadence that matched the ache in his chest. Then came the words, hesitant at first, rough-edged, spoken more than sung, fragments of memory offered into the haunted air. Sunlight on the cabin floor, wildflowers by the open door, laughter like a silver bell, a story angels couldn't tell. He felt the saloon react. Elena's ambient sorrow seemed to intensify, swirling around him, drawn by the raw emotion in his voice. But it felt different now, not attacking, but listening, resonating. He felt a profound wave of sadness wash over him, so intense it nearly buckled his knees. Was it his own grief, or Elena's joining it, or both, indistinguishable? The whispers started at the edge of his hearing, sensing the surge of raw emotion, pain, loss, alone, futile. He clutched the bird tighter, forcing himself to continue, anchoring himself in the memory, in the truth of his love and loss. Trusted like a brother true and shared the miles. The sky so blue, a shadow in his smiling eyes. Beneath the sun, the serpent lies. He spoke of Ben now, the betrayal a colder, sharper pain, the memory of the ambush, the realization of the setup, the glint of greed replacing friendship in Ben's eyes. He didn't hold back the bitterness, the anger, the self-recrimination for his own blindness. The whispering grew louder, more insistent. Betrayed? Fool. Weakness? Deserved. The shadows in the corners seemed to deepen, to stir. He felt the parasitic entities drawn by the negative charge, the raw wound of betrayal. Lariel reacted instantly. Eli felt a wave of warm, grounding energy pulse outwards from her, pushing back the shadows, quieting the whispers. Stay centered, Eli, her voice commanded, calm but firm in his mind. Acknowledge the pain, but do not drown in it. Offer the truth, not just the wound. He understood. He couldn't just bleed. He had to frame it, own it, offer the whole story, not just the pain. He forced himself to go deeper, beyond the anger, beyond the self-pity. Gunshot, echoes in the past, shattered like reflection glass. Blood upon the dusty ground, silence is the only sound. He spoke of the final moments, the violence, the irreversible loss. But he also focused on the love that preceded it, the trust that was broken, the dreams that died. He offered the full spectrum, the light and the dark, the joy and the agony. He felt a shift in the room's atmosphere. Elena's sorrow still resonated, but it felt less overwhelming, less purely despairing. It felt witnessed, understood. He sensed a faint curiosity mingling with the pain, a ghostly consciousness, perhaps recognizing a kindred spirit, another soul marked by love, betrayal, and violent loss. The parasitic whispers faltered again, confused perhaps by the complexity of the emotion, the mingling of love and grief, anger and acceptance. The raw despair they fed on was being tempered by something else, something harder for them to digest. He brought the rough ballad to a close, the melody humming into silence, the last words hanging in the charged air. He stood breathing heavily, emotionally drained, vulnerable, yet strangely lighter, as if speaking the unspeakable had lanced a deep, festering wound. Dust remembers, holds it deep, while lonely men, their vigils keep, a different echo joins the song, where sorrow waited, far too long. He opened his eyes. The saloon was still, watchful. The shadows seemed less active, the whispers momentarily silenced. The madman's echo remained quiet upstairs. He looked at Lirel. Her face was pale from the effort of shielding him, but her eyes held a mixture of approval and deep compassion. "You reached her," she whispered, her voice filled with awe. "I felt it. A flicker. A lessening of the absolute despair. A connection. Had he? Had his broken song truly offered solace across the veil? Or had he just stirred things up further?" Before he could ask, the locket, lying ignored on the floor where he'd thrown it after breaking Thorne's connection, suddenly pulsed, not with black light this time, but with a faint, angry red glow. A wave of pure, undiluted fury slammed into the room, far more intense than the earlier probe. "You dare?" The mental voice wasn't just possessive now. It was incandescent with rage. Thorne had felt the shift. He had felt the intrusion of empathy, the disruption of Elena's pure despair. He had felt his sustenance threatened, his control challenged. "You offer comfort to my prize? You try to break my chain? Insolent flea, you have sealed your doom." The red glow from the locket intensified, casting bloody shadows across the floor. The parasitic entities, drawn by the sheer force of Thorne's rage, surged forward again, bolder now, their forms coalescing more readily. The madman shrieked upstairs. The very walls seemed to groan under the pressure of Thorne's focused fury, projected across the miles. Eli grabbed Liriel, pulling her back as shadows lunged towards the spot where they stood. The fragile peace shattered. The threshold had been crossed, not just by Eli offering his pain, but by Thorne reacting with unrestrained fury. The final confrontation, it seemed, was no longer a distant threat. It was imminent. Thorne's attention was fully here. His power directed, and the specters were rising with renewed, terrifying force. The true battle for the saloon, for Elena's soul, for their own survival had just begun.